People top of the morning, this your brother Bolo for you now. You know, me I do look multitasking today, but me have to talk about a Marlene Malahoo Forte something here. You know. Marlene Malahoo, my goodness, what is going on with you, ma'am? You've been sending a lot of
What is
subliminal.
going on with you, ma'am?
You've been sending a lot of subliminal messages. The other day you talked about the Constitution. Why? What is wrong with Marlene Malahoo Forte? Marlene Malahoo, it seems as if the Constitution is standing in front of you and Andrew, and it's like a man, and you guys cannot get to do the things that you want to do, and now you guys are sad. Mm? You guys are sad because you don't want to follow by the rules. Beverly, Splash Digi, big up yourself, my brother and my sister. The word is love. Wonderful Wednesday to you and your family, Mr. Bolo. Bless up. Splash Digi, I want to know. I hope that you guys are seeing me well. Wait a minute. Is it buffering? Is it buffering? Hope it's not buffering enough. Alright, Mrs. Splash the G now place. Hey Splash, share it in the group for me you know, because I don't really have no time for that right now. Tell you the truth. I really don't. Um anyway, let's get to this. I'm gonna be going off camera a little bit because I'm multitasking guys. Or we can turn it up in the ear. Because yeah. Turn it up in the ear, in the ceiling. Because me a multitask here. Yeah. Privacy is a hell of a thing, though. Let's go to this. No, 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 not that. Not that. Come on, man. What's wrong with y'all, man? Here we go.
From Point. Is it 2 million coming from one of his 28 bank accounts? Is it 2 million coming from one of the 28 bank accounts? Is a serious question that to answer. You know? Where the 2 million coming from?
Big up Andre Steven, big up Talk Your Mind
The
TV.
taxpayers.
And big
The
up
Shirley
Mystic
taxpayers.
Sensation. Yeah. Right,
But
let's
I
hold it.
can tell you, Jimmy. And you know, pro gamer dude. Obviously, you don't understand the core mandate of Jamaicans for justice. When you understand the mandate, and I'm not going to teach you, go and research the core mandate of Jamaicans for justice. And then you will shut your mouth because you look like an idiot talking.
Dang.
So all them doing is playing politics.
How trouble, Andre?
Playing politics and make it seem as though, oh, the government is doing something here or there. Nothing is really being done. Because in truth, if they wanted to catch Corona's killer,
Good morning.
this announcement would have been made weeks ago. This announcement would be made weeks ago.
Talk truth, Andre. Everything them do
How
a
them
PR,
can
bro.
find. But that is not them priority.
No, that's not for them priority.
Not their priority. Hold on, Jamaica. But Malahoo was in the parliament today.
Yes, that will come for talk about.
Malahoo was in the parliament today. And Malahoo says Jamaica that the PNP not fit to lead constitutional reform journey. Wait. Marlene Malahoo, who knows nothing about the Constitution and always blunders on the Constitution, says the PNP. You hear what she said? The PNP is not fit to lead constitutional reform journey. What can go so? So I asked, so Marlene, when I consider attorneys in the PNP, like Anthony Hilton, Donna Scott Mack, Isaac Buchanan, Zuleika Jess, Sophia Fraser Binns, Philip Caldwell.
Name them out, Andre.
Name the rest of the attorneys in the PNP. Jefferson Goldie is an attorney. Katie Knight. So you were fit, Marlene, when you had the issue, Stacey Knight. You were fit, Marlene, when state of emergency was unconstitutional. You were fit, Marlene Malahoo. When the Constitutional Court spoke about the breaches to Paula's reincarnation. You were fit, Marlene, when Zozo was being implemented. You were fit, Marlene, to lead when NIDS had so many issues. Christopher Henry, Anthony Hilton, Patrick Peter King, Lawton Cousins, and this woman is telling me with her inept breath, a real duppy bat in a Courtney. This Jamaica is a duppy bat. Listen to her in the house today. I give her farewell, you know, because she gave her farewell on the bid for Portmore be constitutional. All that as constitutional affairs minister. Malaboo. Because she going leave, you know. So obviously she giving her farewell.
Yeah.
Listen to her today, Jamaica. Listen to her.
Before me even go there, so, ladies and gentlemen, I must say me a multitask. Just tap up the screen for man. Work with me, people. Work with me. Hit and thank you, Splash DJ, my brethren. From Portmore. Last up, my baby. Me see Miss Collins in the place. Me there do some, show some clothes in the machine while me cover this. Hear me, I say, right? Hear what I'm saying? Before, I never even listened to what Andre said. I just know. When I heard Marlene Malahoo Forte, what he said about what she said, the first thing came to my mind was the many different times the PNP carried the Jamaica Labour Party to court for being unconstitutional and all the times they won those cases. Now, if the PNP is not fit, how on God's green earth did they take you to court, the Constitutional Court specifically, and beat you every single time? People, if you don't realize it by now, this Jamaica Labour Party, up is down and down is up, right is left and left is right. Nothing they say to me that I've observed so far, what I have listened, is accurate or true. They are a PR government, they are liars. The entire government, me I talk about, everybody, one big ball of liar them. I have never seen nothing. They are not just delusional, Vian Miller. They are liars. You cannot be in this position that you are and still be delusional. You are literally trying to take the Jamaican people for an idiot. You're taking us for clowns because you actually think that sensible people that has been following this believe you when you say that the PNP is not fit. No, you are not fit. It is very, very clear that you're not fit, you know. Your party is not fit. As a matter of fact, you're the one responsible for advising the party. But what you have done, Marlene Malahoo, what you have done is you think you are smarter than the average bear. You are very cheeky. Always at where's it? Oh, now come. Hold on there, guys. Chill, what up? Let's continue. I soon come back.
There is so much to be done. We have made good progress. And so, we're coming back. So, as I prepare for my third term in this honorable house, I want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the ministry team. I hope that my exercise of leadership has encouraged you to excellence. I know it's not always easy to take correction, but I just want to thank you for being a faithful team. I want to thank my
As I was saying, I had to help out moms a while ago, you know, moms come first. A bunch of narcissists, right? What I was saying is this, ladies and gentlemen. This lady has blundered something like the needs. You know the needs? Our national ID was unconstitutional to the absolute T. They presented a bill that was unconstitutional, that violated the core of our constitutional rights, right to privacy. One of the same things that the Andrew Onus is carrying the government to court for, because he believes that the Integrity Commission has, you know, kind of went too far, right? And I'm saying, wait a minute. Then if you believe the Integrity Commission that you put the law into, they don't even know the own laws that they tabled. Huh? You're telling me the Prime Minister took the Integrity Commission to court? What? He never know? Say, like, come on, bro. Like, these people are really, really, them delusional for one, and them arrogant, and them also narcissistic. That's facts. And them a liar. Sad.
I want to thank the people of St. James West Central. I know it has been an interesting journey because my practice of politics is very different from what you've been used to. There you go. And I know that there have been times when you haven't seen me as often as you would have liked. But I want you to know that wherever I am, I have been working in your best interest, because the way politics is being practiced cannot continue for much longer. Cannot. You must be at the center of everything that is done in government. And it's not about fanfare. It's about being deliberate, Mr. Speaker. It's about being deliberate. And so for all those who may think that because I don't readily fit in, I don't belong, I want them to think again, because I will be coming back here in the next parliament. He knows that. No, that's what he needs. That's what he stayed to hear me say. That is what he stayed to hear me say. For everyone who thought I wasn't coming back, that's what he stayed to hear me say. But you know, Madam
Minister,
Mr. Speaker, finally,
Minister,
I want to thank
Minister, I hope it is finally.
Mr. Speaker, you know that all of us who come here bank on the support of our family. Our family by blood and our family by choice. And
Let me look on the comments there. You hear the demonic laugh? Hey, shall we with you, you know? Chill, how you doing, man? Wayne Evans, salute to you, my brother. They not seeing straight. They have on a blindfold. Isaac surely would deal with her. Pretty dunce. She's saying her goodbye speech. Isn't that what you're hearing? That's exactly what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a goodbye speech. That was a nervous laugh too. She doesn't believe that. How is she gonna win her constituency? If she doesn't win her constituency, how is she gonna go in parliament? The Jamaica Labour Party is not winning the election. Under God, they are not. Alright? Like, what are we doing right now, man? But let's listen to this lady again. Because I like to really dissect their words piece by piece. You know?
Nothing about the Constitution and all. Katie, fit man.
Come true.
I want to
Here we go.
that my exercise. Thank you. This honorable.
Parliament.
Here we go.
Because she going leave, you know. So obviously she giving her farewell.
This was
Listen to
definitely
her
a
today,
farewell
today.
speech.
Listen to her.
There is so much to be done. We have made good progress. And so we're coming back. So as I prepare for my third term in this honorable house.
No, this is delusional, right? Third term, really? Ma'am, you're not going to even win your seat. A dopey story this.
I want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the ministry team. I hope that my exercise of leadership has encouraged you to excellence. I know it's not always easy to take correction, but I just want to thank you for being a faithful team. I want to thank my
What do you mean, yesterday? Well, when me I got town, or when me I come from town, that's my niece, man.
I want to
No, that wasn't yesterday. Oh. Yesterday that was my driver.
thank the people of St. James West Central. I know it has been an interesting journey because my practice of politics is very different from what you've been used to. There you go. And I know that there have been times when you haven't seen me as often as you would have liked.
Oh, that wasn't yesterday, that was the day before. That was my niece.
But I want you to know that wherever I am, I have been working in your best interest because the way politics is being practiced cannot continue for much longer. Cannot. You must be at the center of everything.
Hold on there, go back.
That they
Who shut up?
thank the people of St. James West Central. I know it has been an interesting journey.
Who are you the
Because
context? I was just saying.
my practice of politics is very different from what you've been used to.
Oh.
There you go. And I know that there have been times
Dion one, all gone.
when you haven't seen me as often as you would have liked. But I want you to know that wherever I am, I have been working in your best interest because the way politics is being practiced cannot continue for much longer.
Hey! To Marlene Malahoo Forte. I had to listen to that a few times. So, your failure as an MP, right, to serve the people of your constituents, you're making an excuse for it, saying that the way how you practice politics is somehow superior, and the way how it's been practiced, it's inferior, and it has to change. It has to change because you are who? What is wrong with the people of your constituency seeing you? You communicating with them. You are their servant. Maybe that is the problem, you know. You believe that you're a queen or royalty or above somebody. The way how you speak, that's the energy I get from you. I get witch vibes. I get a witch vibes from you. Something about you is your spirit is. You got the devil in you, woman. You know what I'm saying? That Jezebel spirit, boy, I'm trying to tell you. And people assume that being Jezebel means that, oh, you're throwing it all over the place. No, 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 no. Go look up Jezebel in the Bible. This woman has a Jezebel spirit. Because you cannot be blamed. You're blaming the way how politics is done for your own failures. So it should change the way how you want it to happen and how you do it by not communicating with the people that you serve. I mean, I've never heard a politician, yo, this lady is really different. She is a weirdo. All right? I'm telling you right now. Listen to what she's saying. Because what politicians do in Jamaica or should do and what the people require of them to do, if you are, all right, let's put it this way. It's very, very simple. If you have a customer, right, at a restaurant, and that customer requires you to serve them in a particular way, if you are a good servant, you're going to ask and communicate with that person, whether they say to you, you're listening, and then you adapt. Marlene Malahoo wants to change it to her way. So she don't want to go and do the work of going to her constituents, the people that she serves, and communicating with them. Oh, how is this going? Giving them updates about, this project, that project. And if she was doing her job, should have formulated a team. Jamaica man, big up. Should have formulated a team, right, to help her to complete that job. If it's even to remind her, the rumors is that the people in her constituency don't see her now. From she won the election, the rumor is that the people in her constituency, Marlene Malahoo Forte, has not seen her. What type of politics is she talking about? I think she forgot that she was a servant. Listen, a servant job is very hard, You sacrifice a lot of your time as a servant, But what we're seeing in this world and in Jamaica is that politicians really forget their job description. They are there to serve themselves, but not serve the people. Right? Marlene Malahoo Forte has embarked upon a plot to change the Constitution in a way where one, impeachment is not a part of it. They're doing it in phases. And because she knows that many people don't understand the law, we the Jamaican people don't understand the law, she believes that, she can get away with operating in this way. But she never banked up on having an opposition leader that is a lawyer, Mr. Mark Jefferson Golden. God is not sleeping. Mark Golden is the kryptonite to their plot because he knows the law very well. Constitutionally, don't play with Mark Golden. Don't play with all the lawyers that you heard Andre Stevens on Barnaja TV mentioning the audio. All of those lawyers in the PNP, I'm telling you, top tier. Senator Dr. Scott Motley. Oh my goodness. What? That lady? Don't play around. She's a what you call a elder statesman in regards to the laws of. She's been a lawyer all her life. She's a big woman. Very good looking woman, by the way. Married Mrs. Scott Motley. Hey, salute to you, ma'am. You've kept yourself very well. All respects. But she's a brilliant woman. When it comes down to the law, she not play. You hear what I said? They have not lost a single court case against the Jamaica Labour Party. Not even one. So Marlene Malahoo Forte has met her match. The match is that, one, the PMP knows the law very well, and Jonas as well, the whole JLP. They know the law very well, and they exercise the law and uphold the law very well, and they defend the law very well with their knowledge. So when they come with their skullduggery in terms of constitutional reform, they see it a mile away, and they understand that if you do this in phase, what could happen on the next phase is catastrophic to our democracy. So they oppose to it, and the way how the constitution is, when you have a constitutional reform, the opposition cannot move forward without the ruling party cannot move forward without the opposition, because the opposition, I believe, has majority of the votes. It is a balance. The way how they structure the Constitution of Jamaica, right? It is there to defend itself from tyranny. And I am of the view that this government is a tyrannical government, because one of the things that they want to do is, well, they have done, I think they passed this new law where if you get caught with a board gun, you get 15 years in a prison. If you're doing crime like, unaliving people at 50 years, even kids in Jamaica now is allegedly getting some hard time in prison for unaliving people. And I'm saying, what about the sex offenders? We have a Minister of Justice that doesn't want to release the sex offender registry list. For the people in America, you guys know, the sex offender registry list is public in America. Once you go on it, everybody knows who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. But in Jamaica, what do? They hide the sex offender registry list. So they want to put the people that shoot people in prison for 50 years, right? But they don't want to release the sex offender registry list, and they want to remove impeachment from the Constitution that will hold government officials accountable. So wait a minute. The regular citizens of Jamaica get hard punishment by the law, and you get nothing as a politician. What can go so? This is what the People's National Party, and when people say that they are the same, please rubbish that argument. Show it in the garbage. All right? Yeah, man, you're good, man. Throw it in the garbage. They are not the same. They don't stand on the same things. And if they did, the needs would have been passed unconstitutionally. The PMP would have never taken them to court. Right? No one is above the law. The PMP would have never taken if the PMP was in bed with the JLP in the same way and have the same ideals and they are the same party, Jamaica, let me tell you something, the needs would have been passed and we would be in hell. All of your information would be out there. You remember when Vast and not a secret in Jamaica? Your medical records, everything. People could have stolen your identity. We would be in a digital system, fully digital system, no money. The government could label you as a criminal and lock down all your assets so you can't eat. You heard what I said? The government would have, and they couldn't go to prison because they removed impeachment. If the Jamaica Labour Party got every bedroom, bro, that's the front door. What are you talking about? If the Jamaica Labour Party got everything that they want, do you hear the washing machine? Good. If the Jamaica Labour Party got everything that they wanted, I'm telling you, we would be in a police state. This would be, oh, you're talking about the government. Yeah, looking in your bedroom. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, yeah. Facts. You wouldn't have any privacy. There would be a total invasion of your privacy by the government. Listen, all they would have to do is label you as a terrorist, you know. You couldn't speak out against what the government is doing. Them like where you say they just make up something and lock off your ability to eat. The freedom of speech should be dead. These platforms cut. You see this Wi-Fi thing that they want to put up a network all around Jamaica for free? They want to control information and the narrative. This government is afraid of democracy. This government is afraid of free speech. And it's so funny, Andrew Holness' campaign in 2016 used social media to win the election. And it's the same social media that is going to take him down, with God at the center of it. Yes. Don't you remember? Well, let's continue. Lord of mercy. Oh, what happened there? Very interesting. Yeah.
Cannot continue for much longer. Cannot. You must be at the center of everything that is done in government. And it's not about fanfare.
Well, I'm bring that back.
Us, the way politics is being practiced, cannot continue for much longer. Cannot. You must be at the center of everything that is done in government. And it's not about fanfare. It's about being deliberate, Mr. Speaker.
But it is really about a fanfare. She's trying to garner support because she knows she's out the door. This was a speech of pleading with the people. She has not put the people at the center of what she's doing. And just look at the constitutional reform process. You know, the consultations were not extensive. People were muzzled and sometimes attacked by the mediator in some of these. Talk your part, big up. Right? You know, the whole process of, they didn't do enough to consult with the people. The people don't even know the Constitution to know what it is that you're actually going to change and what it means. Which bruise will go on? They say she's such an idiot, deceitful. She's very deceitful. All her cases as a judge should be revisited, rated. And that sounds like a farewell speech. It does. It does. But this idea that, you know, she's putting the people at the center of it, this is not, come on. Mrs. Warmington started a legislation already to have power over what is said on YouTube. My idiot, man. My dopey butt.
About being deliberate. And so for all those who may think that because I don't readily fit in, I don't belong. I want them to think again, because I will be coming back here in the next parliament.
Hold on there. I would that, let me see.
I don't readily fit in, I don't belong. I want them to think again, because I will be coming back here in the next parliament.
Yo, she thinks she cute too when she be winking at somebody. I'm like, lady, it's all witch vibes. Your energy is just pure evil. Yo, that laugh is so cringe.
He knows that. No, that's what he needs. That's what he stayed to hear me say. That is what he stayed to hear me say. For everyone who thought I wasn't coming back, that's what he stayed to hear me say. But you know, Madam
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, finally,
Minister.
I want to thank.
Minister, I hope it is finally.
Mr. Speaker, you know that all of us who come here bank on the support of our family. Our family by blood and our family by choice.
I'm there.
And
Oh.
Where they come from? Send it back, send it back. Every give a rock. Anywhere they come from. Send it back. If a China, if a Jamaica, if a Haiti, where they come from? We send it back. Reverse the curse. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Somebody say, reverse the curse. Yeah. Reverse the order. Somebody, reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Over Jamaica. Reverse the curse. Mighty God. Reverse the order. If a king's house, if a garden house, if a the prime minister, if a the opposition, if a politician, if a the lawyer, come from the doctor, come from Simon, anywhere he come from, reverse the order, reverse the order, we're coming through, we're coming through, reverse the curve, send back the order, reverse the curve, send back the order. Jamaica. All I want to say to Marlene, Malahoo. So long, bye. So long, bye.
No.
Goodbye to my pain and my
Sorrow.
So long, bye bye.
Bye, Marlene.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Marlene. So tata. So long.
Bye,
Bye. Goodbye to my pain
Zaduta,
and my
wagwan.
sorrows. So long, bye
Bye, bye, Marlene. Bye.
The class president calling me now. Go
Hey.
back.
Listen, man. If there ever was a farewell speech, Miss Collins, you just heard a part of it. However, Talk Your Mind TV, Talk Your Mind TV did not hold back in a man. This was hilarious. I have to play this.
Good night, yeah.
as I prepared for this presentation, I found myself in deeper than usual reflection, which compels me to share a little more than I have previously shared publicly.
When I tell you that she a keen piece rat. Me's a traveler and I travel the place. I travel Jamaica. Cause me came a tour a lot of tourists back in my time. So I know a lot of place. And if you see, if you go down look more at the cane field, you will see Malahoo Forte gate. Look a bit down at the cane field. See? Then I know road if you go down the yard, you know. So I say, look on track pass. Like now, maybe they might go brush up back and look a foot track. See? Guess where Malahoo Forte come from?
Yo.
She don't do nothing for your cane field. Now the road on the can't see. You must see the road. Now the house stop on the can't see. But if you don't go down look more, I make a one right turn and two left turn and continue straight. I'm going to look a big stone so when you see Malahoo gate. Look on the road. This ain't come from. Bush rat. Eh?
Oh my
You
God.
don't do nothing for coming.
Rosalie, what's up? Yo, Splash, did you?
Do she born and grow.
Oh my God.
Eh? And then a parliament.
Yo, bro, this is crazy.
Can you believe my viewers and so you get the opportunity to be a member of parliament? You are going to set up a place, innit? Anybody who have ambition, that's the thing with them all do. You could never be a member of parliament. And you're born and grow somewhere. And you don't set it up because at some point in time, you have a reflect and say,
Pride.
I used to spring from, but
Yeah.
God shine some light for me and reach my parliament. I'm going to change the people, them life in the community. So Marlene Malahoo, you get great man and cut one road go down the yard gate. I make Uncle Tom and Miss Jane down the road down there so. And Miss Burley have a shop down the side of the ball field. Make sure you cut road, barber green and put in pipeline car. They don't have no water down in the Marlene Malahoo. They don't have no water down there.
Oh my God.
And they don't want no black drum. Don't bring no rhino tank go down in your community to give people them. They want water to run from the pipe to them out.
So what Talking About TV is saying, right, is all the reasons why she's going to lose, and confirming that this was a concession speech, this was a farewell speech, because where she is from, ladies and gentlemen, she literally did not do anything to represent them, and she's a member of parliament. She's in the parliament. Them not have no roads, water, and all of them something there. Allegedly. It might be an exaggeration, but from what I've heard, she really don't do nothing. Like, nothing. The people them don't see her. Nothing. Them not see her. Nothing.
Because Rolling River is just right over there. Rolling River, where Ian used to talk about, it can supply the whole of Westmoreland and Hanover with water. And can't done.
Wow.
But when you say, look, the Prime Minister, tell you, lease out it to the Chinese. But the Chinese can't get it, you know. The Chinese can't get it, because when the government change, we're going to put a stop all up on that. Those are some places in Jamaica where the government own this place and develop it so the local and tourists can enjoy the beauty of Jamaica and what Jamaica has to offer. You can't take Rolling River, boy, you go sell it to Bumbuck or China for them do what they want to do. I remember Rolling River is a place where tourists go. They have one cave where tourists always appear and you go into the cave and see the wonders. See? They have some local place down. Do you understand? So this type of thing now, the China want if you go explore the cave and go find out about some things that we don't know in our own country. No. Man, you need to put a stop all up on that. The China cannot get Rolling River. And you see that 1,000 acre land and Jonas get the China them at Margolin. The China cannot
take it back.
Get 1,000 acre land in our country.
Take it
One
back.
time, enough of people them want land for farm and build them house. It can't happen. It can't happen.
Can't happen, brother.
It cannot happen. So, we can't tell us how this bush rat have to say. Look, I'm going to put piece of meat.
Bro, I know I go on. Bush rat.
Piece. You can catch up. You understand? First time, when I catch mangoes, my grandma had a roast piece of pork. And put it in the mangoes chop. And also, when the pork roast, the mangoes stay far and smell it, you know. And so she a bush rat. Then my cousin in a mangoes and rat, they said, then come from the same family lineage. So this bush rat, we don't do nothing for Pal Island, what she a boast about. No do nothing for your constituency, what she a talk about she a return to. You need to chop out the local pass to go down in your yard, ma'am. Yeah, right there, so you need to chop it down a local bush there, clean a local bush there, and continue to go. Hear what the bush rat say.
About my background. Growing up, I was the child who spoke up when no one else would.
Cousins, you mesmerized already.
When the truth was on the line, I stood my ground, even at a cost. I was always deeply disturbed when people shrugged off small lies and pretended to believe something they knew was not true.
Small lies? You know you work with Andrew Wallace. Look how much things him say I commit to and him not do it all now. So how come you stand with Andrew Wallace? You can't be a lady of this moral and integrity as you speak, but you are on that side of the aisle, not telling Andrew Wallace that he need to resign immediately. Where is this integrity and all of this moral compass? Where is it, Miss Marlene Malahoo? Very interesting.
My passion for truth is not a flaw. Madam Speaker.
Passion for truth? Passion for truth? Ma'am, have you watched Andrew Wallace speak? If you didn't have a passion for truth, you would have checked him long time. I'm a man for truth or something. You know, say, right? Let's continue.
It is not because I am self-righteous.
Oh, yes.
It is because I believe.
You see, let me tell you something. I want to understand. You see, when I listen to these people, Marlene Malahoo Forte and the JLP members, you see the thing that they say they are not? That's exactly what they are. So listen that back again. I saw you have to listen to them. Anything they say that they are not, that's exactly what they are.
The floor. And Madam Speaker, it is not because I am self-righteous.
She is self-righteous. She is self-righteous.
Because I believe God planted his standard of truth in me.
And just to clarify. So
no, before you clarify, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to really digest what this lady is saying. She's saying that she's not self-righteous, but because God planted his version of truth in her. And does she alone God planted his version of truth in her? If that is not self-righteous, I don't know what is. You see what I talk about? She is of another tier. She's on another level. Only she alone God planted him righteousness in her. Is his version of righteousness and truth. Let's listen again. She's not self-centered, but she just said that afterwards. Unbelievable.
They knew was not true. My passion for truth is not a flaw. And Madam Speaker, it is not because I am self-righteous. It is because I believe God planted his standard of truth in.
God planted his standard of truth in Marlene Malahoo Forte. So, God make you different. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Marlene Malahoo, you are Jesus Christ. The only entity where God planted his version of truth in is Jesus Christ, his son. Nobody else. No, everybody else get what they get. Everybody get the same thing. There's no uniqueness about any other person on earth, which you are trying to claim, Marlene Malahoo Forte. You are very self-centered and stiff-necked. You're a fool to think that. To even utter those words. You have the same capabilities of wickedness of every other person on this earth. You are no different. All right? You make the same, you make choices just like other people make choices. You choose to do what you do, and you choose to lie. Because this right here is a big fat lie. But God planted his version of truth in you. Man, shut up. That's crazy, bro. What the hell going on, man? These people are, man, what?
My passion for truth is not a flaw. And Madam Speaker, it is not because I am self-righteous. It is because I believe God planted his standard of truth in me.
And just to clarify, so the God-fearing people remember you have different gods. You have people turn all type of things in a God. So when you hear talk about God, it's not necessarily means that the same God we are moving at honor. You have people have other things for them God. You have people have them car for them God. People take their house for them God. People take their money for them God. So when she refer about God, when I don't feel irritable, okay? When I have to know that people have different God. Yeah.
From an early age.
Yo, hey, look what I comment there from Splashy. Subtracting self-righteous, but adding self-righteous for the total sick. Yeah, I tell you. Bro, at one end, it's not that I'm self-righteous. On the other end, you know, I believe God planted his version of truth in me. In me? Marlene Malahoo Forte. What? Man, this lady's sick, bro.
And has always been leading me.
Carl Carty, what's going on?
Me, molding my heart to reflect his own. As a child.
Wait. Not only did she say truth in me molded her heart to reflect his own, so God molded her heart. Her heart. Is there a Bible scripture that says this? Gosh, she good for that, you know. Is there a Bible scripture that said God molded his heart to reflect in our own? The only thing I could reference that to is God made man is in his own image. But the way how she's presenting this is as if she is the only one that got this molding of her heart and this version of God's truth within her. Self-righteous much? Hey, man, I'm trying to think. This is crazy.
I had a sense of
No,
purpose
sir.
that people said set me apart from other children. I could not quite define it back then, though I felt there was something unique I was meant to accomplish. From I came to my senses, I knew my life held meaning beyond the daily living in the small district of Paul Island, where the house leader and I are from.
See, and the house leader come from Paul Island. The one thing the girl in Paul Island do, they love old man. Then I take no man for them age when they can grow old and have memories, you know. They like take up old man. I don't know if they like to throw the come scratch me, so old people come scratch, you know.
You know, say you have to
So I don't know if you're scratching do something to them, I scratching
you know, say talk your mind for behave.
ignite them.
A tile
But they
moment.
love old man because this one I know take up one senior citizen, got married to one senior citizen judge. One old senior citizen judge you take up and married to, you know. Go to wait for the pension. And then married, you know, so she'll get half everything when the judge have, you know. So then they strategize for them thing.
Yeah.
I remember we had some bangarang with our sister with Lan, you know. With Mr. Vanan, Lan and Bopa problem with Mr. Vanan. You remember? Oh?
In the constituency of Westmoreland Western.
Bangarang people, bangarang,
Although
mix
I
up.
couldn't quite define it back.
I know what a place is, because I carry tourists through the place there. I tell you now. You see what I'm telling about? You have one labor right community before you reach the fair community. And the road they never fix.
Wow.
And die-hearted labor right them.
Wow.
Believe me, you know. They don't have no road, no water.
Wow.
In a die-hearted labor right community. No road, no water. Leading down to Palo Island to she talk about. No road, no water. So she shouldn't even talk about which part she come from. Because she
God.
do nothing for that community. As a member of parliament. As a daughter of the soil of Palo Island. Ask her what she do for the people in Palo Island.
Damn.
Ask her what she do for the people in Westmoreland. Ask her. We don't call her, we don't must have a call her, ask her.
Wow.
She turn her back on her barn land. She turn her back on the people in Palo Island. They don't like her. Believe.
Then, I found myself drawn to activities that reflected my inner drive.
Oh, no, look good. Look if you don't see the road through the cane field. Tell me if you can't see the road. Cane Grove in the road.
Yo, talk your mind, I kill me with
As
joke
if
there,
my
man.
soul knew there was a calling waiting to be fulfilled. When other children went with the flow, I always felt that there was more to life than what was visible on the surface. Whether in school or at play, I was instinctively drawn to road.
Be a dollar roti then I'm down there, you know. Be a dollar roti. You don't know what dollar roti? What dollar roti all this I want to yam? Be a dollar roti. And curry banga Mary. Curry banga Mary and mudfish and things. Because they have enough river and English a lot of
They
river
love it
fish.
hard life, last
Not
some.
a
Hard
curry
life,
fish,
they
coconut,
love.
cook down curry fish and roti.
I'm comfortable with it, man.
Boy, roti is I want to yam. And curry bamboo.
Which had a positive impact helping others. My inner purpose was never about popularity or recognition.
Yankee, walk on, my general.
As I grew older, this sense of purpose intensified. It began as a quiet feeling in the background, but as I grew, it felt more pressing, urging me to pay attention. This purpose was not always clear.
Mr. Abel Hamilton raised a point of order to tell someone lie upon Fitz Jackson. So I'm going to ask him a question now, because trying to do everything in the parliament, I'm going to ask one now, Marlene Malahoo. You're attracted to old man? Tell me what about old man you're attracted to? They rank up himself. What? Through the rank. What about old man attracted to? Eh? Tell me what about old man, because old man normally rank up, you know. They always smell rank. So what about old man you will love?
Or easy to understand. Despite any confusion or doubt, this feeling never fully left me. Instead, it remained a steady companion,
morning.
guiding my choices
Yo,
and reminding me that there was a reason for everything I experienced. Looking back, Madam Speaker, I realize how this sense of purpose influenced my path and shaped who I am today.
Susan, Monsieur. Monsieur, Madam Speaker, come with that dirty style again, you know. The Madam Speaker sit down till the bush rat, the king piece rat finish talk, then she gone. Then the next look one, the look a bang belly one. And you're right, we walk pan into open. You're right, why you can't walk normal? You walk like you have pile or something. You have pile, you're right. But then you come when you down the pan and you come out, just pan your 2 point and walk like you have bunny. If you're not pile, you have a bunny hand. Why you can't walk flat by your foot? Why you have to walk on a tip so? You have a tip or us?
It was a deep-seated calling that only became stronger over time. This inner knowing, this mission was a sign that I have always been connected to a higher purpose, even before I had words to describe it. I just wonder, have you ever had a picture in your mind of how something was supposed to go? You prayed, you believed, and then when the answer came, it looked nothing like you imagined. When we pray, Madam Speaker, we better know.
Marlene,
double tap up his screen. Double tap up his screen for me now, please.
Remember, God no answer bad prayer.
Double tap up the screen. Say God no answer bad prayer. Yeah, be careful about that. People, double tap up the screen. Please and thank you. We have 146 people watching right now. Everybody hit the like button. Can we get everybody to hit the like button? You know what I'm saying? If there's not a language barrier and you guys understand what I'm saying, can you please tap the screen, double tap the screen with your finger like this? If you're watching from your mobile phone, all you have to do is hit 2 taps with your finger, and that is how you hit the like button. When you say talk your mind around, but it's all funny. Hey, you said the man make me laugh till my week, brother, I swear.
Bad prayer.
No joke.
The most I God do not answer bad prayer.
No.
Just make you know.
Make sure you know, my general.
That God has already warned us through His holy word that His thoughts are not our thoughts and His ways are not our ways. It is a declaration of divine difference because heaven operates on a completely different plane. He sees the whole picture while we only hold.
How would that?
Icky panic.
How would that? Miss Icky.
Rhoda.
Watch Miss Icky. I want spectacle.
Rhoda in that place.
I'm not telling no lie. Miss Icky. Make him meet you, put on be a young girl hairstyle. I don't know so I go on.
Hey, Jamaica Labour Party are one big puppy show and hey, no, on a big man level. The man, hey, and you want to stun it? I want real disgrace a party shop, you know? You know, it's funny how them used to blame the corner shop them in a COVID. And I want corner shop parliament, the man are running, you know? Tenement yard, you know? Yes, we say a lodge. Yeah, members say them a lodge members, some of them and they worship different, they don't worship the creator of the universe. They make up them own thing, a devil them a worship. But anyway, moving right along. Me still get 50 likes all now, people. Come on, man, hit the like button, man. Alright, when we reach 50, then we'll talk again.
Size 13 say watch this, and now make me sticky more than her. You see a competition I go on a parliament, you know. CCTV in Belgium saying my girls and bubble gum.
Me and the girls them
we kick on your neck.
Me and the
So
girls
straight
them
to
club
make
go.
it hurt our feelings and say they don't want nobody coming to parliament with icky.
Yeah.
So then to the parliament in a basic school
Yeah.
or in a school. So it have this type of boy, I don't know. A Dolly House parliament are
Me I
going,
tell
you
you,
know.
brother, real Dalios.
Andrew, a Dolly House parliament we
Real
are going well.
Dalios, my general.
Andrew, you know who are Dogo Dogo? You know, Andrew, you know the term Dogo Dogo? How you are Dogo Dogo, Andrew?
Yeah, the
In the
man.
parliament.
Yeah, the man.
A peace. Madam Speaker, I was considered a rising star within the judicial legal group on ascendancy to the higher judiciary when I received and accepted former Prime Minister Bruce Golding's invitation to join his administration to help him do the work he was elected to do.
I remember them never want you, you know. You remember say them fight against you, because them say that corruption. Remember them never want you, you know. Maybe the things that we have to do for this job, this position we get. Remember them never want you. You sit and talk with them out, so them fight against you. You see them liberal right friend, them fight to and get the job. You remember? You talk it out of your mouth.
Oh, what's this? Keeping government legal is no easy feat. Madam Speaker, I had to make sense of the assignment.
Listen.
As reforming government is also no easy feat. In fact,
Share a try like
So hold on there. What is alright? Let me frame this properly. Can somebody tell me a farewell speech, Mary? A farewell speech, you know, so she's out of there. She has focused all her energy on constitutional reform. You know when them say the devil, you work for idle hands. So she was idling her way, trying to change the constitution from its wonderful state that it's in. And it's the good parts of the constitution she's trying to change. It's not like, why would you want to take out impeachment? Much like how why did they remove the political ombudsman? Everything that this party does is contrary to the benefit of the people of Jamaica. They do everything to benefit them and them maintaining power and not going to prison for corruption. That is their agenda. That's why they want to remove the impeachment. So they can't go to prison when they get found out to misappropriate people funds, our tax dollars. Them are wicked. You understand? They are wicked. Anyway, let me continue. Now what is that? Them prove themselves to the world. Well, if people want to close their eyes now, that's some feed them business that. You understand? Blue Lagoon big up. But they just made a new law to send teenagers. Yeah, 50 years and 15 years in a prison. Yes, I saw that. I spoke about that earlier in the live.
Like she want to pull off a stunt for Mark
Me like, hey, listen to me.
But she never.
Me love how no, me like how no sharp, you know. Me like how no sharp. Because you see the audience teach me, you know. And hopefully there's something that I'm disseminating that invokes thought in you as well. I think it's a fair exchange. You get me? Yeah.
Good. Me fix it fair. And I continue watch, like and share. Today them coming to parliament, you know. Want pull off one stunt to Jamaican people. But you know, so we have on the ticket. And I continue watch.
even more difficult is keeping government legal when so many who administer government do not know the extent of their powers, or they believe that they have more powers than they actually have.
Yes, that big nose Andrew.
Who she attack? Must Andrew she attack? How could Marlene Malahoo? Would I love for you to clarify this? Me don't want to assume. I would love for Marlene Malahoo to clarify this. Who is in the parliament, in the government that thinks they have more power than they actually have? Who is that? Who is that, Marlene Malahoo? Can you guys see me good? Am I still clear? Are you guys hearing me? I just saw the camera jump a while ago. Hold on, them people. Can you guys see me good? Okay, Miss Collins say yes. From Miss Collins say yes, everything alright. Alright.
I saw operate for true in a bush rat. Cane piece rat. I saw Andrews operate for true. I pretend like he have all of the power. Like I pretend like I don't know.
I began this ministerial assignment with one understanding and discovered something completely different along the way. Madam Speaker, as an administration, we have been pursuing long outstanding reforms to make the machinery of government more responsive
Hi, Nora.
and more responsible to the people.
No
So
such
far,
monies.
we have made good progress in critical areas, but the work remains in progress on so many important matters. As we reimagine a different kind of governance, which places...
Hey, Mark. I'm glad you recognize him as a blogger boy. So you can't mistake me for Andrew ever want me to Cliff Hughes. I'm glad you recognize that I am a boy and you is a boy. Mark, thank you very much. You recognize that I am a boy and you is a boy. So, oil and water can't mix down. So, don't mistake me for Cliff Hughes and Jonas and Terry Long. Everyone Warmington. Mark, my brother answer.
Yo.
The people at the heart of what we do.
You know, so me love how Talking Man TV addressed that person in I chat a while ago. Because, you know, normally Talking Man can really deal with them wicked thing. Me love how he deal with them a while ago. Because you see, that's what they do, you know. They come to your chats and they want to be the center of your actual discourse and what you're disseminating to the people, right? And I'm not perfect, but I recognize that that's really what they are trying to do, and I think I do a good job for the most part. I just block them. I just block them. Them come in disrespectful. I just block them. I don't have time for that. We're here to engage with the actual topic. Does that mean that, you know, whatever, some people might say, oh, numbers? Listen, man. Everything has a pro and a con. All right? Hey, Selena. What's up, love? Everything has a pro and a con. So, me personally, I just block them out of my chat. I do. There's some things that I just won't tolerate. And it is what it is. But let me see. So I'm doing very well, thank you, sweetie. How about you? How are them kids treating you? Jasmine says, same like they did to the Bogwalk residents with the Rio Cobre incident. Bolo, God and good road. Big up yourself, Talking Mind TV. One love. Jasmine, bless up yourself. No, Jasmine, you just raised an excellent point. You know, I wanted to do a list of things that this government has done, like write it down, that I found to be very egregious. And I said this before, when I started to think about it, I started to have a headache, you know. There's just so many things. How do you, as NEPA, and for those that don't know, NEPA is the National Environmental Protection Agency. So their job and mandate is to protect the environment. You imagine a spill happened, right, from a factory that jeopardized the environment. And instead of taking that company to court, NEPA, an agency that is under Andrew Onus, decided to have a secret deal with NEPA, with this company, where the government would not back up citizens that sued the company. And the individuals that was there, them gave them a little package, a little bit of money. Like, it's pretty much, and they had to sign an agreement that they would not sue the company in the future. And because those people don't know their rights, they were in essence taken advantage of. Right? Now the Rio Cobre, there's a lot of issues. They're not seeing the type of fishing potential that they usually have. The damage was underplayed. The media is compromised. The mainstream media is compromised with that story. A secret deal, you know, a entity that is supposed to protect the environment in Jamaica. Jamaica is so compromised. Like the entire system of Jamaica is at the, I'm telling you, it's at stage critical. When they say that the People's National Party has to come and rescue Jamaica, it's not a lie. You see when Mark Golding win and they go and do those audits in the office of the Prime Minister, I am telling you, it is going to be an eye-opener for a lot of people that are die-hearted Labour hearts. The extent or the potential extent of damage is going to be ridiculous. Hello? Yeah, morning. Afternoon. Oh, hold on. You want the people in here? Hold on. First of all, let me do this and turn off this one right here. I have a caller, ladies and gentlemen, that wants to to speak. So let me just facilitate. Here we go. Go ahead, caller.
Bolo, you see the Rio Cobre everybody at talk about, and NEPA, people around the Rio Cobre shouldn't sue the company again. They should have sued NEPA, but NEPA negligence of not taking care of their affairs. We are paying NEPA. Our money is spent. Put NEPA where it is. NEPA is not a private organization, it's a government entity. And you take taxpayers' money and sign with a private company. You saw me I go at?
May I hear your bridging? You touch a serious point, you know.
The people around there don't understand governance. It is spelled ABCDGEF. Can't go no further. So they make understand. Say it's the people of the say, not who think they are. That's why we put all these environments in place to protect the interests of the people. Remember, not protect the interests of some, to protect the interests of all people in this country. And then realize them continue and make them say this and say that. Ooh, nobody not bright and nobody. Remember, me dots, you dots. But you're pitney bright. My pitney bright. So you call me dots. And my pitney can't come tell. And my pitney can't come tell me what's going on. Your brother can't come tell you. No, my brother, it's not so. I swear that we are right.
Right.
Go look, sit up on Google. Sit in a dictionary.
Bye, Selena. Be safe out there, all right? I saw you and Miss Collins in the chat. Be safe out there. Go ahead, my brother.
So I saw the thing go. So when NEPA, so them cut a small a private deal. Nothing can private for government. Or government things to be private.
Yeah, how do you not consult?
Government can't secret.
How do you not consult the main stakeholders, which is us, the people of Jamaica, with a decision about the environment?
Thank you.
What's
the secret? And we don't talk.
Man,
I'm gonna secret deal. That persuaded led by the Prime Minister, the office of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Because
and remember, the deal was so bad, Yeah, hear me? Hello?
This is what the people don't understand.
No, say no, hear me. Hello?
Compromise. The office of the Prime Minister compromised it.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, may I say, when you look at this situation, there's a lot of red flags, right? Remember that the judge said, that they told the judge that the judge couldn't even see the deal, You remember that?
But the judge, he might that too.
No, I don't know if the judge eat that, you know. I don't know if the judge eat that. But one of the
No, me
part
I
of
tell
the
you.
deal, one of the part of the deal was that not even the judge couldn't see it. But because public, knowledge came around it, this is when they decided to release the deal to the public and tell them what was the deal. And that's how we know that this deal should have never happened.
Remember, Bolo, you have to look on the mandate and everything was about governance. And one of the greatest part is that we have a jurisdiction over the Liverpool. And everything mandated. Books, laws, and no class. We have to govern by that. The judge blunder. The judge is our final say. And him plundered because him also compromised. And he do not defend the people's rights.
Well, you are going now. You are going now, my general. You have to remember, say, it appears that this judicial system is being manipulated, allegedly. It appears. So the politics is even within that circle. Remember who is the DPP, my general? Just remember who are DPP.
Okay,
You understand what I say?
I'm understanding what you're saying. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but you're right too, You're right still,
I'm saying.
You're right,
If you go down to Mr. Mafu, look point. If you talk to me and tell me that you expect me to believe you.
Yeah.
See? If you go to Mr. Mafu and tell Mr. Mafu that you might say that bullshit. And you can't tell Mr. Alive and tell. That's what I'm talking because what is written in writing?
Yes.
Under the law is law.
It's law. It should be upheld.
Not written. What is not written under the writing is not law.
Yeah, get one call.
So all about them.
Want to take that call there.
Okay.
All right. Respect. Thanks for your contribution. Thanks for your contribution. Yeah, man. Hello.
So
you have to turn off that in the background. Go ahead.
Bolo, you hear me?
Me, I hear you. Me up on the live, you know that, right?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
On the live, man.
Yeah, I just have to confirm these things. Yeah.
Repeat, I never hear you.
No, I'm saying I just have to confirm these things. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, see that. All right, so you mentioned something earlier about how NEPA has been privatized, right?
No, it's not that
correct?
It's not that it's privatized. And I don't think that's what I said. I said NEPA had a deal, a private deal, a secret deal with a private company.
All right. Bolo, no way in Jesus' name, no private organization, no private nothing, not supposed to be involved in government entity, right? Look at it. We don't know who is the private entity.
You're low, You can't turn up your volume a little bit. No, what go on? You're supposed to higher than that.
Yes, sorry about that. From on the line, might be some problems with them signals, so I apologize.
I know you alone, because even the other gentleman was low a while ago too. Let me save my phone better without the something. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm saying.
Yeah, man, it low overall. It does low.
Overall.
Yeah, man, it does low. I know it box. It does low. Go ahead.
You hearing me now?
Me I hear you, At them we are listen. At them we are listen. At them I say boy they can't hardly hear you.
Alright, listeners, sorry about that.
But me try for mediate it.
Alright, so privatization of government entities shouldn't happen. Because one, you don't know who is the investor. And for your government to come to you and tell you that, oh, is somebody private? What kind of secret that you keep? All right, so 2 years ago, the Prime Minister stated that if you have land that has rivers or streams that are on it, try know so them come take it back from you. We know that, right? All right. So this entanglement with NEPA and it's alleged that Chinese have some dealings with the government in terms of our natural resources, and that include our water, right? So isn't it that NEPA, who is in charge of environmental safety and precautions, all of those things, what is going to happen in terms of persons trying to find our natural resources using the information that NEPA have, signing over some sort of deal where we the people don't know about, because you're talking about land, you're talking about air, as much as we don't see air, but the atmosphere itself, the air that we breathe, our trees, our native trees, all
What are they call her?
mountains,
What are they call her?
or valleys,
What are they, mama?
those little things.
You hear me? I don't
Yeah,
want to
man.
conflate the two things, you know. The deal that NEPA signed, it was a oil spill of a factory, the juice factory. I don't know if you're familiar with the story, right? So it's something that went to court, and I'm saying that NEPA, instead of prosecuting and going all the way through, came to some deal with this private company that polluted the Rio Cobre. You know the story, right?
Yeah, man, I heard about it,
Oh.
and that's what I'm saying. Why isn't this deal being told to us? Why isn't the public?
Oh no, man. The deal was told to us, you know.
The deal was.
Yes, eventually it came out because all of the media, the fire that came from the media about it, it's an election year. So I think it was Carl Samuda. They told us about the deal eventually. And it's surprised. I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's so much people didn't even know about this. Winsinco, right? Winsinco was the company, the one that made the juice. Right.
So,
you can go back and go look at the article, you know. Hold on there. Let me tell you the best place to go. Dion Jackson Miller did a piece on the secret deal. Go to her YouTube page and watch that video about the secret deal with NEPA. I'm telling you, all the information will be. She read it all out, the details of the deal. As a matter of fact, if you don't want me to play it right now, phone, make you come off I call and me play it.
Yeah, man, but even so, what type of other organization have a footprint in NEPA?
Well, yeah, ask one very good question, you know. What type of other organization are basically the thing is, how compromised is NEPA? That are the real question. How compromised is an agency like this? What other deals were signed that we don't know about? You hearing me?
So, yeah, man, I hear you. So let me ask a question now, Bolo. In the end, when all these deals are being made, and we know the changing of the guard will be happening, because me not ask Christ.
Nah, ask Christ. What you mean?
Yeah.
No, Joe.
What is going to happen? This country is going to take a time to get back.
Yes. Yes, Carla. That is a fact.
Hard. These deals that we don't know about. Them selling lands, them selling resources. What is going on? Jamaica is not better. Angeles say, boy, Jamaica, I sell out the little place for going to the little goal, and me gonna make that company they from Canada take 50%, and we take 50, and we'll put 45 in the government. You know, in the economy, do something. Make we see something that happen.
Right.
No, you got greedy, and you got high of your power. So it's like Siaga and Norman Manley written back over again, like Siaga and Sister P.
Anthony Misun call back
over again. name out the country, deplete resources, and then you give back to PNP to start from scratch. And when we start having the challenges to build back the company, see them the country, see them run up and talk. But the government is not doing nothing. The
Right.
government is not doing
Them are
this,
gonna be the
and the
them are gonna be
department
the
is not
most
doing that.
active.
Come on.
Them are gonna be the most active opposition. But me have to take the next call. You hear, Mama? Thanks for calling me.
Man. Well, respect and blessings to your callers and
All
blessings,
right.
CJ.
Okay, Mama. Wagwan, Joan, Rowan, we are dealing with. Big up yourself. Watch ya. Him get caught up at Arnett Garden. Last the man them run down. But the croc slippers him have make him drop and them go over him and start calling him. Them deal with him away the videos on WhatsApp. Arnett Garden. This a youth here. Crime in Jamaica, you know. Anyway, let me call back the caller. First time caller this too, you know. Why my back so low? I don't like this. Back so heavier than this, brother. Hopefully, hello, good day, we're live.
Yes, Bolo.
At least your vocals them up. We are some general.
Yeah, man, I said the leader just attack us so what kind of deal more Andrew, right? Listen, when SSL the battle was called, right? The man of NHT money night. Did the public know that? No. But the banana board in that money night has about 2 more entities government. Did the public know? You never tell the public say you want put them thing the taxpayer money in that. You see, you so much whole papanga and I'm gonna shield him.
So basically what you say. So basically what you say them not transparent.
No. Them I know when it just happened, you must say NHT money the night, you know. Banana cash off, you know, the public don't know
Right.
investment. You know, tell the taxpayer them say, yo, well, invest in that, you know. The thing where I have the deal where I have with the man the way you go put NHT money with for them money. I ball out that, you know. The housing thing, you know, we must
Velma,
sell
Judith, big up.
exorbitant money. Oh, NHT money reached there, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
The Prime Minister, him really a fucked up Prime Minister. Excuse my friend, sir.
Yeah, you know? It's just the truth.
The man just go there and just do things, sir, and don't inform the public. Because I use your money like say a fiend. Or say bungalow power money now in a court. I defend himself where the money went thief from me. A blatant thief, the man thief the money, you know.
Where you say him thief the money?
Blatant thief, alleged. Don't allege.
I said no allege. This is how one easy.
No, allegedly. None. Him should never dip on the ballot.
Yeah, I agree with him not being on the ballot.
PSOJ man there. Them and the
Siaga family.
The PSOJ man them.
Siaga family.
Where we talk about it also. They don't talk about them things there.
Sound system, Ekran, big up.
I go around like my prime minister. I don't know prime minister. Your prime minister in a court, big court, big money that, you know. Big money them there, big fraud them there.
True.
Right now, the man of our house, them have no asset in a Jamaica, you know. They've stripped him of all of them things. They've come down, man. You know?
Yeah, man. No joke.
They've come down, and so forth. The man put NHT money in the thing. Don't make nobody know. The man of the taxpayer them still have pay money for a place we lock up.
Yeah, them something there. Hey, a whole heap of things
The
still.
AG bought it and talk about it and all now it must
Yo.
stop. Them everybody are building in there.
Jano.
No, no renovation is going on at the moment. None. And the man them still get rent for that. You see what?
700,000.
Wicked, man. And wicked, none. Check out it. No renovation. I want for them thing there. Jamaica without money right now. Huh? You know that?
Yeah, economy look away, brother.
It can't pay the doctor them. Teacher get some money the other day. Them tighten it up on that. You know? Them water change now, man.
Definitely.
Come with that nonsense, brethren.
All right, my
One
boss.
love.
One love. Respect. Velma, big up. Velma said the PMP and the UIC should be the two major political parties. You see me? But you see, where the UIC is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, what the UIC refuses to do is take money from the PSOJ or other private entities. You, the people of Jamaica, if you don't want to see a UIC, be in government or in opposition of the government, you have to put your money where your mouth is. Because your money is what is going to fund the party. Whether you're from the diaspora or you're in Jamaica. You understand? And that's what it is. But let's go back to this. I gotta switch phones. Big up to everybody on the live. Can everybody just tap the screen for me? Double tap the screen. Thank you. Hit that like button. Share the live. Andrew a plan and got a wife. What is? Where am I planting now? Wanna say, what's your name? Size 13. Size 13, they go to school and then a full green. These people can't leave politics nowhere. Mighty God. What am I tell you? Hey. Jamaica Eye Control launched at Olympic Garden Police Station. Why have an eye when it go conveniently not work? In some instances. Are the worst state JLP ever in because Andrew in gag order. No one can talk on his side of parliament. Yes, I remember saying they do this thing Mama Lassom. Remember saying they do this thing where him have undated resignation letters. You remember that something where they go on? This man is really something, yeah, man. Him terrible, you know? Him man terrible, brother.
Heart of what we do. The Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs has made steady progress building out our piece of the machinery of government. We have been exploring new technologies, adopting innovative approaches to engaging the people and educating them on the legal and constitutional reform program. We have been streamlining processes and fostering a culture of continuous improvement, not just reacting to issues, but proactively taking steps to reshape the legal and constitutional landscape. My time as Attorney General was undoubtedly the preparation ground I walked on, as the insights I gained from that office now shed light on the most difficult areas of my current assignment.
Yeah.
You know, Madam Speaker,
listen to this.
Where we are now,
Yeah.
Prime Minister,
Yeah.
it's so important to remind everyone that when we decided on phasing the reform, it was done because it was our understanding that we couldn't agree on everything. but that it was important for us to make progress. And Prime Minister, memories are sometimes short, and people don't know how you were pushed, even though you had the goal.
Yeah.
You were prodded to get on with it.
Let's look what she do.
And
Like and share. Me fix it for her though.
To the air when he came here.
Yeah.
And I think
Marlon, we are going with
I
class
just want to
prefect.
pause and seek the to
Where you say go? Class prefect, send me the article here, please. Them smuggle one tiger in Jamaica and escape. So what you say, class prefect? Me can't walk on the road, me go lock my grill. One tiger there in Jamaica. We escape. Which part to escape from? Boy, you stress me out. What really going on in Jamaica? What is really going on? Virgin, you an instant headache man give me a while ago. Is this story confirmed? What the hell?
to just
I'm
remind
gonna check on my computer right
remind the
now.
people then.
that you can't trust people.
Listen,
Tell you that they
remind
want
them,
to
my
do
friend.
something. And then they change your mind when you're in
Remind
charge.
them, Marlene, Bushrat.
Hello?
Yeah, man, I'm in the past week.
Eh.
So, just with a voice of breaking news required. So, you might say the Coast Guard intercept a boat or a ship or whatever off the coast of St. Elizabeth and find one. 4 monkeys, 3 parrots, and 1 tiger. And there's a tiger cub still, but the tiger cub gets wet. So the JDF and police and NEPA are search for that tiger cub there.
Lord have mercy. You see him never when we just talk about a while ago? This not safe. This not safe. Tiger cub. What somebody do one tiger cub in Jamaica?
No. But according to them, they say that is a intercept in a boat or a ship or whatever off the coast. But
Why me feel like the Chinese them have something to do with this?
You know, a couple years ago there was some Jamaicans, and I think I see in Central that they have one exotic zoo. Where them have some exotic animals that them keep there. So I'm gonna know for the same set of people then. But they
Wow.
don't accept them to be still in a but I'm gonna know for them still.
Hold on there.
I'm gonna run now.
Alright, my general, because somebody just called me a while ago. Respect for the update, yeah, man. It is in the cleaner. Lord have mercy, let me find the cleaner article. No. Yeah. Alright, bro. Respect. People, may I tell us right now? I lock my grill and stay in on me that all again. Me not dep on the animal thing. But me dey up on the live though. Yeah, man, me good man. We can hear you, man. Yeah. St. Thomas.
St. Thomas need a deep grip. Something going on St. Thomas.
Spiritually.
If not, they might get an earthquake.
Where you say something going on St. Thomas spiritually?
Spiritually, if not, they might get an earthquake. And Westmoreland, some murder strong man need to deal with them. So if it's my wipe out a lot of the women them. So them the two then the realms are cleared. Havoc right now, they might lift up sword over Westmoreland and St. Thomas. They get please up. Cry out to the people and beg Mark so beg whoever deal with them two realm there. But cry out the King Kaya and see the dancehall side, I tried to push me off in our blue deep sea with blue, black, and green, and the lady couldn't touch me. The marine lady couldn't touch me. So Kintyre deal with the spirit, but St. Thomas, they want the neck of St. Thomas and Westmount. I beg you, please put out the cry for me. Can't even do it now because me go
People in my ear up on the live, man.
Oh, me get my daughter's school document sign and stamp up, but spiritually me under serious watch for Jamaica, and St. Thomas is really, really in need of prayers right now. Kintyre, God has dealt with the battles for Kintyre. Westmoreland, we have to pray for the women in Westmoreland, please. I'm beseeching, I'm crying out for the heart of the people in Westmoreland to put a stop order in the realms of the spirit to save the women and them over Westmoreland, Jamaica, West Indies. For the ears of the listener, it's an urgent cry. I'm only in the secret and the prayer room. Really, really by grace, praying for Jamaica, and the cries are being heard, but there's an urgency for St. Thomas once again, and there's an urgency for Westmoreland. 2 territories in Jamaica. God wants us to uphold those pillars. I don't know I was on here, but it doesn't matter. I want to give you a quick run from what is taking in the spiritual realm, because that's what I deal with. I can't manage nothing else. I do 2 ministries. And I stand in the gap for Jamaica, so I had to give that release so you can get the people to know what is happening. Thank you so much.
All right.
Blessings, bless you, and favor. God bless you.
All right. Take care, Mama. My queen.
Yes.
People that is here, spread the word. St. Thomas, Westmoreland. You should say about the female them in Westmoreland. And this is a prophetic word. This is a thus saith the Lord. It's not my word. That is the prophetess McQueen. Some people are going to say, oh, whatever. Well, hey, you start seeing stuff happening in Westmoreland. The people that are here, you can't say never here. You understand what I say? Reach out to the people in Westmoreland. Your mothers, aunties, daughters, whatever. Reach out to people in St. Thomas. Reach out. Alright? And all our prayer warriors them that is connected to the church. Mark Gold and Peter Chambers. Reach out to them. You understand? So they can do what they do. You feel what I say? In the protection. Hey, Mark Stewart there, Jamaica? I think Mark Stewart there, Canada. You know, so every time a prophet go overseas, something going on. Him always, every single time, Prophet Mark Stewart go overseas, something's going on in Jamaica. You don't believe? You start check it. Every single time that man go overseas, Jamaica in a turmoil. That's true. My mother always tell me, and I always observe, and I have come to the conclusion that I think I Canada am there now. Yeah, man, may I check your WhatsApp right now? I think I Canada am there. Westmoreland, St. Thomas, mighty God. Instagram. Jesus. People. Tiger cub going missing in Black River. My goodness. Guys, I know it's a cub, but are they sure that no other tigers? You know, let me show you. Are they sure that no other tigers escape? You mean in Canada, don't you? That my mother tell me, man. Mother tell me, say you in Canada. See that, people? See article there? See there? Not the article, but there it is, confirmation. Jamaica Gleaner. See there? Bianca said, what's happening? Well, Bianca, look on the screen. This is today, 1 hour ago. Man, I'm smuggling animal in Jamaica. What is somebody doing with that baby cub? Man, I cannot believe this, bro. These people are sick. These people are sick. Yo, can you imagine? Eh? Can you imagine you stroll down the street and lo and behold, here comes a tiger attack? Mighty God of Daniel. Brother, we don't live in a jungle with a God. Hey, send it back, you know? Send it back. Send it back. This needs to be sent back right now. Send it back. Reverse the order. Reverse the curse. We are not equipped or prepared to deal with tigers in Jamaica. People even like dog. How them people are dealing with, man? Pit bull is enough. Doberman is enough. What is this? My God. No, sir. People, I tell you, connect back this here, man, and hold it steady, guys. Oh. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order, somebody say.
KNP is right.
I just want you to everyone to be
KNP is
reminded
right.
of what was said in this honorable house.
Take a look at it.
The council with the CCJ as the country's final court. Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness, speaking at a press briefing at the CARICOM meeting, says a referendum is still on the cards.
Our position hasn't changed. We believe our constitutional arrangements require it, and I have said that at an appropriate time, that there are some issues that speak to the architecture of our society that needs to be addressed, and when that time is deemed so, Jamaicans will be called upon to make a decision as to how their society and country and laws will look going forward for the next 50 years.
The important process of repatriating our sovereignty, which began in 1962, has stalled, and there is important unfinished business. The time has come for Jamaica to become a republic within the Commonwealth, with a Jamaican head of state, and for us to swear allegiance to the Constitution and people of Jamaica. Let us proceed with the legal steps required to achieve this, since there is consensus that this is where we need to go. Madam Speaker.
Here where Mark Golden said, let us proceed with the legal steps. The legal steps to make it happen. Mark Golden had a problem with the constitutional reform, you know. Is the way they are going about it, ladies and gentlemen. So don't be fooled by Marlene Malahoo Forte and the Jamaica Labour Party. Don't be fooled. Understand? Mark Golden is a lawyer. All right? It is his mandate to uphold the law, ladies and gentlemen. The way how some of us, even as comrades, or some comrades would think things should be dealt with. Mark Golden don't align himself with that. You have to understand your leader. The man is a man of integrity. The man is going by the books. The man is going by the laws of the land. Period. And you have to, well, you don't have to do anything, but I appreciate that.
We also believe strongly in the importance of providing greater access to the highest level of justice for the Jamaican people by moving from Her Majesty's Privy Council to the Caribbean Court of Justice as outlined in the Court of Appeal. When Jamaica is moving out of the King's Yard, we cannot have 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the yard.
Tell them, Marky.
That would leave us neither fish nor fowl in another man's yard. That can't work.
Can't work.
We will not support a phased approach to dealing with the matter of full decolonization. So let us begin with the things that we can agree on and move forward. We will not support a phased approach.
So, Marlene Malahoo Forte, Bush.
Hey, the man is very, very clear about his position. Big up Mark Jefferson Golden, the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. Here?
Right. KNP is right. They fail.
Fail.
Yeah, Mark Golden up on good terms, you know.
Yeah.
Before Mark Golden find out so on thief and corruption.
Mighty God.
So don't expect say Mark Golden could have find out so much things about Uno. And trust Uno to do this thing in a phase. No Marlene Malahoo Forte. Based on what happened with Andrew Holness, you push KNP's rat Marlene Malahoo Forte. Things that no Mark Golden could have signed up to this deal with Uno on behalf of we. Went down we said Uno corrupted. So we tell Mark Gordon if he back out of this thing, because we're not corrupted. There's no way Mark Gordon could have continued with this thing. In this face business way I talk about. Go face the road on a Pile Island and make sure they don't get water. Anyway, we're going to move on. This is why the Virginia said to Andrew.
Hey, wanna see the interview with Angela Brown Burke on Jerry Bryan Live? I got it. I'm gonna be posting that. Shout out to Jerry Bryan for that interview. Yeah. Me have it on my phone. I have it on my something there.
It was my pleasure. But as you wrap up, speak to Southwest St. Andrew, speak to Jamaica on a whole. As the party chair, just speak to them. We're listening. Your final words. Go ahead. The message I have for Southwest. Andrew
Yo. Big up Angela Brown Burke.
Alright, take care.
Pause. Alright, this is a part 2. So I go. I do so. Yeah, God, that part there. On the computer, I never did. Lord have mercy. Go back. Whoa. Father God, it's me again. This more delete, sir. I never tell you if you delete nothing else, sir. People, give me a second. Alright. Boom. See it them, man. No Sessa, man. No, Mystic Sensation, them. Bring our vibes. I'm more have a share. I'm more to go over and support Andre, Talkman TV, and Mystic Sensation, alright?
Against the needy, but give generous to them. Because of the show in which they return to God. And of course, God will exercise his vengeance upon them. It is Andrew Holness, you know. But you know, I'm going to hear Andrew Holness. I say, I'm not shouting tonight, you know. Serious, I'm not shouting tonight. Don't show ill will against the
Hi, Gloria.
And give generous.
Joanne Sinclair, how you doing?
Okay. Let us go to the next clip. The next clip is going to show you that there's no pastor that can pray for Andrew Holness.
Listen to this.
Now let us go to the next.
Mighty God. No pastor? Whoa.
Demolition crews, under the careful watch and protection of members of the security forces, demolished several houses in a section of St. Catherine known as Clifton. The government of Jamaica today carried out a proposed demolition of housing structures in an area of Portmore St. Catherine known as Clifton. The justification for this drastic move is cited as a measure to crack down on criminal gangs accused of squatting or land grabbing on the outskirts of Clifton. It is suspected that much of the criminal activities that occur in St. Catherine stem from this area. Some 30 illegally erected houses were destroyed today.
We've done our own surveillance, and we have discovered that in proximity to Clifton, just above it, has been captured. The National Security Council, in reviewing the development plan, observed an insidious and growing threat in the area where alleged gangsters were capturing lands in the area adjoining the Clifton community, creating their own informal subdivision and selling these lands under the false pretense of ownership or building on them themselves. The SCJ has given warning and served notice to cease and desist. The capturing and illegal construction has continued to the point where some 30 structures have been identified. Let me be clear. The government wants every Jamaican to be able to own their own home and a piece of Jamaica. But it must be done orderly and lawfully. All of Jamaica.
You know, I believe that those statements are going to come back and haunt him. I just have a funny feeling. When he said that, you see all of these statements that Andrew Holness has made, and he put a solid authority behind it, you know, and it sounded powerful, and he sounded like a man of integrity, and then the Integrity Commission report came, and his business partner that's in real estate is a part of the two agencies in his office that deals with contracts of real estate, granting, among other things in real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine when the audits come out? I think those words are going to... Let's hear that again. I think those words are going to haunt him, you know.
And a piece of Jamaica. Capturing and illegal construction has continued to the point where some 30 structures have been identified. Let me be clear. The government wants every Jamaican to be able to own their own home and a piece of Jamaica. But it must be done orderly and lawfully. All of Jamaica must acknowledge, every single Jamaican must acknowledge that this is just wrong.
And you see all of the people that acknowledge that the people that allegedly is squatting on lands is just wrong. When it comes down to the Prime Minister's statutory declaration not being certified, where are you? Are you making excuses for him? You were standing on business when he was taking off squatters off the land. Where are you? Do you still have that same stand for what is right? You see, a lot of people, and big up to, not two locks, curly locks. I don't want to mess them up because they're twins, but the one that have the book, he always talks about when it's convenient to stand on morals and stand on what's right. No, it's when it's inconvenient. You have to stand on it all the time. When it's uncomfortable, when it's your friend, when it's your leader of your political party, to say, Andrew, you must resign immediately. But it's too late for that, you know. I'm just saying, I'm just having a conversation. We don't want him to resign anymore. Stay. Continue to destroy the party. Yes, you're doing a great job. All right? Yeah, man. Stay, man. Stay. Just continue. You know, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Ta!
No, this is something that the central government of Jamaica must stand up and ensure it does not continue. The government will act to demolish those structures.
Thank you. Exactly, strategy.
That have been illegally erected.
Exactly.
One resident broke down in tears as she recounts how she purchased her spot from a man for $800,000. She says that he just wrote paid on the receipt, and that's how she became a landowner. Now she can't get the seller on the phone.
Yeah, just introduce me to the man. Me get the receipt, then give me PRN and me ID, and then turn up the receipt, give me. They send the receipt, give me. Nobody no give me no look one, no look no give me. No, I thought me just a pass and so I tell me so the man on the plane. Me just a for work. I see that work for work. I change and let me go work in the man time. Come in and happy, come here, see if it belongs so. So I don't know what it do.
You know, I've never really listened to this clip and this situation. I've just heard here and there stuff about it. But Andrew, you know, say, me sympathize with the people that has been a victim of your leadership. I sympathize with the people of Jamaica that has been a victim of Andrew Honest's leadership. This is a wickedness, you know? You guys did not even warn the people. You didn't give them a notice. Did you investigate how they got the land? Where's the empathy? Where's the sympathy? The lady is in tears. How many Jamaicans know the process of purchasing a land? An easy thing for them make a mistake thinking, say, yes, this is how it's done, innit? A lot of people can't even afford a lawyer, to be honest with you. They cannot. They cannot afford a lawyer. This is really sad, man. This young lady is crying. At first, I said this. This bad.
I work in the man time. Come in and happy, come here, see if it belongs so. So I don't know what it do.
Take it away, man.
Wow.
Take it away.
Wow. Wow, Miss Collins, I'm telling you, we are going through it in Jamaica, man. Damn.
Why you think I should?
This dude is wicked, bro.
I'm going to take
that was years ago doing it, but damn.
I'm knowing to the fuck that the Prime Minister.
You know, let me show you guys because I didn't show you.
No,
look at the young lady.
Yeah, just introduce me to the man. And me get the receipt, then give me PRN and me ID, and then turn up the receipt, give me. They send the receipt, give me. Nobody no give me no look one, no give me. No, I thought me just a pass and so I tell me so the man on the plane. Me just a work for work. I see that work for work. I change and let me go work in the man time. Come in and happy, come here, see if it belongs so. So I don't know what it do.
Yo, John Star.
Take it away.
Father God, you know.
My people of
Father God, you know. Why?
Why do you think I show you that clip? I'm going to take some phrases from what the Prime Minister uttered. I'm knowing to the fuck that the Prime Minister is now pursuing as related to that clip to stop land grabbing. Jamaica, I want you to listen to me tonight. The Prime Minister had demonstrated as it relates to the central government, which he represents, to limit land grabbing. The Prime Minister said, every Jamaican must own a piece of Jamaica, but it must be done legally and orderly. You know what the Prime Minister said?
Those were the words.
I go to 90 now.
Hey, I love, see, remember what I said, you know, those were the words that stood out to me. Legally. Say that again, Mystic. When him said that, I say, yo, I bet you them words are go against him. Listen.
And orderly.
Legally and orderly.
Which one I go to 90 now?
I've never seen it. I've never seen it before. First man to the clip.
All of the persons who depend on Andrew Honest. Who depend on Andrew Honest. Where Andrew Honest hit down the houses in Clifton. This is evidence. The Prime Minister learn and come out of him. Evidence, you know. The Prime Minister licked down the Clifton homes and said he is not against a Jamaican to own his or her home, but must do it orderly and legally. No. We could put the politics aside, and let us imagine what the Prime Minister said. That the Prime Minister is speaking that, okay, if you are going to pursue in terms of owning a land, you must do it orderly and legally.
Yeah, remember me hear that, you know, DJ.
That is my point of contention tonight. That is my point of contention tonight. Now, people, the investigation that I am going to go in detail. But before I go through the details, I'm just going to ask the opinion of Ratty and Pastor Ricky, based on what transpired here, as it relates to the Prime Minister, right? Dealing with the situation, never tend to exercise due process in the matter. As it relates to said, okay, all right, they are poor people, right? And why am I going here, Ratty? Here's the reason why I'm going here. Ratty, when we look on the Ratty and Pastor Ricky, when we look on the voting block, right, that represent Jamaica electorate, we know the most majority of the voters block made up by poor people. But reason now, you understand? Let us get into the demographics and break it down. Not only that majority of the people made up the vote.
Bad man, I kill him last some, not true.
But you have a lot of the middle class, these poor people within the voters block have been paying contribution to NHT for years, Ratty, for years, Pastor Ricky, and have not been getting any benefit of years of contribution. You have government bureaucracy.
I gotta switch over to my computer. Hold on.
You know, a screening process to find out whether or not the very same person
Go for me charger.
Contribution is capable of getting a look. However, you know how Jamaican people stay, right? With their skill and their talent, them can use them on and ton fashion. You understand? People going up hard and them do this. You understand? Put their money together, right? And them try to own a property of their home. The Prime Minister never exercised due diligence in terms of those understanding. And said, okay, all right, since they had done this, let us try go through some process in terms of how we can legalize them, or the government can intervene in terms of aiding the process as opposed to eating down their homes. Why do you think I am going here, people? I am going here because it is the same Andrew Holness as now under investigation as it relates to land grabbing. Only one of people, we are come there. So then when we look and we see how Andrew Holness administration, right, go against any effort of the poor people in trying to get a home. Andrew Holness sent tractor, bulldozer, and rush it down, knock it down. And he's telling the people that they are to do it legally. Why? Jamaica. Him not doing it legally. Him in Jamaica. So we are going to get there tonight. So, Brother Ratty, do you have anything to say on the mission?
Yeah, I see where Freedom put in the chat that she said that criminals are run to Dubai and whether or not the Emiratis would take the Prime Minister. Well, look, they can take him, but our links go far. And we have some links this time. We're going to make sure same don't see that place that a refuge or a haven. Because the Emiratis are right, they have extradited people. Scammers, crooks, all kinds of people they have extradited. They have some people there and they're waiting on the legal process to wind its way through the courts. But the Prime Minister wouldn't be a safe haven for him, I can tell you that much. It really wouldn't. Because there are people who have links over there. I have some links over there with the police department and some other people. So I would make sure I do everything within my power to make sure so if him go there, he can't stay. at the very least, you can't steal that. Them are going to push him out. Them also we don't want to hear. Exactly. Yeah. No, the thing about Clifton, if you go back and look at the thing, he said it's not at Clifton where them have the nefarious activities. But then we see him hacking down some houses in Clifton. I'm not quite understand that if it's north of Clifton, then it can't be Clifton. But then we see down houses in Clifton, and then one lady said she wasn't given any proper notification, and she had to go work and all that stuff. No, people, no matter how you look at it, that's cruel.
Cruel, man.
And here you play the clip with him in a church, you know.
Cruel.
Read the good book.
Cruel.
And I come out and I practice bad deeds.
A wicked man, brother.
Yeah. Where is there any forgiveness for somebody like him? When him
not forgive nothing.
None. There's a shrinking middle class despite what them tell you. Right? Another thing too is that them come and tell you this nonsense that the unemployment rate, and I have to share to that JLP person today. The unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been in Jamaica. I think it's like 3.6. And I have to send him a clip where Statin said from January 2024 coming forward, you cannot use the stats to compare prior to January 2024 because it's a brand new methodology. It's like apples and oranges. The way they use to count unemployment before January 2024 is not the way they're counting unemployment after January 2024.
Oh, so context matters.
These nonsense. And why do I bring that up? Because people, some of us were not paying attention to what's being said.
No.
Done.
True.
Forget about what's being said, but what's being done in front of our eyes. We're all witnesses to what's going on. And somehow, sometimes we just say, boy, it's not happening. I see it happening, but it's not happening. And, you know, there is work to be done. And that's why we continue to do what we're doing, because there's work to be done. Because some of us, we can't take the scales off of our eyes. And so somebody has to take it off here. Because if you leave it up to these politicians, they'll, you know something? One last thing before I can know Pastor Ricky for coming. You did something the other night. I'm going to do it this Saturday. But you did something the other night when you mentioned about the tax, the finance papers.
Yes.
All right. I went back and I'm going through all of the not convention, but conference speeches. I'm going through all the conference speeches. I'm going through all the manifestos. I'm going through all the postcard briefings. I'm going through all the reports. I'm going through all of the press conferences. And I came across a clip where the Prime Minister said that there have been no new taxes under this PNP administration.
JLP.
And people reel and jump up and say, whoa, yeah. And I thought about it, and I went back and I looked at the document that's been put up. And I said, you know, I'm right. I'm right. But people don't understand that I'm right for the wrong reason. They don't understand that. Listen to me carefully, people. I'm right for the wrong reason. Here's why. When you say no new taxes, what it means is that right now they don't tax you if you have a bicycle. If they come out and say we're going to tax you if you have a bicycle, that's a new tax. What he didn't say is that I'm not going to increase taxes. That's what he never said. Because the document you show a mistake, he increased taxes.
So ladies and gentlemen, it is now confirmed that Andrew Holness government has no new taxes, but what they have done is increase taxes. So you're paying a lot of tax. It's the most tax collected. So the no new tax thing it's a facade. It's something to make you, to hold you, to let you think that you're winning, but really you are losing. These people are con artists. They are perpetual liars. You understand what I'm saying? This is what they do. I'm glad to cover that clip here. You understand? I'm going to switch over to my computer. I'm so happy I covered this clip. Let's continue. Until I fully... Man, I'm hot, man. God damn.
So increase what they were already taxing. But you know what? Taxing the thing that they weren't taxing, if you can understand what I mean. Exactly. And people hear that. No.
So he has increased what he's already taxing. But I love it. Woo! Man, listen, boy. Hey, shout out to Rottigan, man. Shout out to Pastor And shout out to Mystic Sensation. Shout out to the general, the Titan boss himself. You understand what I say? Shout out to the Titan boss, man. Yo, I am, man, boy, hey. Woo! Yeah, somebody came in the chat a while ago talking about the tiger. Yeah, we spoke about that already. Jamaica is now at large in St. Elizabeth. She said St. Thomas. She said she mentioned St. Thomas and she mentioned Westmoreland. Did she mention St. Elizabeth a while ago when McQueen called me the prophetess? Very interesting. Very interesting indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. Let me just switch over here, say, yeah. But until me switch over, because I don't know where I'm going with this.
Exactly. And people hear that, no new taxes, and them say, whoa, and then they realize that, you know, when you smoke a cigarette, you pay tax because of the GCP. When you buy gas, the list is there, people. And thankfully for Mystic brought it to my attention, brought it to everybody's attention. And I don't know how many people paid attention to it, but I certainly did. And I went and said, no new taxes, and I found it. And he's right. No new taxes. He's not taxing anything that wasn't taxed before. The things that were taxed before, he increased them.
Yeah, I not the tax them.
I rest my case. All right, well said. Come in, Pastor Ricky. All right, please. Yes, go ahead.
The Prime Minister is not a Christian. This is why I repeatedly say that any pastor, church leader, ministers who support this Prime Minister and his government have denied the faith and have betrayed the gospel of Jesus Christ and should be ashamed of themselves and should go and repent. When you read the scripture that from Deuteronomy 15, that God spoke to Moses to tell the children of Israel before they cross over into the promised land, that on the 7th year, everything should be free. And whoever owed debt it's canceled. You know, that's the part one of the Mosaic law. Now, moving forward, the Prime Minister took the law into his hands. If Jamaica is a true democracy and there's freedom, the Charter of Freedom, Fundamental and Rights and Privacy in Chapter 3 of the Constitution, what the Prime Minister should have done, if he said Jamaican citizens illegally occupy the land, he should have gone to the court, get an injunction or a court order and a warrant and serve them and give them periodically, say 30 days to vacate if he could have proven his case. That's how it would have been done in a first world country like America, England, or Canada. So the fact that he lied on the floor of the parliament when he says they're the same one that said this is an honorable house, but yet he called these people criminals that's occupying the land, that criminals gave them the land. Now he called the people that sell them the land criminals, and he called the people, the Jamaican citizens, taxpayers, squatters. It shows you that he has no investigational skills, because he should have gone to NHT with the names of the people that occupy the space, the land, with their TRN number to see if they have paid into NHT. You hear one of the ladies say she's on her way to work, meaning that she, possible have a job and possible paying her NHT withdrawal from her paycheck. So what he should have did was find an amicable solution to ensure that Jamaican citizens are not left homeless without a dwelling over their head. So he is, remember I know Sir Rattigan and Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, and everyone in the chat. This man have an indigent housing program separately from Desmond McKenzie.
Tilda Holt, what up?
Indigent housing program.
Good to see you too.
These people, my understanding is that they bought the space or the land from a lady in the Ministry of Education. They were not squatters. They paid for it. The lady said, she had a receipt showing that she paid $800,000 at the time that she moved on that space. So these people work and bought the piece of property, but the Prime Minister had other plans he wanted the land. This is why the Integrity Commission give them to May 31st this month as it relates to land acquisition, to show proof and evidence of how they purchased the land. This is the same Prime Minister where claiming son just by 24 acres of land over K1's estate in St. Catherine. And we know of other members of parliament former members of parliament in St. Thomas who claim them by how much thousands acres of land for $1. So this is a practice that has been going on, land grabbing and snatching and taking people's land and lying to get the people's land. And so we're looking forward are they going to turn over what the IC requested that is due by May 31st to the Integrity Commission? So the Prime Minister, Sir Rattigan is on the program. I'm trying to behave myself. Big respect, Sir Rattigan. But listen, man, the Prime Minister is the chief criminal in Jamaica. He knows these are poor people. And if he had an indigent program when built 271 houses, he should have ensured that the people that I'm going to relocate from that space get one of the indigent housing program. But it never did that because he have other plans for the land. And we are going to see the truth when the Integrity Commission get to the bottom of these 12 agencies, but 9 of them is in the Prime Minister's office on that request that the Integrity Commission released about a month ago. Back over to you, sir.
One quick thing I think, it's funny because, and we shouldn't forget it, that he said they're criminals selling the land and occupying the land. He never came out and admitted that the lady who he arrested for selling the thing was a principal in his constituency, one of his most ardent supporters. And if you notice, you hear nothing more about that case there. All right. Nothing. So, and since you speak about it, Ratty, let us show the people the evidence as it relates to that principle. So you want to show that principle now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. One more point. In Jamaica, the law says if you dwell on a land for 12 years and you can show proof that you pay the property tax, after 12 years, you're the owner of the land, even if you got squat on it from 12 years ago. Once that 12-year period is up, you own the land.
It's true. But the information is true. Let us show.
Wow, I did not know that.
That the Prime Minister even blamed Klansman to be doing this. And the person who guilty of this is the Prime Minister's friend. Let us show people the Prime Minister's friend, the principal. All right, here it is, people. We are a school principal charged with poker breach relating to illegal Clifton sales. This is the Prime Minister's friend, you know. Don't talk about it, you know. Nationwide news understand that one person has been charged in relation to the illegal sale of land in the vicinity of Clifton and Portmore St. Catherine. Sulin Ward Brown, a school principal, has been charged with breaches of the Proceed of Crime Act, POCA, the Law Reform Fraudulent Transaction Special Provision Act, and Common Law Conspiracy to defraud. Take it away on it. Just want to show the people how the Prime Minister came out and lied, and as it relates to what Pastor Vicky said, that the Prime Minister did not do any investigation. Because if the Prime Minister had done any investigation, the Prime Minister would have known that, okay, it is the Prime Minister's own friend who is guilty of that and being arrested. And now since that came out, right, as what Rattigan said, we have heard nothing about that case. And so you can see the level of criminality as it relates to Andrew Holness' extended arm. You understand? Corrupting the criminal justice system. Just like you are seeing nothing being done as it relates to Royal Reid case. You're not hearing anything. This is the criminality, right, of the government. Now, let us get into serious things in terms of the reason as to why
right, I showed, right, the land. And we are going to get into a little bit of investigation.
Keep them talking.
I showed that to say that here is Andrew Owens being the Prime Minister, right? And as according to him, was correcting the behavior as it relates to what transpired in St. Catherine. Right?
They move it to 17 years now. I lie.
Land grabbing. And at the same time,
never know that.
Right, being doing that. The Prime Minister himself is guilty. Let me show you a similar pattern with the Prime Minister. To show you that, okay, all right. This is not just a one-off incident with Andrew Owens. This is Andrew Owens in his DNA. Okay, let us go back and remind people what happened, right, as it relates to the similar behavior. When Andrew Owens accused Azan, if you remember the incident with Azan.
Yeah.
When Andrew Owens accused Azan, right, as it relates to breaching procurement process, Andrew Owens was under investigation for the very same thing.
I lie.
People now hear me? Andrew Owens was under investigation. And that did not stop Andrew Owens being under investigation to be accusing Adam.
Wow.
And saying to the hypocritical self that he's not going to work in the parliament with Adam.
Wow.
So what sort of person is this? Don't remember, man, can't say I like this, you know. Remember that Andrew Owens, the timeline of the investigation being investigated by the Integrity Commission investigators, the timeline is between period 2007 to 2009, you know. People want to remember that, you know. And remember, say it is after that we accused Azan. Right? He accused Azan in 2015. So just look, the Prime Minister knew very well that he's under investigation for even more serious things than what Azan did. It's not like Azan.
Hey, do y'all have eczema? Man, when summertime come, man, boy, ooh, I feel like the sun is cutting my skin like this. Even when I'm in the shade, I just feel like the sun is cutting my skin. Oh my God. That's why you see me like this. Ugh. I just took a shower, man. Like, God damn, this sun is, boy, that's why I love to live I like to go to the rivers. Anytime it's summertime, I like to go to the rivers. I like to go to the water. The other day I was supposed to go to the river, but we were going around to look for a river spot. Couldn't find any. And we went a distance too. And where we went, rain was falling. So by the time we went to the river was nasty. Water was dirty. We couldn't even, man, that sucked. I ain't gonna cap. That really, really was messed up, bro. That was messed up. Lord of mercy. All that we got, love, what are we gonna do with it?
Azan did. It's not like Azan took any government money and took any money from out of the treasury. Azan don't do nothing like that. Azan took the money out of his personal pocket and facilitate some poor people. This got to show you in Jamaica that this man no poor people, you know, and yet he's from the bosom of the poor.
Remember when he talked about Portia Simpson, Miller said that her type of love and the right type of love. She said she loved poor people and that I know what they need. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys were cheering at that time. Do you still hold that same opinion? And I'm talking to the ones that did. Don't you appreciate Portia? You should. You should appreciate her.
So I am just highlighting Andrew Owens' hypocriticalness. No, look in at this investigation that I'm going to present. People, we need no work hard people, you know. Let them come and look at me when we go and present. No, people, let me show you the level of hypocrisy. Just remember, you know, we show Clifton and what they have done with the poor people houses. But let me start with Andrew Honest's wife.
Why did you say call me?
People, look here. Let me show you the truth. Impossible to fix. Let me show you what they go on here. Let me show you Jamaican people. That's what I'm saying. There's no prayer against them. Ultimate wicked and ultimately evil. Your people, impossible to fix. Juliet owner tells court her 800 million housing project doomed to fail if issues with access road not addressed. I mean, if I go brief in Tita, developer, Juliet owners has told a court she's facing a failed 800 million housing project in St. Andrew if issues with an access road are not addressed in a high stakes title dispute. Take it away on it. Why Mr. Sensation show that? Let me bring up this. Why Mr. Sensation showing that? Now, you see, Andrew Honest went to go to funeral and father funeral. You say, you know what? I am going to bring back Jamaica for reality. Because the political...
Hey, I'm big up all of the teachers today on Teachers Day. Alright, big up all of the teachers, see? Yeah, man, for real.
Fix is to say, okay, everything is okay with both and the Prime Minister. And, you know, the Prime Minister would not take both money. I'm coming plain as day, you know. Plain as day. And knowing to the fact that he went to Bolt's father's funeral, whether he's invited or is not invited, I'm not interested into that.
Hey, yo.
I'm interested in the vein of the wickedness and the cruelty and the barefacedness and the political tactics that they want to win. So let me just remind people something. Remind people in history.
Oh.
Now remember,
you are not welcome here.
That the Prime Minister
just have a deal with one fly a while ago, one bug, look like one wicked was.
How many transactions the Prime Minister used to purchase that land? 4 transactions. 4 transactions. Simply means that the Prime Minister run out of cash. The Prime Minister run out of cash. The Prime Minister claimed, Patrick Bailey claimed, people, the document is there. Patrick Bailey claimed that the bulk of the money came from SSL, right, to purchase the land. Now, remember in 2011, Bolo did not join SSL as yet. So I am telling you, as way back as in 2008, where SSL becomes a feeding tree for the Prime Minister. SSL became a feeding tree for the Prime Minister of Jamaica. The Prime Minister joined SSL 2008. You always hear...
Hold on there. Labour Ministry building to be renamed in honor of Portia Simpson Miller. But here them are something happy this, you know? Portia's legacy is bigger than the Ministry of Labour. Una never name the highway after her, and una don't want to name the new children hospital after her. So in the election year, una they are try trick comrades. Una can't trick we. But look for nationwide. Put out story about Labour Ministry building to be renamed in honor of Portia Simpson Miller. Portia Simpson Miller bigger than ministry, than one building. You know what other? After what Portia Simpson Miller do for this country. But them money have ranking, man. Them money have rank bad, you know. The audacity. Anyway, back to Mystic. Sorry for disturbing you, Mystic. Let's go back a little.
4 transactions. Simply means that the Prime Minister run out of cash. The Prime Minister run out of cash.
PR run out of cash?
The Prime Minister claimed.
Tap up the screen, guys. Tap up the screen.
People, the document is there. Patrick Bailey claimed that the bulk of the money came from SSL, right, to purchase the land. Now, remember in 2011, Bolo did not join SSL as yet. So I am telling you, as we are back in 2008,
where SSL becomes a feeding tree for the Prime Minister. SSL became a feeding tree for the Prime Minister of Jamaica. The Prime Minister joined SSL 2008. You always hear Mystic Sensation talking about Audrey Sewell. Audrey Sewell, the permanent secretary. The Prime Minister appointed her permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. And so then Audrey Sewell would have overlooked all those procurement breaches. And that's why I'm saying that Audrey Sewell must be investigated. But this is not about Audrey Sewell tonight. Let us push on to show that Prime Minister Andrew Holness went to both funerals, went to both fathers' funeral, it means nothing. The Prime Minister is just bare face. The Prime Minister is just dry eye. My grandmother would have said, it come like two broke coconut in a fear eye. The Prime Minister is just bare face. Right? The Prime Minister is the natural predator and bold is the prey. So that we just pat Jamaica and show Jamaica something. So when the Prime Minister had done that, right? The Prime Minister, money run out in 2011 because the money that him make as it relates to influencing contract with Gavin. Right? Remember that he buy some properties in bring that in a true ADMAT. Use ADMAT, the money that he got from Gavin, I presume that those money push into ADMAT. And of course, ADMAT in St. Lucia bought those properties, those first initial properties. So we could smoothie now, we could travel in on the journey now. So in 2011, of course, the Prime Minister utilized most of the money. You understand what you address to the influence there. You understand and have to pay to the land there. Right? In 4 transactions. And me saying to the people. Apache Bailey said this. Apache Bailey said this. No. Most of the money came from where? SSL in 2011. Bold. Not get into SSL yet. Okay. But we flip the page. I'm going to call that page 11. That take me through the book. I'm going to call that page 11. I'm going to go over page 12 that represent. So page 11 represent 2011. I'm going to go page 12 what represent 2012. What happened in 2012? Bold giant SSL. Bold giant SSL. And the first big chunk of money that Bold put into SSL. Yes, man. Marcus Kerry and Lucas Kerry jumped up. We have the evidence, you know. We have the evidence, you know. That's why we have to go back to the whistleblower tonight. Yes, people. We are going back there. We are going back there. People can't say me never go back there, you know. Me never tell him to go back to Bold funeral, you know. And from once he go back to Bold funeral, from once he went to Bold funeral, me never go back to the whistleblower. I remind people, I did make me go back to the whistleblower tonight, you know. Now watch this now, people. Let me show you something. Marcus Kerry and Lucas Kerry jump and both bring in the chunk of $6.7 US million in jump up, you know. No, I'm put in direct vase in this, you know. Direct vase, I think we don't know, say, you take up money out of SSL and give it to Andrew Holness. Hey, direct vase, you see you? Direct vase. You think we don't know, say, you responsible for putting that JP account in SSL?
Hey!
Eh? We don't say it's silent in the answer, nothing.
Whoa!
We have the evidence in the direct vase, so you know, but I can't go on like you want to run out, you know. We have the evidence, you know. You just wait for you, you know. You! Yeah, man. You are the mediator in between SSL and Andrew Holness, giving Andrew Holness the money.
People want to hear this?
No, let's say something to you, man. In 2012, when Bolo put in the money, right, because you see me play direct Holness, impossible to fix. You know what, see some people, look where I go. In 2012, remember in 2011, Andrew Holness have no money in. No transaction him used to pay. And in 2012, when Bolo put in the money, what happened, people? All of a sudden, Andrew Holness have money. Andrew Holness has stopped spending money straight through the 4 years between 2012 to 2016 and finishing big mansion. Is that that? Andrew, is that that? 2012, Bolo put in money. Your construction swings straight through from 2012 to 2016.
Damn!
Is that lie? That is not lie. Construction runs straight through from 2012 to 2016. Where did you get that money from? Where did you get that money from? Now, in 2012, people, you know what also happened? While Andrew Holness building that big house. You know what? Jamaican owners started the apartment complex in Lee's flat.
Hold on there. No,
Jamaican
no.
owners get that money from?
No,
Jamaican owners
that's
get
some
that money
serious
from?
question
Jamaican
they may
owners
ask.
started the apartment complex at Lee's flat. Go back and look at the document, people, in 2012. So in 2012, in 2011, right, both Andrew owners and Juliet owners struck the cash, but in 2012, when both put in their money, you understand, Andrew owners was able to start his Beverly Hills house, breakthrough 4-year period, finished in 2016, and also Juliet owners have money, you understand, to start this flat.
Wow.
To start this flat operation.
Wow.
Now, so to show that, look at getting any trouble. Let us bring up this document.
People now hear this?
So I am showing people where we are going on, how Andrew Warren is in another big financial.
Damn strong, big up yourself.
Now look at this. Look at this.
Very good partnership with Hen and Fifth, Chinese construction company, that brought their technical expertise into the development of the site, which ensured that the price points were within reach of the average Jamaican. So this is a lovely site, would normally be considered prime real estate, but the objective of the government is to ensure that Jamaicans have the opportunity to enjoy their Jamaica, their piece of the rock.
Mary, trust me. Sometimes I sit down. When I said to you, I don't know if you was here earlier, and I said, I wanted to do a show on how much things and red flags under the Jamaica Labour Party. The little time, the 1 year that I've been doing this. Yes, it's been a year. It's been a year. Is it? No, it hasn't been a year. It hasn't been a year. In September, October, it's going to be a year. The 6 months now that I've been covering politics, I have learned so much. So much has happened in that 6 months, and then historical things before I am learning that I did not know at all. And I decided, I wanted to do a show because the election is coming up. The 100-day promise, the NEPA secret deal, Andrew Warren's lack of statutory declaration being certified, Roel Reed, the buildings that are unoccupied, and the TAJs paying how much money for them on a monthly basis. The properties that violate the KSMC agreements, the $1.8 trillion unaccounted for, the other 7 people in the government that is under investigation that we don't know about. These are just some of the stuff on the top of my head. The water situation in Jamaica, where they're giving the people them drums and they're selling them water instead of putting water, lining the pipes and putting water in their pipes. The education system being the way it is. The gerrymandering attempt of Portmore becoming a parish. Andrew Warren's wife, $800 million project. Her name allegedly being on somebody's property or will or some shit. Like, the amount of mix-up and baga is a baga government. Like, there's tangible things that you can say, yo, this look like corruption. You get what I say? And then there's other things that scream suspicion. And there's other things that is just downright sick. I'm talking about you got to be sick. You got to be a real wicked ass person to be a part of this. You understand what I'm saying? Then you have Marlene Malahoo Forte constitutional reform, right? You have the pro-box situation. You have the many lies that Andrew Holness tell. Because when you play the tape from before and then you play the tape today, it's like, bro, what are we even talking about? You gotta stop. You really got to stop. You know? The buildings, the people, them house, them tear down. We just learn about that. Some more parts of that now. I mean, it's just a lot. It's a lot. This government is a lot. Hold on there. Do you think? This government is just a lot, guys. Hold on there, people. Anyway, people, sorry about that. So it is really a lot, Mary. This man, I really want. Somebody said something earlier that, you know, the people in Rio Cobre should sue NEPA, and I would do the, I would champion that. That's a good idea. They should sue NEPA and the government for breaking the mandate of NEPA. Whoever was involved, the people of Jamaica need to be compensated, and the people in that specific area, since as they don't want them to sue the company that had the oil spill, sue the government for making a secret deal with them, there has to be some type of alleged kickback. There has to be. I don't know a government that just put a slap on the wrist on a company that violates the environment. And government love money, sir. That needs to be studied. It needs to be investigated. We should, man. Hey, Mark, that's fine. That's fine. Make it stay. Mark Golding has a lot of work to do. I mean, bro, it is ridiculous the amount of work he has to do. His whole team, trust me, all of them, comrade them in the leadership. Listen to me, please. I don't know. You guys have a lot of work to do. Get prepared mentally, physically, spiritually, and every way. But I was listening to. Thank you. I was listening to cause water gone a while ago. I'm telling you, I wash my clothes them. People may have to turn off the machine. Water is gone. But anyway, I know rain just a chisel a while ago. Every time I choose to watch, well not every time, but 90% of the time I choose to wash, rainfall. I don't know why. But anyway, any monkey with my back come off. Thank you. In Jesus' name. Anyway, can we get to 100 likes already? Damn, I've been on here for 3 hours, man. What the hell going on? Only 95 likes and how much people passed through here? So 200 odd people was in here. I'm only have 95 likes. That's crazy. Only 95 of my people passed through. Y'all don't appreciate the brother. It's just likes. It's not even donations. There's a donation link at the bottom of the screen, or pinned at the top of the comment section. You have the Cash App, you have the PayPal, and you have the Zelle. See me? Yeah, I ain't got to say nothing else. If you want to donate. Anyway, I was listening to the teacher, Titan Boss, Salonsum, and he was talking about one of the turncoats. And she had the audacity to characterize Mark Golding in a way that was clearly Andrew Holness. I was like, wait a minute, what? What is I get her sick? She gone, she lose her mind. She mad. Right? I mean, I wonder if they must send out the female them on purpose. If say the most outlandish things them. And that me I wonder, you know? I think they're doing it on purpose. Because, oh, you're attacking a woman. No, we're attacking her argument. There's a difference. Her argument is trash.
Years, the demand is incredible. I'm certain that if we had here 8,000 houses, 10,000 houses, all of them would have been sold. In fact, I'm told that the HHA
Vernon Wagwan, big up yourself.
200 houses and had more than 6 times the number of applicants.
Now, why did Mystic Sensation play the clip? Let me explain. It's what we call quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. Andrew Holness, HHJ is a government entity. And as a result of that, I mean, I think that HHJ was created by PJ Patterson, right? During PJ Patterson government. So it's a government agency. So there is no share, so to speak, and all of that. You understand? Let us put that aside. That is not where I'm going. But where I'm going with this investigation is also where the Integrity Commission investigators are going. People, HHJ, the board, the chairman, right, who sits on the HHJ, let me show you people who sits on the HHJ. The board of HHJ. Let us show you who sits on the board of HHJ. And when we talk about quid pro quo, we talk about the level of corruption with Andrew Holness. Trust me, it cannot be measured.
Unmeasurable.
HHJ annual report, where I'm going. Annual report, I want to show people who sits on the board of HHJ. Yes, Tony. Love how you're working with me tonight. Annual report 2019-20. People, let me just go down. I want to show you the person who sits on the board of HHJ. Right? Let me just find out.
Hey, salute to y'all for hitting that like button, man. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. We got 100 likes. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up.
Now here it is, people. Now the people can see it on it. And let me just make it for you. Because I want the people to see it, you know.
What do you mean?
See the criminal activity, you know, the quid pro quo. And you want this level, and I want to know if PSOJ is not calling out this. If Umbrella Group of Church is not calling out this, let me do it. See the man have the mouth upon him. See the man spin the mouth around him here. So I'm going to show you the level of corruption, people. Standing from left to right, Gary Howell, Wayne Strachan, Robert Lawrence, Sylvester Polo, Stephen Fungi, Ian Johnson, and John Valentine. Painted from left to right. How you working with me tonight? Annual Report 2019-20. People, let me just go down. I want to show you the person who sits on the board of HAJ. Right? Let me just find that for you. Now here it is, people. And the people can see it on it. And let me just miggle it for you. Because I want the people to see it, you know. See the criminal activity, you know, the quid pro quo. And you want less level. And I want to know if PSOJ is not calling out this. If Umbrella Group of Church is not calling out this. Let me show it. See the man having the mouse upon him now. See me I spin the mouse around him, yeah? So I'm going to show you the level of corruption, people. Standing from left to right, Gary Howell, Wayne Strachan, Robert Lawrence, Sylvester Tolo, Stephen Fungi, Ian Johnson, and John Valentine. Painted from left to right, Doreen Prendergast, Pierre Hutchinson, and who this people? Norman Brown. No. Henry Morgan. Henry Morgan. So, all right. Put that away. I just want to show something. As Morgan does Morgan things, you know. Think me no dey up here. As Morgan does Morgan things, you know. Think me no dey up here. I wonder if you want to consume Mystic Sensation too, because you have a Ratigan, you know. You have any lawsuit for Mystic Sensation, Morgan? I mean, what you are listening? You want to run out? Run out. You understand? Let's talk about lawsuit, you're going to run and back down. Eh? But more you do, more you talk, more you hope for your voice. Now, why the Integrity Commission is investigating this? And because Morgan does Morgan things as it relates to... Then, of course, we are going to show you that is the same every Morganism that Andrew Holness is carrying on. So Andrew Holness now, right? That man from out of HAJ, and let me show you the document why the Integrity Commission investigators are investigating this. HAJ chairman to take charge of UDC board. We're going to look at this now, people. See that? So Andrew Holness have a corruption, people. Want to see how Andrew Holness have a corruption, want to watch it now. HAJ chairman to take charge of UDC board. This is big conflict of interest, you know. Why big conflict of interest? Brother Ratigan, you know, so me are good tonight, you know. Brother Ratigan, you remember Imperium, right? Me now hear Brother Ratigan.
Yeah.
So you see the reason why me are going to say?
Just why I got it.
Okay. So then, Andrew Holness take this man from off of the HAJ board. And now, put this man, HAJ, while this man have shares in an Andrew Holness Imperium company. People who don't understand the corruption, they can't get first on this. Who don't watch this, people. Norman Brown, the chairman of the Housing Agency of Jamaica. This man and the Prime Minister. Right? This man is a director of the Prime Minister company, and not only one company, you know. In a more than one company of the Prime Minister, you know. And the Prime Minister put this man now to in charge of the Housing Agency of Jamaica. Been appointed the chairman of the Urban Development Corporation, the state agency that controls billions of dollars worth of government land and real estate. You see where the land government coming in? people, but Andrew Holness done. Want to see what Andrew Holness do? As it relates to the corruption? Remove this man from out of HAJ. Richmond, this man is the director in Andrew Holness company and hold shares in Andrew Holness company. Let's go to the Integrity Commission investigation. And yet, Henry Morgan grandson, Henry Morgan great-great-grandson is saying that the Integrity Commission, you understand, have malice aforethought and politically biased to investigate Andrew Holness. You see how Henry Morgan grandson, great-great-grandson is so out of order. You see how Henry Morgan, who used to rob on the ICs, or him grandson, him great-great-grandson is so out of order. You see how Henry Morgan grandson, in great-great-grandson is still out of order. Your Henry Morgan great-great-grandson out of order. Now watch out. Integrity Commission raises conflict of interest, concern over owners and business partner who chairs UDC and HHA. What do you mean? This is a big conflict of interest, people. In this 2019 photo, Prime Minister Andrew Holness is seen along with Housing Agency of Jamaica Chairman Norman Brown at a signing ceremony for the St. Catherine Estate Housing Development in St. Catherine. See there now, see there? Want to see the corruption there? Now, Brown, who chairs both the Housing Agency of Jamaica and the Urban Development Corporation agencies under Holness ministerial portfolio, holds shares in Estate Bridge Development Company alongside Holness family. You hear the corruption people? They point out the corruption to you know, want to see and understand why the Integrity Commission investigate this and why Henry Morgan grandson begs. They don't know why Henry Morgan grandson begs because Henry Morgan grandson have the solid DNA penalty like his grandfather, his great-grandfather. The two entities manage billions of dollars in the state asset. You know, hear that, people? The similarity in the functions of HAJ and UDC and the relationship between Holness and Brown pose significant interest concerns, said Kevin Stevenson, Director of Investigation and Integrity Commission. No, we hear Henry Morgan grandson, Delicate and Kevin Stevenson, say Kevin Stevenson political bias and Kevin Stevenson have an axe to grind. Can you imagine? When you see this clear conflict of interest and clear corruption, if this potential conflict of interest is not managed appropriately, it may be deleterious to the public interest. However, the director said
my check. Okay, good.
No direct evidence was presented to suggest that there has been any impropriety occasioned by the reference potential conflict of interest. The remarks are part of the Commission's 171-page report and an investigation into Holness income and asset and declaration from 2019 to 2022. It noted that the Commission was unable to determine whether Holness should face prosecution or illicit enrichment because the Prime Minister refused to provide details on his personal expense. Additionally, there are unresolved questions surrounding over 473 million worth of transactions involving companies connected to Holness Estate Bridge Development Company. And with Norman Brown involved in that, a key part of investigation lists Brown as a director and shareholder alongside Holness' sister and one of his sons, the Commission said. The Commission highlighted that both HAG and UDC are involved in real estate making Brown dual roles in government and establish problematic people, especially since both agencies fall under the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation and People. Remember, some mystic sensation telling us say Audrey Sewell was also in the ministry, was also permanent secretary in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and the whole of them place amidst billions of dollars. Brown has chaired HAG since 2016, and was appointed UDC chairman in 2024. Take it away. Let us go to the panel. We don't have no time to wait.
People. Norman Brown. I tell you why. Audrey Sewell. I'm going to keep them names there in mind in the car. Remember say, Mystic Sensation is an editor by profession, is an auditor by profession, an investigator. I think a former police officer as well. Yeah. Keep those. I'm telling you, you guys need to go and watch Mystic Sensation. They don't do a lot of videos, but when they do, you understand, the discussion is centered around some real heavy hitting stuff. Feel me I say? Yeah, one part of it I go use still. First, man, listen to me. Yeah, one part of it I go use, I go back.
Hey, this is Prada from In-Depth Podcast. Click on that Watch Now button to watch the very interesting.
Who guilty of this is the Prime Minister's friend.
Purchase the land and have denied the faith. And that.
Can you look at the thing? He said it's north of Clifton where them are there.
Right? Go against the opinion.
Abolish.
But give generous to them. And save it. Now let us go to the next clip.
Therefore, I command you to be 11 from the New International Version.
That there is a pastor. I don't understand save it. I don't think no pastor in the world. No. Pastor Ricky and Brother Rattigan. Let me say this. I don't think no pastor in the world can pray for you and you understand save him, man.
Are poor toward.
Oh.
So without a grudging heart. All your
no pastor in the world.
Alright, may I start to write this one. Right, this one may I start here. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo VNR, and I want to say a big shout out to Mystic Sensation. Alright, make sure that you guys go ahead and definitely go and subscribe and support the platform. If you're not yet, if you're not yet a subscriber of this platform, hey, I encourage you to go right ahead, ladies and gentlemen, and subscribe to this platform, Bolo VNR. Let's get to 20k subs, right? And remember,
when the time come, some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes. Why Bolo?
Some are got charged for corruption.
When the time come, some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes.
Yeah man, we have to spread the word, man, cause you hear Marky G a sound the trumpet. Some are got charged for corruption. When the right time come. Mighty God, we can't wait for the time, but we are waiting, dear Lord. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is the topic for this particular one here, of course. You know, from Mystic Sensation. So, make we go in a class, no? Because the money a teacher, you know.
Now, Pastor, you remember that again? Let me say this. I don't think no pastor in the world can pray for Andrew Jonas and save him.
Share a promotion, Wagwan. Florence Brown, Wagwan.
That there is a pastor.
Vernon Mitchell. Big up everybody on the live. Sharon, my baby, what's up? Big up on yourself, you know. The word is love, you know. I born you, big up. Everybody, big up. Well, I'm a moderator, then big up.
But give generous to them. Because if you show in will, they will turn to God. And of course, God will exercise his vengeance. It is Andrew Jonas, you know. Me pray, you know, I'm going to hear Andrew Jonas. I say, I'm not shouting tonight, you know. Serious, I'm not shouting tonight. Don't show ill will against the needy and give generous to them. Okay, let us go to the next clip. The next clip is going to show you that there's no pastor that can pray for Andrew Jonas and save him. Now, let us go to the next clip.
Demolition crews, under the careful watch and protection of members of security forces, demolished several houses in a section of St. Catherine known as Clifton. The government of Jamaica today carried out a proposed demolition of housing structures in an area of Portmore St. Catherine known as Clifton. The justification for this drastic move is cited as a measure to crack down on criminal gangs accused of squatting or land grabbing on the outskirts of Clifton. It is suspected that much of the criminal activities that occur in St. Catherine stem from this area. Some 30 illegally erected houses were destroyed today.
We have done our own surveillance, and we have discovered that in proximity to Clifton, just above it, has been captured. The National Security Council, in reviewing the development plan, observed an insidious and growing threat in the area where alleged gangsters were capturing lands in the area adjoining the Clifton community, creating their own informal subdivision and selling these lands under the false pretense of ownership or building on them themselves. The SCJ has given warning and served notice to cease and desist. The capturing and illegal construction has continued to the point done orderly and lawfully. All of Jamaica must acknowledge, every single Jamaican must acknowledge that this is just wrong. So, this is something that the central government of Jamaica must stand up and ensure it does not continue. Absolutely. The government will act to demolish those structures that have been illegally erected.
One resident broke down in tears as she recounts how she purchased her spot from a man for $800,000. She says that he just wrote paid on the receipt, and that's how she became a landowner. Now she can't get the seller on the phone.
Yeah, just introduce me to the man. I get the receipt, then give them me TRN and my ID, and then turn up the receipt, give me. They send the receipt, give me. Nobody not give me the look one, no give me. Look, after me just pass and so try to me so them like on the plane. Me just for work. I see that for work. I change and me go work in a man time. Come in happy, come here see if it belongs so. So me don't know what to do.
Take it away, honey. Take it away. My people of Jamaica. Why do you think I show you that clip? I'm going to take some phrases from what the Prime Minister uttered. And knowing to the fact that the Prime Minister is now pursuing as it relates to that clip to stop land grabbing. Jamaica, I want you to listen to me clearly tonight. The Prime Minister had demonstrated as it relates to the central government, which he represents, to limit land grabbing. The Prime Minister said, every Jamaican must own a piece of Jamaica, but it must be done legally and orderly. You know what the Prime Minister said? Which part I go tonight, you know? Very serious, you know. I want every Jamaican, I want all of the persons who the different Andrew owners, who the different Andrew owners. Where Andrew owners hit down the houses in Clifton, you know. This is evidence with the Prime Minister. Come out of him. Evidence, you know. Where the Prime Minister lit down the Clifton homes and said he's not against a Jamaican to own his or her home, but must do it orderly and legally. Now, we could put the politics aside, people, and let us imagine what the Prime Minister said. That the Prime Minister is speaking that, okay, if you are going to pursue in terms of owning a land, you must do it orderly and legally. That is my point of contention tonight. That is my point of contention tonight. Now, people, the investigation that I am going to go in details. But before I go through the details, I'm just going to ask the opinion of Ratty and Pastor Ricky, based on what transpired here, as it relates to the Prime Minister, right, dealing with a situation, never tend to exercise due process in the matter. As it relates to said, okay, all right, these persons, they are poor people, right? And why am I going here, Ratty? Here's the reason why I am going here. Ratty, when we look on the Ratty and Pastor Ricky, when we look on the voting block, right, that represent Jamaica electorate, we know say most majority of the voters block made up by poor people. Make a reason now. You understand? Let us get into the demographics and break it down.
So I went online to chat with the missionaries and they answered all these questions. And then they said, hey, would you answer a question for us?
Not only that majority of the people made up the voters block, but you have a lot of the middle class, a lot of these poor people within the voters block have been paying contribution to NHT for years, Ratty, for years, Pastor Ricky, and have not been getting any benefit of years of contribution. You have government bureaucracy as it relates to certain, screening process to find out whether or not the very same person who have been paying their contribution is suitable of getting a loan. However, you know how Jamaican people stay, right? With their skill and their talent, them can use them on and ton fashion. You understand? People go in a pardon and them do this. You understand? Put their money together, right? And them try to own a property of their home. The Prime Minister never exercised due diligence in terms of those understanding. And said, okay, all right. Since they had done this, let us go through some process in terms of how we can legalize them. Or the government can intervene in terms of aiding the process as opposed to eating down their homes. Why do you think I am going to hear people? Because it is the same Andrew owners as now the investigation as Julius Land Cabinet. Only one of people, we are come there. So then when we look and we see Andrew owners administration, right, go against any effort of the poor people in trying to get a home. Andrew owners send tractor, bulldozer, and rush it down, mash it down. And he's telling the people that they are to do it legally, while him Jamaica, him not doing it legally, him Jamaica So we're going to get there tonight. So, Brother Ratty, do you have anything to say on the mission?
Yeah, I see where Freedom put on the chat that
Before Mr. Rattigan go, now, ladies and gentlemen, this situation with these houses, he labeled them as criminals. The other day when that situation happened and the Integrity Commission report came out, if the KSMC gives you an agreement as to, and I'm asking a question, obviously, if the KSMC and you have an agreement that you're going to build two apartment house and you build a 4 apartment house, or proceed to build a 4 apartment house, are you a criminal? Or it's only when you're a poor person you're a criminal? But that's what I have to ask. And then look at that poor young lady. She said she didn't get any notice. She has safe by, like, Pastor Ricky is gonna say something very interesting, and I'm gonna let it play, but because it was his point, and I listened to this already. But that young lady, this situation, I mean, I think Jonas could have done better. It's a shame what he chose to do in this situation to render these people homeless. It is a real shame, ladies and gentlemen. But let's hear what Ratty has to say.
to say that criminals are run to Dubai.
Mr. Rattigan,
and whether or not the Emiratis would take the Prime Minister. Well, look, they can take him, but our links go far. And we have some links this, and we're going to make sure say him don't see that place there's a refuge or a haven. Because the Emiratis have, they have extradited people. Scammers, crooks, all kinds of people they have extradited. They have some people there, and they're waiting on the legal process to wind its way through the courts. But the Prime Minister wouldn't be a safe haven for him. I can tell you that much. It really wouldn't. Because you have people who have links over there. I have some links over there with the police department and some other people. So I would make sure I do everything within my power to make sure so him not. If him go there, him can't stay there. At the very least, him can't stay there. That them will push him out. They must say we don't want you here.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, the thing about Clifton. If you go back and look at the thing, he said.
Very interesting. They on your ass, Andrew. If you're thinking about an escape plan, these people are on your ass. God damn. They are determined. The Titans, Will Rattigan, are determined for you to face. And if you and your family, not just you, to face justice. For all these for all these potential crimes. Let's continue.
And it's not at Clifton where them have the nefarious activities. But then you see like you meet them some houses in Clifton. I don't quite understand that if it's north of Clifton, then it can't be Clifton. But then you see meet down houses in Clifton, and then one lady said she wasn't given any proper notification and she had to go work and all this stuff. No, people, no matter how you look at it, that's cruel. And here you play the clip with him in a church, you know, a really good book. And I come out and I practice bad deeds.
Okay.
You know, where is there any forgiveness for somebody like him when he have none for people? None. There's a shrinking middle class despite everything. Right? Another thing too is that them come and tell this nonsense that the unemployment rate, and I have to share to that with a JP person today. The unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been in Jamaica. I think it's like 3.6. And I had to send him a clip where Statin said from January 2024 coming forward, you cannot use the stats to compare prior to January 2024 because
It's a brand new methodology. It's like apples and oranges.
I am fine. I am so happy that this is being addressed. I don't want to hear from no more labor right that, oh, the unemployment rate is no. It's a total different methodology, right? They changed the meaning of employment, I believe. They didn't change the meaning of employment, but it's a total different methodology is the point. All right, so you cannot compare before 2024. Let's listen to that again. Very important.
I've none for people. None. There's a shrinking middle class despite what them tell you. Right? Another thing to is unemployment before January 2024 is not the way they're counting unemployment after January 2024. So you hear all of these nonsense. And why do I bring that up? Because people, some of us were not paying attention to what's being said and what's being done. Forget about what's being said, but what's being done in front of our eyes. We're all witnesses to what's going on. And somehow, sometimes we just say, boy, it's not happening. I see it happening, but it's not happening. And, you know, there is work to be done. And that's why we continue to do what we're doing, because there's work to be done. Because some of us, we cannot take the scales off of our eyes. And so somebody has to take it off here. Because if you leave it up to these politicians, they'll, you know something? One last thing before I know Pastor Ricky for coming. You did something the other night. I'm going to do it this Saturday. But you did something the other night when you mentioned about the tax, the finance papers.
Yes.
All right. I went back and I'm playing. I'm going through all of the not convention, but the conference speeches. I'm going through all the conference speeches. I'm going through all the manifestos. I'm going through all the postcard briefings. I'm going through all the reports. I'm going through all of the press conferences. And I came across a clip where the Prime Minister said that there have been no new taxes under this PNP administration. And people reel and jump up and say, whoa, yeah. And I thought about it, and I went back and I looked at the document that you put up. And I said, you know, I'm right. I'm right. But people don't understand that I'm right for the wrong reason. They don't understand that. Listen to me carefully, people. I'm right for the wrong reason. Here's why. When they say no new taxes, what it means is that right now they don't tax you if you have a bicycle. If they come out and say we're going to tax you if you have a bicycle, that's a new tax. What he didn't say is that I'm not going to increase taxes. That's what they never say. Because the document you show a mistake, he increased taxes. So increase what they were already taxing. But he never taxed anything that they weren't taxing, if you can understand what I mean.
Exactly.
And people hear that no new taxes and them say, whoa, and then they realize that, you know, when you smoke a cigarette, you pay tax.
People, when I hear something, what you mean no sound? When I hear me, I walk on with the computer. Hey, in Jesus' name, when I left leave my computer. Why this thing I do me this? Yo, I mean, like problem in a man. So now you hear me now. Something wrong though. Something very wrong. There was no sound at one point. Something wrong, man. Me hear the glitching, but me not understand why. I don't understand why that's happening.
Because of the GCP. When they buy gas, the list is there, people. And thankfully for Mystic brought it to my attention, brought it to everybody's attention. And I don't know how many people paid attention to it, but I certainly did. And I went and said, I have to go find something where the Prime Minister said no new taxes. And I found it. And he's right. No new taxes. He's not taxing anything that wasn't taxed before. But yes, things that were taxed before, he may increase them. I rest my case.
All right. Well said. Come in, Pastor Ricky.
So there's 2 points that Rattigan made. One, taxes. This idea that there's no new taxes. 2, unemployment rate is the lowest it has ever been. Both of them hold no weight. The Jamaica Labour Party has nothing to stand on. And those were 2 of their pillars to argue why they should get a 3rd term. Unemployment rate is the lowest. Well, no. Dash for that lie. Dash it away. And the no new taxes, yes, there's no new taxes. But to increase the taxes that was already there. Can I get an amen?
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes. Why Bolo? Some are go charge for corruption. When the time come, some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
Yes, go ahead.
The Prime Minister is not a Christian. This is why I repeatedly say that any pastor, church leader, ministers who support this Prime Minister and his government have denied the faith and have betrayed the gospel of Jesus Christ and should be ashamed of themselves and should go and repent. When you read the scripture that from Deuteronomy 15 that God spoke to Moses to tell the children of Israel before they cross over into the promised land that on the 7th year everything should be free, and whoever owed debt it's canceled. You know, that's the part 1 of the Mosaic law. Now moving forward, the Prime Minister took the law into his hands. If Jamaica is a true democracy and there's freedom, the Charter of Freedom, Fundamental and Rights and Privacy in Chapter 3 of the Constitution, what the Prime Minister should have done, if he said Jamaican citizens illegally occupy the land, he should have gone to the court, get an injunction or a court order and a warrant and serve them and give them periodically, say 30 days to vacate if he could have proven his case. That's how it would have been done in a first world country like America, England, or Canada. So the fact that he lied on the floor of the parliament when he says they're the same one that said this is an honorable house, but yet he called these people criminals that's occupying the land, that criminals gave them the land. Now he called the people that sell them the land criminals, and he called the people, the Jamaican citizens, taxpayers, squatters. It shows you that he has no investigational skills, because he should have gone to NHT with the names of the people that occupy the space, the land, with their TRN number to see if they have paid into NHT. You hear one of the ladies say she's on her way to work, meaning that she, possibly have a job and possible paying her NHT withdrawal from her paycheck. So what he should have did was find an amicable solution to ensure that Jamaican citizens are not left homeless without a dwelling over their head. So he is, remember now, Sir Rattigan and Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, and everyone in the chat, this man have an indigent housing program separately from Desmond McKenzie in the indigent housing program for the poor. These people my understanding is that they bought the space or the land from a lady in the Ministry of Education. They were not squatters. They paid for it. The lady said she had a receipt showing that she paid $800,000 at the time that she moved on that space. So these people work and bought the piece of property, but the Prime Minister had other plans he wanted the land. This is why the Integrity Commission give them till May 31st this month as it relates to land acquisition, to show proof and evidence of how they purchased the land. This is the same Prime Minister where his son just buy 24 acres of land over Caymanas Estate in St. Catherine. And we know of other members of parliament in former members of parliament in St. Thomas who claim them buy how much thousands acres of land for $1. So this is a practice that has been going on, land grabbing and snatching and taking people land and lying to get the people's land. And so we're looking forward for, are they going to turn over what the IC requested that is due by May 31st to the Integrity Commission? So the Prime Minister, Sir Rattigan is on the program. I'm trying to behave myself. Big respect, Sir Rattigan. But listen, man, the Prime Minister is the chief criminal in Jamaica. He knows these are poor people. And if he had an indigent program when built 271 houses, him should have ensured that the people that him gonna relocate from that space get one of the indigent housing program. But him never did that because him have other plans for the land. And we are gonna see the truth when the Integrity Commission get to the bottom of these 12 agencies, but 9 of them is in the Prime Minister's office on that request that Integrity Commission released about a month ago. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
One quick thing that it's funny because, and we shouldn't forget it, that he said they're criminals selling the land and occupying the land. He never came out and admitted that the lady who he arrested for selling the thing was a principal in his constituency, one of his most ardent supporters. And if you notice, you hear nothing more about the case there.
All right.
Nothing. So,
and since you speak about it, Ratty, let us show the people the evidence as it relates to that principal. So we want to show that principal now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. One more point. In Jamaica, the law says
the lady who they arrested for selling the thing was a principal in his constituency, one of his most ardent supporters. And if you notice, you hear nothing more about the case there.
All right.
Nothing.
People, a lot was said. But that last thing that was said is the main thing that needed to be said. That principal is one of the ardent supporters of the man in his constituency. Can you believe it? And we don't hear nothing more about the case. So Shadow, the thing them just like a brush on, no court case, no follow up, no settlement. These same people them kick off of the land. It is alleged that that lady is the mastermind behind it. So what go on? She connected to Ruel Reid. Ruel Reid connected to Andrew. Hey, may I tell you, say Jamaica is not a real place. Remember me tell you, let's continue.
So, and since you speak about it, Ratty, let us show the people the evidence as it relates to that principal. So we want to show that principal now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. One more point. In Jamaica, the law says if you dwell on a land for 12 years and you can show proof that you pay the property tax, after 12 years, you're the owner of the land, even if you got squat on it from 12 years ago. Once that 12-year period is up, you own the land.
It's true, but the information is true. Let us show that the Prime Minister even blamed Klansman to be doing this. And the person who guilty of this is the Prime Minister's friend. Let us show you people. The Prime Minister's friend, the principal. All right, here it is, people. We are a school principal charged with poker breach relating to illegal Clifton sales. This is the Prime Minister's friend, you know. Don't joke about it, you know. Nationwide news understand that one person has been charged in relation to the illegal sale of land in the vicinity of Clifton and Portmore St. Catherine. Solin Ward Brown, a school principal, has been charged with breaches of the Proceed of Crime Act, POCA, the Law Reform Fraudulent Transaction Special Provision Act, and Common Law Conspiracy to defraud. Take it away, honey. Just want to show the people how the Prime Minister came out and lied. And as it relates to what Pastor Ricky said, that the Prime Minister did not do any investigation. Because if the Prime Minister had done any investigation, the Prime Minister would have known that, okay, it is the Prime Minister's own friend who is guilty of that and being arrested. And now since that came out, right, as what Vatican said, we have heard nothing about that case. And so you can see the level of criminality as it relates to Andrew Holness' extended arm. You understand? Corrupting the criminal justice system. Just like we are seeing nothing being done as it relates to Royal Reed case. You're not hearing anything. This is the criminality, right, of the government. Now, let us get into serious things in terms of the reason as to why, right, I showed, right, the land. And we are going to get into a little bit of investigation and we talk about land grabbing. I showed that to say that here is Andrew Holness being the Prime Minister, right? And as according to him, was correcting the behavior as it relates to what transpired in St. Catherine, right? And said that he was now controlling land grabbing. And at the same time, the Prime Minister, right, being doing that. The Prime Minister himself is guilty. Let me show you a similar pattern with the Prime Minister to show you that, okay, all right, this is not just a one-off incident with Andrew Holness. This is Andrew Holness in his DNA. Okay, let us go back and remind people what happened, right, as it relates to the similar behavior. When Andrew Holness accused Azan, if you remember the incident with Azan, when Andrew Holness accused Azan, right, as it relates to breaching procurement process, Andrew Holness was under investigation for the very same thing. People not hear me? Andrew Holness was under investigation. And that did not stop Andrew Holness being under investigation to be accusing Adam and saying with him hypocritical self that he's not going to work in the parliament with Adam. So what sort of person is this? Don't remember, I know him can't say I lie this enough. Remember that Andrew Holness, the timeline of the investigation being investigated by the Integrity Commission investigators, the timeline is between period 2007 to 2009, you know. People want to remember that, you know. And remember, say it is after that he accused Azan. Right? He accused Azan in 2015. So just look, the Prime Minister knew very well that he is under investigation for even more serious things than what Azan did. It is not like Azan took any government money or take any money from out of the treasury. Azan don't do nothing like that. Azan took the money out of his personal pocket and facilitate some poor people. This goes to show you in Jamaica that this man no love no poor people, you know, and yet he's from the bosom of the poor. So I am just highlighting Andrew Holness' hypocriticalness Now look in at this investigation that I'm going to present. People, me need no work hard people, you know. Let them come and look at me when we go and present. Now, people, let me show you the level of hypocrisy. Just remember, you know, we show Clifton and what they have done with the poor people houses. Not them done. But when we start with Andrew Honest's wife and then we get into Andrew Honest, people look here. Let me show you the truth. Impossible to fix. Let me show you what they go on here. Let me show you Jamaican people. That's what I'm saying. There's no prayer can save them. You know. Ultimate wicked and ultimately evil. Your people, impossible to fix. Juliet Honest tells court her 800 million housing project doomed to fail if issues with access road not addressed. And we just have to brief in that city. Developer Juliet Honest has told a court she's facing a failed 800 million housing project in St. Andrew if issues with an access road are not addressed in a high stakes title dispute. Take it away on it. Why Mystic Sensation show that? Let me bring up this. Why Mystic Sensation showing that? Now, you see, Andrew Honest went to Bolo funeral. You know? I'm father funeral. You know? I said, you know what? I am going to bring back Jamaica to reality. Because the political optics is to say, okay, everything is okay with both and the Prime Minister. And, you know, the Prime Minister would not take both money. I am coming plain as day, you know, plain as day. And knowing to the fact that he went to Bolt's father's funeral, whether he's invited or is not invited, I am not interested into that. I am interested in the vein of the wickedness and the cruelty and the barefacedness and the political optics that they want to spin. So let me just remind people something. Remind people the history. Now remember that the Prime Minister in 2011 purchased the land at Beverly Hills. How many transactions the Prime Minister used to purchase that land? 4 transactions. 4 transactions. Simply means that the Prime Minister run out of cash. The Prime Minister run out of cash. The Prime Minister claimed, Patrick Bailey claimed, people, the document is there, you know. Patrick Bailey claimed that the bulk of the money came from SSL, right, to purchase the land. Now, remember in 2011, Bolo did not join SSL as yet. So I am telling you, as way back as in 2008, where SSL becomes a feeding tree for the Prime Minister. SSL became a feeding tree for the Prime Minister of Jamaica. The Prime Minister joined SSL 2008. You always hear Mystic Sensation talking about Audrey Sewell. Audrey Sewell, the permanent secretary. The Prime Minister appointed her permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. And so then Audrey Sewell would have overlooked all those procurement breaches. And that's why I'm saying that Audrey Sewell must be investigated. But this is not about Audrey Sewell tonight. Let us push on to show that Prime Minister Andrew Honest went to both funerals. It means went to both father's funeral. It means nothing. The Prime Minister is just bare face. The Prime Minister is just dry eye. My grandmother would have said, it come like puss broke coconut in a fear eye. The Prime Minister is just bare face. Right? The Prime Minister is a natural predator and Bolt is the prey. So let me just back Jamaica and show Jamaica something. So when the Prime Minister had done that, right? The Prime Minister money run out in 2011 because the money that him make as it relates to influencing contract with Gavin, right? Remember that him buy some properties in, bring that in a true ADMAT. Use ADMAT, the money that he got from Gavin, I presume that those money push into ADMAT, and of course ADMAT in St. Lucia buy those properties, those first initial properties. So make a smoothie now, make a traveling on the journey now. So in 2011, of course, the Prime Minister utilized most of the money. You understand what? You as relates to the influence there. You understand, and have to pay for the land there. Right? In 4 transactions. And me say it, you know, people. Patrick Bailey said this, you know. Patrick Bailey said this. Now, most of the money came from where? SSL in 2011. Bold. Not get into SSL yet. Okay. But we flip the page. I'm going to call that page 11. That take on through the book. I'm going to call that page 11. And we go over page 12 that represent. So page 11 represent 2011. We go page 12 what represent 2012. What happened in 2012? Both giant SSL. Both giant SSL. And the first big chunk of money that both put into SSL. Yes, man. Marcus Terry and Eucras Terry jump up. We have the evidence, you know. We have the evidence, you know. That's why we have to go back to the whistleblower tonight. Yes, people. We are going back there. We are going back there. People can't say me never go back there, you know. Me never tell him to go back to board funeral, you know. And from once he go back to board funeral, from once he went to board funeral, me never go back to the whistleblower. And remind people, I him make me go back to the whistleblower tonight, you know. Now watch this now, people. Let me show you something. Marcus Kerry and Eucras Kerry jump and both bringing in the trunk at $6.7 US million in. Jump up, you know. No, remember put it in direct Vaz in this, you know. Direct Vaz, I think we don't know, say, you take up money out of SSL and give it to Andrew Honest. Hey, direct Vaz, I see you. Direct Vaz. You think we don't know, say, you responsible for many of the GLP accounts in SSL? Eh? We know to say it's silent in and answer nothing. We know to say, yo, we have the evidence like that report. So you know, but I can't go on like you want to run out, you know. We have the evidence, you know. We just have to wait for you, you know. Yo, yes, man. You were the mediator in between SSL and Andrew Wallace, giving Andrew Wallace the money from out of SSL. Now, let me say something to you now. In 2012, when board put in the money, right? Because you see me play direct owners, impossible to fix. You know, watch this now, people. Look where I go. In 2012, remember in 2011, Andrew Wallace have no money. 4 transactions him used to pay 3 hours. And in 2012, when board put in the money, what happened, people? All of a sudden, Andrew Wallace have money. Andrew Wallace has spend money straight through the 4 years between 2012 to 2016 and finishing big mansion.
Ball out! Whoa! We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
People, I don't know what is going on, but it's serious. See? You can't hear me? Oh, you can't hear me same way. Mary said Jamaica is a Netflix series. Every day is a new episode with the crooks involved. No, sir. Arlene, what's up? Big up yourself, you know. Blessings to you. I see Roslyn Swaby in the building. Big up yourself, Mama Barbara Finley. How you doing? Blessings and abundance to you. Good to see you this evening. But I'm not really expect to go so long, but this hold me. You know, a lot of times I don't do these types of videos where I just sit and listen. But my God, Mystic Sensation, Pastor Ricky Rattigan, these guys are something else. Let's play that back a little bit then. No, sir.
Let's giving Andrew Wallace the money from other SSL. Now, let me say something to you now. In 2012, when Bolo put in the money, right? Because you see me play Juliet owners, impossible to fix. You know, watch this now, people. Look where I go. In 2012, remember in 2011, Andrew Wallace have no money. 4 transactions he used to pay 3 hours. And in 2012, when Bolo put in the money, what happened, people? All of a sudden, Andrew Wallace have money. Andrew Wallace has spent money straight through the 4 years between 2012 to 2016 and finishing big mansion. Is that lie? Andrew, is that lie? 2012, Bolo put in money. Your construction swings straight through from 2012 to 2016. Is that lie? That is not lie. Construction runs straight through from 2012 to 2016. Where did you get that money from?
Embarrassing.
Where did you get that money from? Now, in 2012, people, you know what also happened? While Andrew Owners building that big house, you know what? Juliet Owners started the apartment complex in Lee's flat. Where did Juliet Owners get that money from? Where Juliet Owners got that money from? Juliet Owners started the apartment complex at Lee's flat. Go back and look at the document, people, in 2012. So in 2012, in 2011, right, both Andrew Owners and Juliet Owners strapped the cash. But in 2012, when both put in the money, you understand? Andrew Owners was able to start his Beverly Hills house, straight through 4 years period, finish it in 2016, and also Juliet Owners have money, you understand, to start these flats.
Time come. Some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes. Why Bolo? Some are got charged for corruption. Time come. Some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes.
These flat operation. Now, since you show that, look at getting at the juggling. Let us bring up this document. So I am showing people in where we are going, and how Andrew Wallace in another big conundrum of people. Now look at this. Look at this.
Very good partnership with Hen and Fifth, a Chinese construction company that brought their technical expertise into the development of the site, which ensured that the price points were within reach of the average Jamaican. So this is a lovely site, would normally be considered prime real estate, but the objective of the government is to ensure that Jamaicans have the opportunity to enjoy their Jamaica, their piece of the rock. Incredible. 10,000 houses. 2 years, the demand is incredible. I'm certain that if we had here 8,000 houses, 10,000 houses, all of them would have been sold. In fact, I'm told that the HAJ advertised just over 200 houses and had more than 6 times the number of applicants.
Now, why did Mystic Sensation play the clip? Let me explain. It's what we call quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. Andrew Wallace, HAJ is a government entity. And as a result of that, I think that HAJ was created by PJ Patterson. right, during PJ Patterson government. So it's a government agency. So there is no share, so to speak, and all of that. You understand? Let us put that aside. That is not where I'm going. Where I'm going with this investigation is also where the Integrity Commission investigators are going. People, HAJ, the board, the chairman, right, who sit on the HAJ, let me show you people who sits on the HAJ, the board of HAJ. Let us show you who sits on the board of HAJ. And when we talk about quid pro quo, and we talk about the level of corruption with Andrew Holness, trust me, it cannot be measured. Now, let us go to HAJ annual report, where I'm going. Annual report, I want to show people who sits on the board of HAJ. Yes, Tony. Love how you're working with me tonight. Annual report 2019-20. People, let me just go down. I want to show you the person who sits on the board of HAJ. Right? Let me just find that for you. Now here it is, people. The people can see it on it. And let me just miggle it for you. Because I want the people to see it now. See the criminal activity, the quid pro quo, and you want less level. And I want to know if PSOJ is not calling out this. If Umbrella Group of Church is not calling out this, let me show it. See the man having the mouth now. See me spin the mouth around him, yeah? So I'm going to show you the level of corruption, people. Standing from left to right, Gary Howell, Wayne Strachan, Robert Lawrence, Sylvester Tolo, Stephen Fongy, Ian Johnson, and John Valentine. Seated from left to right, Doreen Prendergast, Pierre Hutchinson, and all these people, Norman Brown. And Norman Brown, listen up. So when we hear all I like at George Davis and my name, the one who got about soon last week, Marlon Morgan, who they say Morgan do Morgan things. Yes, I'm right. Morgan does Morgan things. And you must be talking relative to the 17th century. We all know what Henry Morgan did. Pirate of the high seas. So Morgan does Morgan things. You let me remind you of your history, Morgan. Since you love pick up your Morgan and highlight that Morgan does Morgan things. So you have to also reference the 17th century history. Henry Morgan. So alright, put that away. I just want to show something. As Morgan does Morgan things, you know. Think me not there for you. I wonder if you want to consume Mystic Sensation too, because you have a parrot gun in him. You have any lawsuit for Mystic Sensation, Morgan? I mean, what you are listening to? You want to run out? Run out. You understand? Let's talk about lawsuit, you're going to run and back down. Eh? But more you do, more you talk, more you hold out for your voice. Now, why the Integrity Commission is investigating this? And because Morgan does Morgan things as it relates to what Henry Morgan had done, then of course, we are going to show you that is the same Henry Morganism that Andrew Holness is carrying on. So Andrew Holness now, right? That man from out of HAJ, and let me show you the document why the Integrity Commission investigators are investigating this. HAJ chairman to take charge of UDC board. We're gonna look for this now, people. See that? So Andrew Holness have a corruption, people. Wanna see how Andrew Holness have a corruption, wanna watch it now. HAJ chairman to take charge of UDC board. This is big conflict of interest, you know. Why is conflict of interest? Brother Artigan, you know, some are good tonight, you know. Brother Artigan, you remember Imperium, right? Me now you remember Artigan.
Yeah.
So you see the reason why we are aware of that?
That's why I got it.
Okay. So then, Andrew Holness take this man from out of the HAJ board. And now, put this man, HAJ chairman, to take charge of UDC board. While this man have shares in an Andrew Holness Imperium company. People who don't understand the corruption, it can't get worse than this.
What can
Don't watch this, people. Norman Brown, the chairman of the Housing Agency of Jamaica. This man and the Prime Minister. Right? This man is at the right time of the Prime Minister company, and not only one company, you know. You know, more than one company of the Prime Minister, you know. And the Prime Minister put this man now to in charge of the Housing Agency of Jamaica. Been appointed the chairman of the Urban Development Corporation, the state agency that controls billions of dollars worth of government land and real estate. You see where the land grabbing coming in? People, what Andrew Holness done. You see what Andrew Holness do? As related to the corruption, remove this man from out of HHA. Which part this man is a director in Andrew Holness company and holds shares in a Andrew Holness company. Let me go to the Integrity Commission investigation. And yet, Henry Morgan grandson, Henry Morgan great-great-grandson is saying that the Integrity Commission, you understand, have malice aforethought and politically biased to investigate Andrew Holness. You see how Henry Morgan grandson, great-great-grandson is so out of order. You see how Henry Morgan, who used to rob on the ICs, or him grandson, him great-great-grandson is so out of order. You see how Henry Morgan, great-great-grandson out of order. Now watch out. Integrity Commission raises conflict of interest concern over owners and business partner who shares UDC and HHA. What do you mean? There is a big conflict of interest, people. In this 2019 photo, Prime Minister Andrew Holness is seen along with Housing Agency of Jamaica Chairman Norman Brown at a signing ceremony for the St. Catherine Estate Housing Development in St. Catherine. See there now? See there? Want to see the corruption there? Now, Brown, who chairs both the Housing Agency of Jamaica and the Urban Development Corporation agencies and the Holness Ministerial Portfolio, who shares in Estate Bridge Development Company alongside Holness family. You know, hear the corruption.
Emotional damage.
Corruption people. We point out the corruption to you know, more want to see and understand why the Integrity Commission investigate this and why Henry Morgan grandson begs. They know why Henry Morgan grandson begs because Henry Morgan grandson have the solid DNA like his grandfather, his great grandfather. The two entities manage billions of dollars in the state asset. You know, hear that, people? The similarity in the functions of HAJ and UDC and the relationship between Holness and Brown pose significant of interest concerns, said Kevin Stevenson, Director of Investigation and Integrity Commission. No, we hear Henry Morgan grandson, Delicate and Kevin Stevenson, say Kevin Stevenson political bias and Kevin Stevenson have an axe to grind. Can you imagine when you see this clear conflict of interest and clear corruption? If this potential conflict of interest is not managed appropriately, it may be deleterious to the public interest. However, the director said, notwithstanding the foregoing, no direct evidence was presented to suggest that there has been any impropriety occasioned by the referenced potential conflict of interest. The remarks are part of the Commission's 171-page report and an investigation into honest income and asset and declaration from 2019 to 2022. It noted that the Commission was unable to determine whether owners should face prosecution or illicit enrichment because the Prime Minister refused to provide details on his personal expense. Additionally, there are unresolved questions surrounding over 473 million worth of transactions involving companies connected to owners, Estate Bridge Development Company. And with Norman Brown involved in that, a key part of investigation lists Brown as a director and shareholder alongside owner's sister and one of his sons, the Commission said. The Commission highlighted that both HAG and UDC are involved in real estate, making Brown dual roles in government and estate bridge problematic people, especially since both agencies fall under the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation and People. Remember, some mystic sensation telling us that Audrey Sewell was also in the ministry, was also permanent secretary in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and the whole of them place amidst billions of dollars. Brown has stayed HAG since 2016, and was appointed UDC chairman in 2024. Take it away. Let us go to the panel.
Time come. Some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes. Why Bolo? Some are got charged for corruption. Time come. Some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes.
People. Hey boy. When the right time come, some are going to charge for corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, when you're listening to people like Wayne known some erratic, you know, you have one white clipboard, and you see white clipboard, that's what you're going to do. You're going to write down every key point. And you see when you look back on the board when they don't teach you lesson, at the time there, it really occurred to you just how deep this rabbit hole of corruption in the Jamaican government that is ruling right now. Maybe even in the opposition, who knows? But guess what? Some investigations have to go do. You understand? And I can't wait. This is wicked and soap opera. This is terrible. You understand what I say? Because you have the Prime Minister, you have his wife, you have Norman Brown, you have Paula Sewell. That's what she name? What's she name? That's Sewell. Him call her name a couple times. Well, him do have one whole show about her. The same lady they were. What me say? I have her name now. Let me get the right name. I did a show about her the other day too. It's a go bitter when the right time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Marcus Garvey, hear the people them say. Audrey Sewell, right? Audrey Sewell. Hey boy. Audrey Sewell, Norman Brown, Andrew, his wife. Who else he mentioning at this? The teacher lady. The teacher lady with the people them house, that case there. When him name Roel Reed. Who else? Who else he mentioning at this? Who else he mentioned? Ladies and gentlemen, oh, Darrell Vaz. Remember say he mentioned Darrell Vaz too, you know. Remember say he mentioned Darrell Vaz, so curiosity kid will go on. Yeah, but remember say he mentioned Darrell Vaz too. So, he no pretty, no. He no pretty at all. He no pretty, no. And he no pretty, nah. Your mama say, living ain't easy, no. Living ain't easy at all. It ain't easy, no. And it ain't easy, nah. Your mama say, hey, listen to me, man. Let me know what you think about that in the comment section. Alright. Let me go to this clip from Talk Your Mind TV, because Talk Your Mind TV raised up one part of one place here last night. Me say, my God. I wouldn't find that clip there. Me say, I wouldn't, man. See it there? See it there? Old Chucky. Now me understand why Chucky stay like how Chucky stay. Mighty God. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the wealth of Julia, the wealth of Juliet. Sure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the wealth of Juliet, Wholeness and Andrewness in the eyes of the public and in their peers' eyes as well, have come under a lot of scrutiny. How did they attain their wealth? To the point where years ago, it was publicized by the opposition, questions about where Andrew Honest find money from to build the big house on the top of the hill. People are labeled as bad mind and all of this and all of that. Only 4 years later that the Integrity Commission report pretty much solidified the concerns of the then members of the People's National Party and some who are still here now. Well, Delroy Chuck, this is an old clip of Delroy Chuck explaining Juliet Honest's wealth. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot make this up. It's the first time I'm hearing this clip, and I want to say big shout out to Talk Your Mind TV. Here we go.
Worried. Listen to this thing here.
JLP faithful turned out in their numbers to support the party leader in Stonehill in West Central St. Andrew Constituency on Monday night. The party executive lambasted the People's National Party for launching what they called a smear campaign rather than focusing on the issues. More from Leslie and Sherwood.
With less than 10 days to go before the nation heads to the polls, the Jamaica Labour Party JLP took the People's National Party PNP to task on a number of issues on Monday night. Northeast St. Andrew candidate Delroy Chuck says the PNP has a history of launching smear campaigns.
This is the sort of smear campaign that the PNP has
used to
destroy our leaders over the last 4 decades. They tried to destroy Edward Seaga.
We're not trying to destroy Edward Seaga. The CIA revealed file about Edward Seaga, not we. The accomplice a release file about the whole thing we're going with Edward Seaga. I know we do it. Listen.
Tried to destroy Bruce Golden. They tried.
Bruce Golden destroy fee himself. I know we try. And Bruce Golden destroy fee himself.
To destroy Andrew Holness, but they can't succeed. And it's Peter Phillips, with everything that he had, when you hear him talking about Andrew Holness's house, with all of his integrity, his character, his reputation on the line, and eternal to be false.
In character and in reputation on the line. And Andrew, you don't have a character left and you don't have any reputation. Because from 8 years ago, you're still in the house problem. I know you can't talk where you get the money from people in the house. But they'll let you come tell Jamaican people, listen.
Then the cleaner should take back the Man of the Year award.
Chuck was referencing the recent claims by the PNP that party leader Portia Simpson-Miller would not engage in leadership debates with Andrew Holness unless full disclosure was made about the source of funds for his multi-million-dollar home being built in Beverly Hills, St. Andrew. In a release issued late Monday evening, Holness stated that the funds were sourced through accounts held at local stock brokerage firms and commercial banks, as well as lines of credit sourced by his wife Juliet Holness, who's a real estate developer.
Andrew saying get the money from Juliet Holness to Bumber as Clark. Juliet Holness already know I use fish fry, Tony wedding a fish fry. Eh? I think that Juliet Holness is a part of, is one of the illicit here too. Delroy Chuck is one of them. Juliet Holness is one of them. Andrew Holness is one of them. I'm so fine of the rest of them. Now listen to this.
A clearly incensed Chuck told those gathered that he can verify the source of Mrs. Holness's funds.
That is funny, honey. On 2 development.
Delroy Chuck did a Juliet Holness.
Funny.
No, talk the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Juliet Holness did say she want to turn her wedding into a fish fry. Then, oh, she get that level of wealth. I mean, I understand, like, yo, townhouse apartment. Yo, man, this needs to be studied. I think if Andrew Holness and his wife, if both of them, I think they need to be studied. They are the most powerful couple as in politics, I would believe. For them to attain the wealth that they have from where they came from, they should be studied. There needs to be a detailed journal put out about how they move from one step to the next step to the next step to these steps that we're actually at right now. Step by step. They need to be studied. Because that is incredible. From whence they came to where they are right now. They are incredible. You hear me? Let's continue.
Liar. So, Delroy Chuck in a corruption too, you know. Delroy Chuck in a corruption too in teeth. That is why I get so timid when the Integrity Commission they investigate Andrew Holness. That is why he come out and make the remarks where he makes say spouse and kids of it and over not look like Delroy Chuck the money laundering and I put in a wife name and I put in a pick them name. Him did the line for Juliet Holness. So Delroy Chuck look like him a part of the corruption that we are going with Juliet Holness and Andrew, you know. Now listen.
In my constituency of Northeast St. Andrew, she built luxurious townhouses and apartments.
It's an 8 year ago, you know.
And she has given me permission to
listen.
do that over 20 of these apartments and townhouses were sold. And I know that any one of them could have bought the land because most of them were big money that they were sold for. Jamaica want to know where the money came from for her to build these townhouses and apartments. Come to Delroy Chuck. I provided it.
Where the blood clot to get money from to get the Juliet Holness to build townhouse. You look like you're Andrew Holness side chick. You must have Andrew Holness side chick. Andrew Hansen your milk. Andrew Hansen your milk. Where Delroy Chuck get so much money from Vicky Juliet Holness to build townhouse? Where Delroy Chuck, me your pay can't get. I don't know if you have no business in Jamaica. I'm gonna think your pay can't do this type of things. Look like when I just drug smuggling in Jamaica, man. Where you get so much money from Vicky Juliet Holness to build this townhouse? Delroy Chuck, how where you get so much money from Vicky Juliet Holness to build them a townhouse, yeah? Where you see me dying trial, Father God, if you're not busy, come listen to this. If you're not busy, Father God, go listen to this. Delroy Chuck say him give Juliet Holness money to build the townhouse them. Integrity Commission have some more for to come. We need to hear what the illicit ate. So if Delroy Chuck can have so much money to give Juliet Holness, you just give Delroy Chuck, come on now, come on, my G. See, you just take up so much money to give Juliet Holness just so.
With no strings attached.
Yo, listen to me, people. Delroy truck needs to be investigated. Hey, I want thing you know. When it comes to cases like these and these types of allegations, I don't know anybody that gets themselves involved and make public statements about it to defend the person to say, oh yes, I got the money from here. Who in a them right mind is going to do something like that? Is either, even if he gave them the money, do you really want to be investigated? What a piece of bangarang this. Like, no, seriously, even if he gave them the money, he would have to explain, one, how much money you give them, two, how did you acquire this money? Do you really want them to be in your business like that? Delroy Chuck, it appears that you are compromised. After me hearing this, it is of my opinion, sir, that you are compromised. You know, before when I heard you talk about they should not, you know, they should tell the Integrity Commission that, oh, you know, they don't, you can't get the documents from your child or your sibling or your wife. Some of the statements that you made when, and the arguments that you made when the Integrity Commission was in Parliament, it was as if, one, you never read the law or the act of the Integrity Commission and how everything, as a justice, as a minister of justice, it was like you were oblivious, right? And you continue to challenge the relevance of the Integrity Commission. You and others, especially you, Delroy Chuck. When I look at all of those things and I listen to this clip that was from before, everything now makes sense to me. You need to be investigated. Yes, even when you come out and say I gotta retire, because I know some lady they are gonna retire, you know. You understand? Miss Knight is going to retire. The daughter of KD Knight is going to retire, but you still need to be investigated. And if it comes to the point where it can be proven that you are in any corruption or skullduggery, yo, and anybody around you was involved in it, family members, everyone I want to forget lock up. Everyone I want to forget lock up if it is proven. I mean, I talk about hard labor. You see all them time they want to give you them for gun and them something they and both gun. Fool crime them when uno forget harder time than that. If you involved in anything, because you guys are trusted with the purse. You guys are trusted with the future of the Jamaican people, right? You guys are lawmakers. Lawmakers are supposed to be at a higher standard. When you violate the law, your punishment should be way bigger than everybody else, because you are intimately involved with the understanding of how the law works. And for you to betray the trust of the Jamaican people, if that is true, if that is so, if it is proven that you have done that, hard labor, man. Hard labor. Anybody who involved with it, hard labor. Yes. And I heard a clip of such man up at St. Mary wanted to bring back hanging. You know, it appears that the Jamaica Labour Party, they like to punish the citizens of Jamaica with hard laws and everything. But when it comes on to them being in alleged skullduggery and justice is to be enacted on them, they want to support a constitutional reform that involves taking out impeachment, which is the definition of them being held accountable for any possible crimes that they might have committed in their tenure as a public servant. What can go so? I want a government, I want leaders that love accountability. I want leaders that if the people them say, yo, listen, I think you guys need to have hard labor about this, fine. Because Andrew Holness stood up to Hassan, and all Hassan did was use his own money, him go through some blue tape and help out some people in our constituency. He never steal nobody money. He never rob nobody money. him never award anybody with favorable contracts and get kickbacks. Right? Him never do none of those things. Him never take charity money and invest in our company and say, oh, you know, I didn't realize, and put it back. Him never do that. But here you are telling us that we must come look for you if we want to know about Juliet Wallace money. What a bamba. Maybe play that back. No, sir. This guy is my afraid said destroy Chuck. Destroy Chuck should be arrested immediately. Marty should.
Listen this. Delroy Chuck say him give Juliet Wallace money to build the townhouse them. Come. We need to hear what the illicit ate. So if Delroy Chuck can have so much money for Juliet Wallace, you just give Delroy Chuck, come on, my G. See, you just take up so much money to Juliet Wallace just so. With no strings attached. No, Andrew, answer your milk. Andrew, answer your milk. I don't know. And this Andrew, you do this type of ants is pinnacle ants. So when you know pinnacle ants, so look up some fine ants that look orange, then call them pinnacle. Hard to see them, rest of the red king. Then they point at them head, them bite hot. And they're supposed to bite the hottest as the ants, not the ants kingdom, the pinnacle ants. Andrew pinnacle ants in your milk, no red ants. Andrew red ants in your milk. Red ants in your milk. Gonna listen to this here again to Rascal. Delroy Chuck say him give Juliet Wallace money for build the townhouse them. Father God if you're not busy, come hear this.
Being built in Beverly Hills, St. Andrew. In a release issued late Monday evening, Holness stated that the funds were sourced through accounts held at local stock brokerage firms and commercial banks, as well as lines of credit sourced by his wife, Juliet Holness, who is a real estate developer. A clearly incensed Chuck told those gathered that he can verify the source of Mrs. Holness's funds.
And two developments in my constituency of North. She built luxurious townhouses and apartments. And she has given me permission to tell you that over 20 of these apartments and townhouses were sold. And I know that any one of them could have bought the land because most of them were big money that they were sold for. Jamaica want to know where the money came from for her to build these townhouses and apartments. Come to Delroy Chuck. I provided it. I found it.
Opposition spokesman on finance, Audley Shaw, says there's more to the PNP's fear of debating.
The reason why they don't want to debate. Here is that Stephen Bomber hole. We use 8 million out of our tax money for phone bill. In Bomber car phone bill at 8 million, you know. 8 million, this look at this piece of shit bag thief, you know. And talk about money run out because when he go overseas, he never switch off his data. What a blood clot, John Crow. Say him too, no switch off the data. We are going back the money to Alicia. We're going to need that money back.
Them don't have an answer to Andrew Holness's 10-point plan to restore the Jamaican economy.
But the economy not restore, my boss. The economy has crumbled. What are you talking about? We are going to run back the $8 million thief but phone bill. Your $8 million phone bill. We're going to need it, Lord Clark, back Alicia. You're too bright. $8 million for phone bill. You're sick. And the Canada will never come to Jamaica, so I must crack it upon.
They don't have a response to the fact that they only talk about creating $100,000.
Listen to this.
Jamaica Labour Party over the next 5 to 7 years will create 250,000.
What a million.
We are going to create in this economy.
Party leader Andrew Holness even quipped that the
Hear this Stephen fucker, you know. Hear this Stephen Brook Kitchen, man. Hear this Stephen Bridging, you know.
PNP has ruined the economy so badly that Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller's previous claims of loving the poor have vanished.
The
poor don't need a lover, especially that lover
Because her love hurt so bad, even though she said it nice. The poor don't need a sympathizer. The poor don't need pity. What the poor need is a liberator, because poverty is like slavery. What the poor need is someone who will advocate on their behalf to create wealth and prosperity. What the poor need is a champion for growth in Jamaica, and the Jamaica Labour Party is your champion for prosperity in your life.
He also had this to say to the PNP.
As I tell them, you know, if you live in a glass
I nah lie, Andrew Holness are the most offbeat, off rhythm, unsynchronized singer me ever see as a prime minister. He man nah no skills. Oh you mess up. If you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. Oh you mess up that. Oh you mess up that song there. But people, I wish prosperity matter about. Hey, when just said about himself a while ago, you the Jamaican people after 9 years, are you living that? How will I get prosperous? Hey, then trick on still in Jamaica. Me never did vote, me never did interest in that politics. Whoever vote for Andrew Holness, then trick on here. Hey, then deal with the wicked enough. Oh no, nobody make you up again.
I'm Leslie Sherwood for Scene.
Him a go on like him a bad artist and Mark Golan. Only say kill him Mark Golan. On the type on the screen, say kill him Mark. Say lock him off, say lock off the jump on the Mark Golan. Type on the screen. And he use Mark Golan and lock him off. Say lock off the jump on the Mark Golan. You type it. And give me some fire emoji. Him a go on like him a bad dubplate and Mark Golan. I'm a bad artist and Mark Golan. Some fire emoji. Say lock off that Mark Golan. Say lock off that Mark Golan. Look how me gonna lock off. Look how Mark Golan gonna lock off the thief in fucker now. Listen this.
When the time come, some are go charge for corruption.
Say lock off that Mark Golan.
Wheel and pull up. Hey, one Marky G's to the hey.
That is funny, honey.
Oh yes.
Say lock off that Mark Golan.
When the time come, some are go charge for corruption.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. When the time come, some are go charge for corruption.
Fuck you, Andrew. You think you have tone like I want you, Andrew. Your time done. Andrew, your time done, brother. You're the outgoing prime minister. I want you. You're going to talk about if you live in a glass house, don't throw stone. When the blood clot right time come,
when the time come,
fuck you, Andrew.
Some are go charge for corruption.
Big up Lindell Mac Cormac. Wow. If I'm in trouble, I don't want Delroy to represent me. For a liar, some of his utterances are reckless. Not even a law person should be allowed to make that kind of legal mistake. Hey, let me tell you something. You would be surprised. You know how much of that class of people are tricked by Andrew Holness? You know how much lawyers actually are supporting Andrew Holness same way? Even after the Integrity Commission. You know how much lawyers is still supporting Andrew Holness same way? Some of them might even be listening to my program now and they might say, boy, how do you know that? Listen to me. People, will not be surprised. Your PhD don't make your absence, yeah? Yeah, man, when them train you for, when them program your mind for think, don't make you be sensible and have common sense. Because there's no way upon God green earth one sensible somebody can look upon the Integrity Commission report and say to themselves, you know what? Andrew Holness is innocent of all of this. The man is a clean man of integrity, and they are just spreading rumors and lies on him. But there are people that actually think that. Anyway.
Oh yes. I think this is a pram push thing. A one Talking Man TV and a one Marky G.
Alright, Brown, big up.
Deaf.
Rose McIntosh.
Wait for living in a glass house down through a stone. Eh? Hey. Delroy Chuck and Andrew Holness discharge the political ombudsman.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, more because him said something earlier where it very curious. Him say, "Ants in your milk." For the politicians that were out there, are you guys out here readily lending big chunks of your money to your opposition leader wife for business purposes? Like, who does that? I would think if you're gonna build apartments, if you're gonna source money to build townhouse apartments, expensive townhouse apartments, it's gonna be a lot of money, right? This is what Delroy Chuck said, not me, So I'm asking the question: don't you guys see that as a bit odd that he would be the one to lend her the money? Oh, and he also stated that he's his lawyer. Again, that in itself is kind of weird. That really, I don't understand that. Maybe I am Adrian Laidlaw. How you doing? Big up yourself. Hey, me love to Sharon and them people a long time. I know soon you know what go on. And even always we see, and then I say, oh my God, Bolo, Share promotion. Yo, how long now? I don't get one notification for me. If you have not been getting your notifications for this platform, put a 1 in the chat. For the last 3 weeks, if in the last 3 weeks you have not been getting notifications for my videos while I'm live, put a 1 in the chat. I want to test something. Merville, Marky, bless up yourself, respect. I want to test something. Somebody just text me a while ago. What them say? Good evening. I live in England. Can you find all what? Alright. This sound different. People, tell me what you think about that in the comment section. Eh? Sound different. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Do you own a podcast on TV and YouTube?
This is Bolo Fiana.
Yeah. Your voice sounds familiar. I just was watching
live
as
right
well.
now. I'm actually live.
Okay.
Everybody is
here. Okay. The thing is what I wanted to find out. You know, in Bush Stewart's son.
Bush Stewart?
He was Bush Stewart.
What about him?
He have a son who was close with Michael Manley. To Michael Manley. And he died in the middle of the Caribbean Sea.
What?
On a yacht. But then said the FBI killed him.
What?
Try to find out about that. And you know,
how long ago was this alleged situation?
I think it's about going late 70s going in the 80s.
Late 70s, come on.
Yeah.
That's
late 70s going in the 80s.
That's got
1980 election.
Yeah,
1980 election.
How are you gonna dig up evidence? You have to be like a investigator or people with resources.
Yes, in 1980 election, me about it. Yeah, because at that time I live in Glendevon, in Endan.
Oh, okay. Right.
Okay. Mr. Chuck, you know the Chuck where you was just watching a program we have on TV.
Yeah, I'm live. Like I said, I'm live right now.
Chuck.
Yeah, Delroy Chuck, yeah.
Yeah, Delroy Chuck. If he related to the Chuck, which is in Hanover, in Ramble, that Chuck he make asphalt for the road. Yeah. Beside Nakalva School, near Nakalva School, and the Nakalva Agriculture School.
Yeah.
Nakalva Agriculture School. You have a big piece of land around there where they have a quarry where they make asphalt. I mean, they truck them do that in Hanover.
Okay.
So if you want to know, you have to investigate that if you related to Doer's truck in Hanover.
What's the point though? What's the point?
The point is, if he's going to say he give her the money, if you relate it to them, he's going to say that's where the money come from.
Oh, so those people are very wealthy, you're saying?
Yeah, wealthy from this.
Well, check this out. Even if that is the case, my point is, what it doesn't look good. Like, who goes to their co-worker and say, listen, man, hey, I need to borrow me about 20 million. You know what I'm saying? I got this project.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, you know what I mean? What do you think that conversation would sound like? That is the president of the party, right? And that's his wife. How that, man, listen, that would be, I would love to be a fly on the wall listening to that conversation. And how
unless
that
he's going to be an investor. Unless he's going to be an investor in it.
There has
which
to
he
be,
don't.
there has to be some type of
kickback.
Has to be some type of kickback. Nobody's lending that amount of money without some type of interest on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have to invest in it.
So
you have to invest in it.
If that is the case, based on what he said, now I understand why he was so defensive, because now he would be in the investigation as well at some point if they was to dig deep enough, if what he's saying is true. You understand? So I guess that's why he's so defensive of them. Because when you look at his constant, his you know, his physical demeanor while he was defending them, it was as if he was the one that was being attacked. I've never seen him like that before. He looked real irate. He looked like he wanna swell up and him get redder. I've never seen the right truck look like that, brother. Look at the man.
If you related to Doer's truck in Ramble in Hanover, he's going to use that as an excuse. That's where money come from. Because is it him who was the same one saying that about family pertaining to when if you left something in your kids' name?
Have a family, you have stuff in that. He was the one that was discouraging other members. He was the one.
So probably his dad leave things for him.
Okay.
So if they investigate that, if he related to them, that's why he's behaving like that.
You know, if he claims that he gave her the money and he cannot prove that he gave her the money, because that sum of money would have to come with some type of proof, a check. You don't just hand that type of money to somebody in there.
To someone.
Right? Especially like that. So if it is proven that he's lying, that's another situation. That's like fraud and obstructing an investigation and all type of thing. Like, yo, I'm just, man, I can't wait to hear the truth. I am interested in the truth. Wherever the truth lies, whoever forget lock up, let them get locked up. I don't care. I don't have no affection to none of these people. I don't care if it's in the PNP. I don't care if it's in the JLP. Whoever you are, if you are corrupt, it is time for you to get locked up. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
As far as me listening the news, when we hear from you and Andre, he's very corrupt. His prime minister is very corrupt. You understand? So I don't know.
A person from the outside looking in that sees all the facts, they really don't have any other conclusion to come up with. Because every time they put out a narrative, some other evidence comes forward to say, wait a minute, what? You told us you didn't even know you was getting investigated. Then the report comes out. You know you was getting investigated. Bro, we can't trust you. You lying.
If it was in England, here where me is, man. If it was in here in England where me is, Then we get rid of him long time. He have to resign long time.
Oh yeah, England really play like that.
No, he have to resign long time. And the next thing, when we saw the police, if it was me, and
oh yeah, that was the situation with the girls, them, the UK girls.
No, in Jamaica, the situation with the politics in Jamaica.
Okay.
And if it was me, was the opposition prime minister, wouldn't say nothing until I'm going. Every single one of them would have to go to prison, and they wouldn't get no pension.
Well, to be honest with you, you know, he doesn't have to be silent. He doesn't have to give them his full strategy, but he did say a couple things. He said, one, there will be extensive audits. Two, those audits will be made public. So you know how them do them crow report and hide it from it. Mark Golden and the People's National Party is not with that. Same thing with Dr. Alfred Dawes. Remember he talked about the machine of them buy for what, 30 million and it cost something like 10. Yeah. So he's saying, he also said when he goes in, whatever the paperwork is, that the procurement of that, all of those details is going to be made public. They have to get to the bottom of why is it that they paid $30 million for a $10 million valued you know, equipment on the market. That makes no sense.
No sense.
No sense.
And the next thing again. Cornwall Regional Hospital.
Cornwall Regional.
I'll make sure I find out about the, you know, the contractors.
Oh yeah, that is at the center.
Who serve our ties in the contract. You understand? The NHS, the Jamaica National Health Service, should send them a prison. Every single one of them.
That is one of the things too. That is one of the sore points too. That they definitely will be investigating.
If the Prime Minister, a construction company, have ties in it, as far as me the year, they would go to prison. Every one of them would have to go to prison for it.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to see some punishment, man.
If it was England, man, everybody gone, man.
Yeah.
Everybody gone to prison, man. Somebody have to give a phone for that.
The Canadian president had to resign the other day, right? Trudeau?
Yeah.
And I think he's in a similar investigation for illicit enrichment.
Yeah. You know, how can you won't tell anybody about your when you're supposed to undo in his paperwork about his finance.
Right.
You're supposed to do it every year in England. Everybody have to do it. So why refuse to do it?
Hey man, who knows, bro? I mean,
you understand?
It appears that
so when we like
some skullduggery are going.
Yeah, man. So all of you and all of you keep up the good works, man.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Understand? I'm blessed, man.
All right, my brother.
And find out about Bush Stewart's son, and you hear about it.
Boy, when I elder them have got call me, I educate me upon that one day from back.
Yeah, man. It's same time with the FBI them.
You mean the CIA?
Who done there? Yeah. CIA them. Yeah.
Man. They released some documents the other day. I wonder if that's a part of it.
We don't know.
Interesting.
Alright, then bless up, man.
Alright, my brother, respect.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Some other ball for corruption. Some other charge for corruption. When the right time come.
When the time come, some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes. Why, Bolo? Some are got charged for corruption. When the time come, some are got charged for corruption. Oh yes.
Boy, that one warms my heart, boy. Hey man, shout out to Andre Steve. Yo, I don't know what's going on with my second channel, but yeah, I know what's going on. I haven't really been that consistent, to be honest with myself. So yeah, that's how that goes. Gotta be consistent, ladies and gentlemen. Consistency is key. Let me see what I'm going on with. Oh, people, when you hear about the tiger? Oh, that's mercy. Tiger got, you know. Wait, after I pressed in live? Oh, she never live. Maybe you them are saying I midday news. Cause better me just do one long live and done. No there. Born again. Born again. Joyce Adams, what's up? Guys, if you don't want to call in, you don't know the number. If you don't know the number, put it up. Put it up. Anything you don't want to talk about, any topic. But the tiger people, the local cub, them a transport monkey come to Jamaica and beer something. You know look good. You know sound good, me not like it. But it afraid to go to the door a while ago because me I say, what? Tiger let loose in Jamaica? But then say I want local cub. So them say, come in a cleaner people. I don't trust these people. Can you imagine? You pull up, I put on your clothes on your line and they out in your house and a tiger just attack you for all in a tree or something. Yo, Mr. Jono. General himself.
Yes, Bolo. But you remember a few months ago, the government borrowed $192 million US, you know.
For the budget.
Yes, so it came back again for monies. But all those monies will be able to do is to pay the 300% increase, because once the country is not producing, there is no way those salaries are sustainable. Impossible.
You really think so? Does the 300% increase alone? I don't think so. I mean,
I'm sure.
I could do the numbers.
I know about the 192 million US would be to do other things, you know. But the latest money they want from the market now. That is definitely to pay up their 300% increase.
Wow.
But I don't think anybody should support that venture.
Right,
you know, because it's uncertain whether or not they will be repaid.
Wow.
Because things are very bad.
Yes, and it have to be worse. Based off of the last time the businessman came out and spoke. Things haven't gotten better.
It has doubled, man. Doubled.
Mighty God.
Yes.
Oh my. Why
so, yes, man, but I like that Marlene gave a clear indication that he will prosecute those persons who have put our country in this bad condition.
Man. Yes, man.
That is going to push up his votes and his standing right now. I'm telling you.
No, because that is exactly what the people require.
The people were demanding it at all material times. And when he said it, it was a glorious pronouncement, man. He means business.
Yes, man.
So we can basically talk now.
Right.
Because at first, you know, we were wondering.
Yeah, I know you were wondering. I know you was wondering.
Yeah, but I did say on many programs,
many occasions
but I also said that the boys arena, the boys scout thing, Andrew took too much money. Yes, I was adamant in making. Yes,
I remember when you said that.
Yep.
I remember exactly when you said that. Yeah.
And it is a clear indication now.
It's not.
I know it couldn't be the same.
As usual.
No, it cannot, because too much money have been stolen.
Right.
Wow. You know. So, boy, I can't wait to see the incoming government arrest and charge those perpetrators and confiscate their assets and seize their bank accounts and everything and put back those monies into the country to operate future budget.
And whoever around them that might be also involved too as well.
Of course. Well, the Prime Minister is the first one you have to go off because the evidence is clear. There is no way a Prime Minister could amass so much wealth. He's not a businessman. He's not writing books. He's not doing anything apart from being apart from being Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And his wife is equally rich. But I know he's pulling levers for his wife because his wife has some huge apartments.
Yeah.
I mean, like 1 bedroom going for. I'm on the phone.
Some are go charge for corruption. When the right time come. Caller is muted, he'll be back.
Yes, man, I'm telling you. The country is in a bad situation. When you see people are unable to go and get tertiary education.
Well, I can imagine somebody say they're going to start life in the last 9 years. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that, man? A man decides, boy, I'm going to start life, I'm going to start my family and all of this. Why? What a time for you pick that?
Yes.
In this state where the government of the country now with a promise of a 5% growth to negative growth.
No, to stealing money through SSL.
My God.
Because it's the same people who were promising the 5 in 4 and got the same man there, the same bank as chairman. They aborted that mission because it was impossible and they just took a shortcut, which was to steal public funds and funnel it through the bank. So that was the 5 in 4 plan, Bolo.
Were you listening to Mystic Sensation? But he talked
about,
he said that in 2012 was when Andrew Holness's acceleration of his property building and his wife's projects.
Same time when they took Bolo's money.
He's saying exactly that. It's the same time when we invest the money in a SSL.
You see, a lot of people are talking about Bolo's money and they're not realizing that deposit since 2012 to 2025 would have accumulated in compound interest of 44 billion Jamaican dollars.
What?
Yes, check it. Check 12.7 million US at compound interest rate from then until now. 44 billion with a B. Jamaican dollars. That is enough to shake down his father.
I was just about to go there because I was reluctant at first to say that this situation deteriorated itself, but the more and more me think about it, and with all of these details, it appears that that's what happened.
Of course, the man wasn't ready to die. You don't see the man is just 60-year-old and fresh like 48. Man was looking like 48 or 49 thereabout or even 50, but he certainly didn't ready to die.
Yeah, and then you see him going through it. His parents is going through it as well because of their love for him. So that's only compound things.
That was a substantial loss. I mean, a lot of people committed suicide for far less than that.
Talk truth, no man.
Of course. Brascoli's son, who was former, the Brascoli was a minister under Edward Seaga's government. He was chairman of the JLP at one point in time. His son lost money into Cash Plus, and he committed suicide.
Wow. Cash Plus, and that wasn't even like nowhere near both money.
Nowhere near Bolo's money, right? So, and the suicide. So, I'm telling you, man, that yes, So you notice people are just talking about the capital he injected at SSL. I don't hear nobody else talking about the compound interest that is due to the man and should be made payable.
But that obviously is not going to happen, you know. Because when you look at the gentleman that is paying back some people money, they made it very, very clear that that won't happen, you know. It's the money that you put in, you're going to get back. So let us look at this.
Mm.
You know, remember this in the news. It came out that somebody was responsible for paying back some of the SSL people their money.
No man, it's just Andrew Olney sent out a corrupt trustee to make that statement, man. That was rubbish because the amount of money they were talking about that couldn't even pay off one or two persons. So that's
so are
crazy.
we talking about the same things? This was recently.
Yes. Yes, man. He's a trustee, man. He's a trustee for SSL. That was just a game that Andrew Olney instructed him to play.
Wow.
Oh yes.
Wow. This is interesting.
When Andrew Olney was attending Bolt's funeral, man, he should have been able to cut Bolt a check of at least the principal amount. He should have brought a 12.7 million US at Bolt's funeral. Instead, he brought zero with him.
I'm talking about I love you. Hey, man.
You see what power has done to Andrew Olney. It has made the man completely corrupt, you know.
Jesus.
The man has created such hardship in the country that there is no way to move him. You just have to stand up and him send the police force to kill all the people because no opportunity, nothing at all. So in other words, rob the people of their money, then send the police and kill them off. Rubbish. He's talking about that he went to do PhD and it can aid him in his quest to reduce crime. Nothing like that. His strategy is to tell the police to go there and kill with impunity and plant guns on them, and then tell them to lift up the bodies from the scene and just go and throw them at the morgue. And you know that should not be in an investigation, because you can't have police killing people and then removing the bodies at the same time. They would be tampering with the crime scenes.
That's a fact.
And that's what they have been doing.
That is a
so Andrew Olney is talking. Look here, crime scene must be sterile. It must be sterile for the crime, for the investigators to come and do their forensic examination and so on.
You know, that's an excellent point you just raised.
Oh yes, because you can't be killing people and removing the bodies, man. That's wickedness, man.
Nowhere else. The man them analyze the man them and drag them and put them in our, and even tell when the guy named Horace Chang. In his statement, he said, you know, whether the other pickup come and take them up. So it's like they literally, it's like a new operation, how they're operating, and it's coming from the top. It appears that way, the way how them talk and the things them that they have said. When you look at it, nobody's supposed to take up a body without the people and the forensics people them coming there, examining the crime scene, getting all type of evidence, hair samples, whatever, brushing on this for fingerprints, taking pictures. It's a detailed thing that's supposed to happen before the body is moved. Anytime somebody move a body, more often than not, in a criminal case, that person is labeled as a criminal.
Of course.
And also charged as well too.
It's obstruction, man, and evidence tampering. If you do those things overseas, man, you spend the rest of your life in prison.
My God, I never thought about that, you know.
Oh yes, a matter of fact, they move the bodies before even the family members come and identify them. They rush. They do it quickly.
Listen, we've seen camera, we've seen people videoing from across the street, and that happening, literally.
Let me tell you something, man. Andrew Olney must be charged for fraud, because I know what is going to happen, you know. The PNP government will not allow Andrew Olney to activate his pension, which would be $30 million per year after he leaves office.
That is very important.
So what they're going to do, they're going to charge him with fraud. So any future benefits that he should have received as Prime Minister, it would have been relinquished. It would have been rescinded. He wouldn't benefit from that if he is to be charged with fraud.
Mm-hmm. That needs to be done from the very first day in office. after the audit or whatever they need. Yeah.
Boy, I don't even sure if they need. Look here, they have to plug the loophole immediately. The first thing they have to do is arrest Andrew Holness. You can't, then you can't allow a man like that freely on the street if a new government comes into power. You can't have him out there while you're doing investigation. You have to go for him immediately because there is enough already, you know. When you hold him now, you'll cover the you know, when they say investigation is ongoing, right? But there is enough damage at the Integrity Commission, which is a criminal liability so far from the amount of wealth that he has extracted and cannot give an account as to the original source of those monies. That definitely is crime that can put him in prison for many years. Those crimes are more serious than murder, you know.
Fraud.
But you don't understand, when you rob a country and cause so many millions of people to have lost their future, and people in poverty, and nothing is working, hospitals not providing treatment, they lack equipment, they lack medicine, right? And they're not able to recruit the human resource to make those institutions function effectively. That is the effect of corruption, and that is why I'm saying it has to be long prison sentences.
Yeah,
far more.
Just like the prison sentences they want to give the youth now. Having a board gun or murder or anything.
No, under the Offences of Persons Act, we have removed mandatory murder sentences from 20 years to 50 years, because anything 20 or above would consider life sentencing. Now they have put that now to 50 years. So I'm sure that with Andrew, who has caused so much damage in the country, he would be getting hundreds of years.
Almost hundreds of years, it's true, brother.
I'm telling you, man, the gravity of the man's crime is enormous, you know.
Yeah.
It has reverberated through the entire society, you know. Every move you make, people's lives have been taken down by poverty, you know. That is the price for corruption. People who used to live normal lives and earn money, send your children to school, travel overseas on vacation, you know. People were able to go and relax on the beach on a weekend and eat some fish, and the man has destroyed the normal way of life in Jamaica. Yeah. Those things hardly exist now except for returning residents.
Two things. I would love to see the court case, a public one where the public can go and listen for his trials. Yeah, that I definitely want to see. Yeah. Media, the vlogger, them, everybody needs to be there. Yeah. Need to be a public spectator.
Even though Andrew Holness doesn't have any shame, it sound very bad for even his family. When Marlene came out and say, when the right time come, them going to charge corruption.
Yeah.
Look, normally politicians don't go against each other like that in Jamaica, you know. But is the amount of money that has been stolen now that cause a line to be drawn in the sand, you know, my brother?
Yeah.
Because he would be frustrating the opposition when he takes government, because it would be broke. Too much money has been stolen.
And then the police, you know, the way how Andrew has led them in their mode of operandi towards criminals. I'm saying to the police officers, when the evidence comes out, because I think some of these police officers really worship Andrew Holness.
But they're not fighting any crime. They're not fighting any crime, you know. I'm telling you, all they're doing is killing people and plant gun on them.
No, but
They're
that's
not
not the point.
fighting no crime at all.
That's not the point, you know. According to them a fight crime, right? So
No.
that same energy that they give to these criminals, are they gonna give Andrew or anybody else that might be after investigations found guilty? You know, maybe phrase it that way then. Are they gonna give them that same energy? Are they gonna roll up in Andrew Honest's house? Right? Or anybody else that's found guilty and deal with them wicked? Like how them deal with people and killing them wicked in the ghetto. So are they gonna do that?
Well, they may not kill them, but I'm sure they're going to.
I'm talking about unaliving. I'm talking about some of these police even embarrass people. You see the clip the other day with the young lady, the UK lady, they abuse the pepper spray and excessiveness and all of these things. So them go on.
Yeah.
That energy there, are they gonna give him that energy?
I think they will put a handcuff on him and take him in custody because, look here, as I said, you know, the gravity, you know, of the damage Andrew Holness has done, you know, is severe, you know, Bolo. You on the ground, you see the damage the man has caused.
Virgin, we feel it.
The man make the place dry. Like it's like a permanent drought, you know.
Remember, say one guy called in for Andrew show last night. The man said he used 10 grand and put in a gas tank, right? For like 2 weeks. The man said no, that'll last 5 days. 5 days. 10 grand done, gas done for go to and fro from work. That is a significant blast of expenses. The man said, won't even talk about groceries.
When you see Yui came out and said, listen,
oh yes, the Yui
we
thing.
have to run some business. We have to run some business up here to survive. That means they are going to shift focus from the core business they are doing, you know, which is to provide quality education. Now you are going to become a hustlers then. Which will obfuscate the purpose for which it was established.
Yes, exactly.
So is Andrew Holness causing all these mess, you know? When you look at SSL's office building, now in the name of a vase. Right? Can you imagine, man? Who could they get some bare face?
Yeah, man. Them and then asking for a third term, so that for them grandchildren and great grandchildren can live in Jamaica the way that they did.
Let me tell you something, man. These guys, they must be locked up quickly.
Swiftly.
Look here. You see, he's the other one who has to be placed in custody, you know, Vaz, you know.
Mighty God.
Yes, man. Oh, yes. Then how criminal property transferred into a last name associated to him. You can't transfer a property like that, man. That was null and void. That was a criminal property. You can't transfer that property. They were breaking the law when they did it, you know, Bolo.
A lot going on, man. That's all I know. Very interesting times ahead. Very interesting. But I am salivating to hear the next Auditor General report. I have been told by Andre that it's one for the record books.
Well, there are a lot of outstanding criminal matters, so it can only pile up.
Mighty God.
Let me tell you something, man. When I move around and see how the quality of life have been destroyed by Andrew Holness and his regime, it's just unthinkable why a man would have run the country to such wreck.
Why? Our extra level of cruelty and wickedness and selfishness, that, you know, to be honest with you. I mean, the way how he spoke to the people initially when he was coming into power, I don't think
everybody was supporting, especially when he said young people time. You remember that? Young people time now, young. Yes, so everybody joined him and said yes.
And look at the irony of it. They might get old and now they might try to suppress the land. And all the other young people them.
Yes, man. I remember, man. I remember when Andrew Holness came on the scene, man, and said young people time. Boy, the man got a lot of support, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and boy, I'm telling you, the PNP has to change the way how they deal with governance too, because you know, it is the failure of Patterson's administration that allow Andrew Holness to become Prime Minister. Remember, Jamaica was dubbed the PNP country, man. You're not remembering? Yes. And that guy came into power, and
I think there was a loophole because PJ left, and the way how him left, you know, the candidates that were there, you know, people I said, boy, you know, there was some reform in the party.
Yeah, but to be truthful, even under Portia, similar money was running in the country. No doubt about that. You know? But Andrew Holness has created hardship, man. You know that, you know, up to this morning I was talking to a policeman, and he said to me that he was trying to get, he has 20 years of NHT contribution and he cannot get a house.
I lie.
Oh, yes. And yeah, and he said he was even NHT directed him to go to the bank because he has to go through a commercial bank before he can go back through to NHT. So all those bureaucratic bundling, you know, was put by Nigel Clark under the instruction of Andrew Holness, you know, because remember he was chairman of NHT. Can you imagine? Poor people. The banks need to steal money from NHT. NHT doesn't need any money from the bank. NHT was cash rich at all material times.
Yeah.
So why would you need to put poor people through that situation? And it was designated fund. The NHT trust was designated for people who can't afford housing, and almost everybody can't afford housing now.
Exactly.
Because there's only a few persons in the island who can afford to make their own houses. Very few. I mean, more than 95% of the population wouldn't be able to afford a house in Jamaica now.
Terrible, man. Gone.
Yeah.
Gone. Totally gone.
Let me tell you something, man. The guys they stole a lot of money from NHT and various government agencies. When look here, those guys are dangerous criminals, you know. When they transfer hundreds of millions of dollars from NHT to SSL, knowing that they're going to get it back into their personal pockets, what you do with those guys? You know that if they were in Taiwan, Hong Kong, China, or Singapore, they will be executed in the public, you know, like in the square, you know.
But hold on there. Talking this about fraud. You heard the story on Andrew about the man that is allegedly behind bars that fleeced the woman $160 million.
Then is a GLP MP for the same area where General Penitentiary is at. Is the same person representing him on record?
You cannot make this up. What?
Oh yes, he's being represented by Donovan Williams, who is the MP for Central Kingston.
Damn.
But I'm not going to say, well, he directly would orchestrate anything. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that there's a nexus between that criminal and the GLP organization.
Wow. I mean, for me personally, if I was a lawyer, even a criminal lawyer at that, and I had any ties with the government, there are certain things I just would not touch. You know?
Yeah, but that guy there, he was recruited. I don't know. I don't think he's from Jamaica, you know. He's a young man. He's probably 38 years old now, but he's into fraud now from his early 20s.
But he's
why would
dangerous bad man.
why would Captain Horace Burrell brought in that man into the JFF as marketing manager?
Man, I don't know, bro. That's a good question.
You remember that Horace Burrell name called and now like a fraud to, you know?
I heard that.
Yeah, remember when Platini was charged for millions of US dollars, man? They said Horace Burrell was a part of the ring, the corruption ring. Yes, yeah, man, FIFA fraud, man, amounting to millions and countless millions of dollars.
Well, to be honest with you, know, football is a breeding ground for that type of stuff. You know.
So the captain bakery thing was a sham, man. That's where the money was. Then his boss, Jack Warner, was extradited.
They say he was cooking in the kitchen.
Yeah, Jack Warner, man. Jack Warner was put on US's extradition list too, you know, for FIFA corruption, yeah. And his sons were transferring money on the US payment system, SWIFT platform too. And they grabbed the son and tell him, and they made a plea deal with the son, so the father could be extradited. But I know he was fighting the case. I don't know the outcome. I know he was fighting extradition. Remember, Jack Warner became Minister of National Security in Trinidad and Tobago, you know, at one point. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, Horace Burrell was wrong to bring that guy in the organization. It's a whole lot of thing, man.
Richard? What?
Corruption. And he's giving people in the prison authorities money whenever he you know, whenever he loots money. He would have provided them with significant sums of cash.
Man, oh man.
You know, yeah, so the man he's supposed to be in prison and he's on the road enjoying himself, eating and drinking and going to parties.
Why?
But he's just one person, man. You have to go way up to send a message in society, which is to the level of the Prime Minister, you know?
Yes.
That's where you need to go.
Right.
It can't continue like this, man. Man, mash up the country, man.
Totally.
When you walk on the street, all public buildings, they are not even painted anymore.
What I mean about
even
that?
Central Kingston Police Station. People feet stuck in the board floor right now up there.
I was just about to go there because I went to Kingston the other day and I was like,
yeah.
No, man.
Yeah, man.
Man. It's bad.
Look here, let me tell you something. You see, mass migration alone, which has caused family to be disintegrated and disrupted and unprotected. That alone, you know, should be 1,000 years sentence on journalists, you know, my brother.
And they even encourage you to.
Just to see good fathers who are to leave their children behind with grandmother because they say we can't survive under unjournalists. That home used to be protected by that person who immigrated. Supply food, pay all sort of bills. Now they're sending back the money through Western Union, but it's not sufficient like when you're at home dealing with the family and protecting your family and, you know, organize your family and so on. Right. Those persons have gone. They couldn't survive under unduliness, and I'm saying that should be a specific prison time also, just for the mass migration alone. It should be at least 1,000 years in prison.
My God.
Tell you, man, the damage is serious, and you know that we have lost some of the most talented and productive people.
Yes, most definitely.
Oh yes, definitely. Those guys who immigrated, they used to be the guys in the community that keep the economy turning, you know, their local economy. Yeah, man, those guys also rent car and everything, man. Do a whole lot of stuff, yeah.
You're touching on a very cause Jamaica, I know for a fact that there's people that have a heart here and they really help out families. You have a one promising youth here and there where Them a take care of two youth, you know, for them, and them not even attack to all the mother, just the goodness of their heart. Same thing with females to them, do the same.
Jamaicans have some of the best people, my brother.
Yes,
it's corruption in politics that causes hardship where people cannot manage anymore. You know? Yeah, it's corruption. The people are okay in general.
I have to go back to you saying, because he talk about him father. Him say he learned it from him father. I met you saying twice. I will not say where I met him. I was working. I will not say where I met him, but he doesn't know me. But I had the pleasure of walking him to his car. At one point, he woke me up, and you know, him feel nice and
yeah, he's friendly like that.
Yeah, man, a good youth, man. And me, I tell you, the man was so Babs and give me a tip, and the man said that enough. And me, I said, General, I want to you, man. Many thanks, man. Because I never look upon you and say this is not enough. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Bolt is a kind youth, man.
Yeah, and I'm father and in family get it from, and that is a Jamaican culture thing, and that I point to me and make so we really have some.
Look here, Bolt see youths in Africa and just let them join his entourage, you know, and give them BMW and Benz, you know.
Mighty God.
But them start to tell them, you know, like they want to be emissaries of Bolt. And Bolt say, no, I don't want to be in this confusion.
Yeah.
So he just leave them with whatever they got, and that's it, because Bolt give them a lot of things and carry them to party and buy them expensive sports cars. But then Bolt was hearing back say, man gone behind him back and a harder things in his name and all different type of foolishness. So Bolt said, no, I can't afford. Yes.
And then you have some of them. You have some of them in that culture that went, Bolt touch all Bolt and they want to give it their life. I never understood that culture. Right? Of you wanting to just give away your life because somebody was kind to you. No, brother. You not give away your life, it's just foolishness. And that person should not expect it to either. If they are good.
No, but that is what happens when you have a country that is full of hopelessness and despair. Because when Bolt even go in normal community, if Bolt even coming from the airport, him stop all at GX Road, you know, and start playing them, you know, when wherever him see guys playing around the table, you know.
Yeah, man,
I can't forget, I was buying cane already from a man on Mountain View, and the man always have a little table there and dominoes there, you know. And the man said, when Bolt coming from the airport, him stop there more than one time. Right at Jake's Road to just play dominoes with them.
Yeah, and him say it in our interview, you know. Him say, man, anywhere domino table, man. From a bucket.
Bolt,
yeah, pull up.
Bolt is a good youth, man. And you know, look at the big building he put up in Alpha Tree too.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah.
That he rented out to the people who operate call centers.
Boy, man, I mean, all right. So let me put the whole thing in perspective. If for some way out of the way it is proven that the government had nothing to do with his money being lost directly, right? The fact that they are the ones that are the legislators who said this company can operate, they should have took that personal. They should have took that personal, and they should have done way more to get both, not only just answers and the other people their money back. Brother, we are talking about a legend. We are talking about a global icon. We are talking about a Jamaican. But everybody can say, yo, you don't want the youth to turn out like both. Him get rich and him have fun, but he will parents grow him have manners and respect and him humble. Yo, the man have so much good attributes, brother.
But you notice that is the same group of white men in Jamaica took away his money. Just think about these pure eye-colored men involved right there, you know. You have the man from Portland. You have the man from SSL himself. And but even the Prime Minister have the color to match with them too. Prime Minister is very, very brown, you know.
Hey, him dance like a white man too, you know. Him sing like a white man.
Look here, you Krasri is a Jamaican white man, you know. A real Jamaican, you know, but him fully white. Yeah, you Krasri is fully white. Owner of SSL. Fully white.
Wow.
But he's a born Jamaican.
Okay.
Yeah, but him fully white, man.
My God.
Yeah, the man who is MP up by Portland there. Yeah, what? He's not. He's what? He look more like Spanish or Portuguese or something like that. You know?
I look South American type of.
Right. Yeah. You know. And then, as we said, the Prime Minister of the color, cause the man well brown man. If Holness were to have children with a brown woman, you know, they would come out white, you know. Cause even though Juliet is a black woman, you notice the children them still take
right.
Holness color.
Them still get
take, yeah, man. So, you know, it's a group of brown and white men took Bol's money, man, and said this country boy who's so young and spending so much billions of dollars, we have to take a piece of it. They took a big piece, but anyway, those guys don't take small money, so it is expected that they took such amount. Is Bolt's money bought the office building up there too, you know? Because I remember the man was running it from a rented property owned by Norman Arn, who was treasurer for the PNP. He owned Arc System. You know that company? Arc System.
No.
Yeah, man, they produce nails and chains and steel and all different sort of stuff. What they don't produce locally, they import it on a large scale to supply big construction.
Yeah, see, look on the screen. Although me not play the audio. China looking to change perception of the country. Mighty God. Me not play the audio still, but you can see. You can see the
but if you look way up in the party, if you look way up in the GLP party, you know it's a racist group. Racist and classist. Yeah.
White people.
Even call some of those guys, Lordly Shaw, white people, man. Call some of that, you know, I cannot like those guys, you know. He's one of them. He's one of them who caused Butch Stewart to get so rich, you know, out of this poor country. And look, Adam Stewart has all the money in the world now, and black people can't even afford books to go to school.
Crazy.
It hurts.
That's why.
I remember when Patterson was in power, Omar Davis. Butch Stewart went on an aggressive land acquisition drive, you know, in which he was taking prime properties. I don't know what deal he had with the government at the time, but I know he was aggressive in owning beachfront properties and prime properties overall, and he got them all. And now poor people don't have nothing to get back on Adam Stewart. You see what is going on now? Adam Stewart is now with the GLP fully, and you notice anyway, you see Vaz and Jonas, you see Adam Stewart there, them even give him ambassadorial position, you know.
Hey, me not tell the lie, sit outside of this thing with the news. I don't follow them up, you know.
Yeah, Adam Stewart is an ambassador, you know, just like how Bolt is an ambassador. I think Chris Gale is ambassador too, you know, I'm not sure.
Wow.
But I know that Chris Gale traveled to the Prime Minister to India, so probably he gave him an ambassadorial passport to travel.
What I was saying is that, given all of the people them have this shade of color and the JLP, I was very confused as to why Warmington was allowed to continue to violate Mark Golden because of his color. I just never understood that. Never. Nobody checked him. Nobody said, "Yo, bro, you need to chill."
But Siaga was fully white.
Yeah, man.
Siaga was whiter than even Americans, you know. Siaga was well white.
Yeah, man, in the white too. I don't joke.
Abe Dabdul was well white.
Yeah.
Right? You have a guy like Carl Samuda now who switched to PNP and then back to GLP and he won at all times. I am not in favor of those guys, you know. They're not good. They have given Butch Stewart too much of Jamaica's wealth. I remember when they gave Butch Stewart here Jamaica to run, you know. Prime asset, you know, and Butch Stewart But Stuart use it to pump, to carry in his guests and full up all the Sandals hotel them. And left here Jamaica and walk away free like a bird in the tree.
And the people,
right?
The people that are listening, if you want any indication about Bush Stuart, look at what is happening in the Caribbean country with Sandals. So them name?
Yeah, Antigua.
Just go and do your research about the president or prime minister of Antigua.
Yeah, man.
What he said about Sandals. And
it's 12 million US them all in Antigua right now and don't want to pay it, you know. Right. And then them all go down to Trinidad and invest and Trinidad and run away Adam Stewart the other day and say, no, you come with your own money, don't come on here to spend government resources and then you say you own it. They ran him away from Trinidad a few weeks ago.
So he wants to borrow the money from the government?
Yes, he want free land and he want tax exemption and all those kind of things.
Wow.
Yeah. So they ran him away, man.
It's the same old operandi in Antigua, it's the same thing. But I guess
but Jamaica is the incubator for that practice. Politicians allow him and his father to operate like that. Oh, wow. But let me tell you something, man. I remember Butch Stewart gave the opposition party at the time a lot of money, you know, to try and get out Gaston Brown out of power, you know. And the people voted for Gaston Brown overwhelmingly and didn't follow what Butch Stewart was doing.
That is what
Butch Stewart is a beneficiary in Jamaica because in Jamaica, Sandals has 8 hotels and 7 villas. Can you imagine how much billions of dollars they should have paid government and not paying it, and politicians collecting crocus bag of money under the table instead of giving it to tax administration? If one hotel alone in Antigua, one, and they rack up taxes to 12.8 million US dollars, just imagine Jamaica.
Somebody say yes, true, the 21 families.
You understand? So, right now, Adam Stewart is living large, poor people hungry like dog. They have stolen poor people's money in Jamaica, I'm telling you. That's how they own properties in Norbrook, Cherry Garden and Beverly Hills.
Alright?
You understand? How did Sandals acquire so many properties? Right? As the man has a property, you know, that only DJ Khaled and a few elites in the world can ever rent whenever they come in into Jamaica. With water, streams of water running through the property, you know. It's like they build the property where you can literally walk out into streams of water. And they will put tables there and water running and food cooked, all the delicacies from the sea and all of that. It's not only hotels and villas they have, my brother. They have a whole lot of houses. They have everything. Remember, they own the car company that sell Porsche and then you have VW on Oxford Road there.
Even that, they would have tried for shipping in Antigua.
And they have AC Marriott. You know, they own everything, man. Come on, man. That is why I'm saying politicians are failure in Jamaica, my brother. Big time failure. A big time failure. How can one man have so much money and poor people can't even find food to eat, and it's poor people's resources they have taken in order to accumulate so much wealth? I see politicians as some cruel people, my brother. I'm telling you, cruel. You can know that poor people want education and clothes on them back, and you give Jamaican white man so much money and property to advance himself for he and his children for many generations to come, and black people don't have nothing, my brother, nothing. All them do is throw them in a jail cell and lock them up, and them can't get lawyer to get them out.
And when Marky come out and say, house to rent and them something and money for these people, yeah. When they call them the elderly people, and they say, yes,
money,
but we can't afford it.
Lie, they can't afford it, because when you look at the amount of money that was stolen from SSL, it is a sure indicator that the monies were there to make people advance themselves and live more dignified lifestyles. It's corruption that have shortchanged our people. There was no need for Jamaicans to be suffering like this, my friend. It's selfishness and greed,
Straight selfishness, my boss.
Look here, remember, my brother, look how close we are to the biggest trading partner in the world, the US.
Steve Walker said the lies. What is Steve Walker talking? Where are the lies, Steve Walker? What are you talking about? What you're
Jamaica is a close transshipment point to US, the biggest economy in the world. And we have that all these years, even before China gets so big. We had that access to the US. And what we do with it? We didn't use it to advance our people. It's just a few individual politicians and their business friends who have amassed wealth and nothing for the ordinary Jamaican.
And they talk about prosperity, but if they were serious about prosperity, outside of investing in education and taking it more seriously, there's certain types of education that they would make mandatory. 1, trading and coding. 2, economics, real estate. Those 3 should be mandatory. So 1, you're talking about AI, you're talking about the future, you're talking about having a trade so you can start your own business. The economics part of it is how to start your business, teach about taxes and stuff like that. And this is not just Jamaica, this is worldwide. They don't really want the masses to be educated, right? So they can be more winners in the system, right? And really make the competitive playing of business be more competitive. They don't want to give away the secrets. They just want a few of them to have it, so a few of them can be extremely wealthy. You understand? And it's up to us, really and truly, ladies and gentlemen, to some extent, to organize ourselves to demand of these things from our representatives that are coming into power now.
Bolo.
Show them how serious we are about our children's future and our children's future. But listen, General. Yeah.
Bolo, I remember, when Butch Stewart walk away leaving here Jamaica with billions in debt, and even the statutory deductions, You see like what Nationwide did with their employees by not turning over the NIS money and the NHT and the income tax and so on. That's the same thing Butch Stewart did with Air Jamaica, and was able to walk away free like a bird in the tree, And when Wilmot Perkins, famous talk show host, talk about it, he sued. He filed a big lawsuit against Wilmot Perkins, Just like when Peter Phillips said in 2011 that Andrew Holness was spending illegal money. Andrew Holness got George Suter from Last Street, who was a King's Counsel, to file a lawsuit against Peter Phillips or a pre-action letter. So these guys always use the cover of defamation to advance themselves into more wealth.
How did that go?
Because if we had followed up on Dr. Peter Phillips' pronouncement since then, we wouldn't have this destruction in the name of Andrew Holness to carry now in 2025. You wouldn't have blossomed like this with so much of with so much ill-gotten gains.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. They just wrote the pre-action. They wrote a pre-action letter and served it on Dr. Phillips, and he didn't go any further. It wasn't litigated in court. But it would have probably silenced Dr. Phillips a bit, But Dr. Phillips was doing a national service for the people,
My God, looking back at it, man. Jeez.
Just imagine if we had followed up on what Dr. Peter Phillips said in 2011, my brother. Can you imagine how Jamaica would be prosperous now, not having the destructive hands of Andrew Holness in place?
True. That is something.
So it turned out that Dr. Peter Phillips is one of the heroes.
Yeah.
Because the man didn't have to. I remember Andrew Holness was so upset when Peter Phillips came out, and since then he was using the word bad mind. Remember?
That was a narrative, yeah.
Yeah, and that time Dr. Phillips wanted to save our country. You know, he's a very good man when you look back and see the damage that Andrew Holness has done now. Because
he obviously knew what he was talking about, because
of course, all Dr. Peter Phillips, yes, the people should have followed through on Dr. Phillips's pronouncements.
You know what was one of the most amazing statements that Andrew Holness made in regards to, you know, his house and the value and how it was built. Him not say him build the stone wall. Him help build the stone wall. Hey, this somebody have a kid. Andrew Holness say him help build the stone wall. Hey, would I love for a stone wall, a stone cutter, and a man who do construction to evaluate the wall there when they in front of Andrew Holness mansion, and tell me what we are looking for in terms of costs at that time when it was built. Mighty God, the work
they don't like black people, man. Hey, they don't like black people.
This man cool, yeah, man. The man saying build the wall.
But
mighty God,
Bolo, sad to say, you know, I agree that Andrew Holness is the worst, you know, but I told you that in the 90s, early 2000 coming up under Pattison, a Butch Stewart was living large. Butch Stewart used to go and boat with Pattison. Butch Stewart and those guys would go out and boat on weekends and so on. So, boy, it's not good for the country. Why is it that people can buy out politicians and just let them do whatever they want to do and disincentivize poor people?
Whoa.
We don't have a chance in this country. I don't understand why these politicians are behaving like that. Why would you just suck up to a few rich brown people and then the masses suffer? You don't care for them. I remember everything, you know, Butch Stewart was getting a lot of tax breaks too. I remember everything. Omar Davis was finance minister and PJ Pattison was prime minister. It's under their hands that Butch Stewart flourished. And seeing pass on everything to him son now, and poor people are hungry like dog and can't even afford a book out of the bookstore to educate themselves. I am so upset, my brother.
To add where the commands to that, you know, some
I am so upset, you know, my brother.
And do their research. I have nothing to add because I never knew that. I never knew that.
You don't remember? You never hear about Sanders White House?
Was close with
oh yes, PJ Pattison and Butch Stewart were friends, big friends.
Wow.
Yeah. Come on, man. And I'm telling you, have you ever heard about Sanders White House?
Yeah.
Okay. You need to check about the origin of that transaction between the PNP government and Butch Stewart. I'm so upset, you know, my brother, that look here. I am sure that Andrew Holness has to go, you know, because he's the worst ever in the history, you know. But I'm telling you, Mark Golding, Mark Golding would not have access to all this money that Pattison had in the 90s as Prime Minister anyway. So they're not going to have much options to give who they want to give or to spend how they want to spend, because those days are over, you know. Andrew Holness shake up everything, you know, my brother. The man has shifted the paradigm where an incoming administration could see money in the kitty to operate, you know. Everything gone, you know. The man mash up the whole place, you know. Right? So, a new administration wouldn't have that leverage or that space to do whatever they really want to do. It's about survival right now.
Sure.
Yeah, it's survival. But I'm hurting, man. Man, our people could be so more advanced. All the money, look here, we were the richest, you know, my brother. Our educational system, you know, was better than America, you know. Cayman used to borrow money from Jamaica, you know. We were the richest, the most educated, the most prestigious location. Tourism, the water and everything is since early 2000 that a whole lot of pollution started to take place with our water. But we had the best water, the best reefs and everything. Everything was good. The British left us with a magnificent legacy, my brother, and look what black people, our own Jamaican people, have done to the country through politics. We should be a rich country. We could be living a first world life. There's no need for our people to be living like dogs. Because it was all good. We had the resource farming. Oh my. We produce some of the best crops in the world, my brother.
And to, to echo that point, look at Singapore that followed us.
I'm telling you, look here, man. I just know that I am a hungry man speaking now to know how advanced our country should be.
Yeah.
And we are in this quagmire right now just because of politicians stealing public funds.
Anyway, I'll call it a wrap. I'm there from 11 a.m. and over 5 o'clock.
Boy, Bolo, in closing, I just want to see a better life for our people.
Definitely.
It cannot, that's what I'm saying. But I don't know, I think it needs a Michael Manley to spare the country right now because all those big guys, who have taken away government resources, I would go for them,
Of course.
I would go for them, man. Then all Adam Stewart have to pay up his fair share too. Adam Stewart have to pay up his fair share to make Jamaica able to operate. What is the source of Butch Stewart's wealth? Where he could have left so much money and properties for his young son. Young man, where people in them 60s and 70s can't even own one thing that they want. And they work hard and go to school and do everything that was right.
What?
Take back the money from them, man. Take back the money from them and run the country. And I expect that the SSL office building, I expect that transfer to be rescinded immediately upon the PNP coming into power. And the registrar of titles who sign off on that title transfer, they must be fired.
Yeah. And
because it was in the news.
And sent to prison too.
Yeah, it was in the news all along about SSL property. So why the registrar put her name onto the title and endorse the transaction, knowing that that was the office building for SSL?
Right, a crime scene.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So,
man.
That's all I'm saying, my brother.
Yeah, man.
Give the people what is due to them. Stop keeping them in poverty and give a few set of persons money and public resources to continue enrich themselves while poor people suffer and have no opportunities in life. That's all I'm saying now. Time for the poor to get a piece of the pie.
Time come for you people.
Look here, man. Let me tell you something. I have no respect for politicians. Go and do the right thing if you want my respect. Simple. If you go and do the right thing, you have my respect. But I know what they do all along is to enrich a small portion of people and the majority suffer. I know that is their playbook at all material times. And I'm saying it has to stop now. Do good. If Mark Golding comes into power and do good, I can tell you he will serve as Prime Minister until he is 90 years old. Just do good, do the right thing. Just come, Mark Golding, and do the right thing. We will vote for you every term. Every term that comes, you win even before the election, the day of the election. Simple.
It would be a formality.
Yes, we need somebody like that. We need somebody because we have been disappointed all over the years. Mark Golding just come and do a good job as Prime Minister, and you know that you will win before even election day. Then when election call, you will still win before election day. And that could go up until you're 90 years old.
Look at Ibrahim Chai. People are literally putting their life on the line to protect that man right now, even with the threat of the United States. I mean, regular citizens of the country, you know.
Bolo, about 10 people have stolen Jamaica's wealth under this regime, you know.
10 people?
Yeah, man. About 10. I've done the calculation over and over. Right? We can call some of them name. NCD is one of them. Right? You have one name, First Rock Investment.
I've heard you mention that name already.
Yes, you have SSL boss and you have the same.
Mention their name.
Yeah, and you have that man from Portland too, who say my MP, my one of them where you have to go back for everything from him. Wow. Seriously too. Yeah. Oh. You understand? But even nationwide is a part of the beneficiary too in a corrupt scheme. Because right now them so reach $2 billion, you know, in taxes owed or some write-off, you know. Right?
Yo, you know them thing out me, man. Like, me as a regular citizen can't get away with not paying my taxes. Eh?
The Prime Minister himself is one.
Like, come on, man.
SSL boss is one of them too, right? Yeah, and look here, you have a few ministers, you know, who right up there, you know. Don't take, look here, Desmond Mackenzie is extremely wealthy, you know. Delroy Chuck is extremely wealthy, even more than Mackenzie. And Mackenzie as an uneducated man is right there beside all of them.
Damn.
But you don't realize, Andrew Wallace just came in and he's at the top.
Yo.
Yes, man. Around 10 people have the resources, man. Take back everything and you can run the country and then give even the people breaks. Because you know poor people have been suffering. Call them in, give them grants and do something to stimulate the economy. But those guys, their wealth must be taken away. Because other than, look here, there can be no economic recovery without justice. And the justice that I am speaking about is to take back Jamaica's wealth from a few elites.
Right. Wherever it is, whoever has it. Right.
Yes, man. All right.
All right, my brother.
Okay.
Respect. Well, of course, you know, the views and opinions of the callers of their own. I'm one, unaware, and two, not co-signing any ideas. You know, I'm just a good listener. All right. That was not class person, but not head boy. The other one, I don't remember the terminology, but yeah. You've heard him many times. His tone doesn't change. He's adamant about, you know, politicians being held accountable all the time. And I can't disagree with politician being held accountable. Class president, yes, that was class president. I cannot disagree with politicians being held accountable. It's something that I've had that same mindset all of my life. I think they should be held accountable more than anybody else, because one of the things that the Bible and one of the things that a phrase, you know, is great power comes with great responsibility. Andrew Holness has great power as the Prime Minister of the country, right? And he has a great responsibility, right, to make sure that you know, the country is operating and being managed in a way because he's responsible for pretty much everybody's well-being here in Jamaica, whether financially, whether physically, emotionally, or otherwise. You understand? The buck stops with him in many different ways. The laws that are put in place, the sanctions that are put in place to protect the rights of the citizens of Jamaica. Him wearing blue against JFJ, that was a poor choice. Right? He should have stand in solidarity with Jamaicans for justice because he understands well what their mandate is, but that's a whole different conversation. And I just want to say thank you guys. You all of you that came in here, that stayed with me, is the reason why I stayed. I never intended to be this long. Like I said, I've been on since this morning, 11 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. 11 a.m. 5 minutes after 11. I know it's 5 minutes, 9 minutes after 5. I've done a 6-hour live stream. I went from my phone to my computer. Yeah. So thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy that that a lot of people was here that I didn't see in a long while. Marlene, Sharon, my moderator. So many of you guys I didn't see in a long while. Share promotion. I see some new names. Seymour Hills, Diana Henry Wagwan, Miss Curiosity Kid, right? Ibania, wanna big up on yourself, man. Thank you guys so much for sharing this space with me this evening. I know, a lot of the Titans are coming up soon, so you guys, if you want to watch live streams, I'll say you're gonna get those. But I have about 3 premieres dropping between now and 12 o'clock tonight. So look out for those. I have 3 premieres dropping. 1 6 o'clock, 1 9 o'clock, and 1 11:30. 3 premieres dropping between now and 12 o'clock tonight. See? So the word is love. You guys have yourselves an amazing Wednesday night or evening. Alright, Mary Lizzie, you know where you go. Look more here. The word is love, everybody. The word is love.